Hey guys, welcome back to our channel, as you seen in title and thumbnail. In this video we are going to see, what if Deku was a primordial vampire descendant? This is movie. Also check out my Patreon to support me. All details in description. The first thing the doctor did was stop smiling. It wasn't dramatic. There was no gasp, no shouted alarm, no nurse sprinting down the hallway. It was worse than that. It was the kind of quiet a room makes when the adults realize something is wrong, but they're trying not to let the child see it. Izuku Midoriya sat on the crinkly paper of the examination bed, feet swinging slightly above the floor. His hands were small, knuckles faintly red from how hard he'd been gripping his shirt. He was 4 years old, which meant he already understood two big truths about the world. 1. Doctors smelled like clean plastic and fear. 2. 3. Everyone was going to ask him about his quirk. 4. His mother, Inko, sat beside him with her purse in her lap like a shield. She wore the same hopeful expression she'd practiced for weeks. The kind that said my son is special, even when the universe kept daring her to say it out loud. The doctor, Tsubasa, rolled his chair closer to the monitor. All right, he said gently. We'll just take a quick look at your X-ray, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded hard, like he could nod the answer into existence. Please, please, please. The screen displayed the familiar image of his tiny foot bones. Inko leaned forward so quickly her hair swayed. Doctor. Tsubasa squinted, then frowned. Then he leaned closer. Then he leaned back. Then he checked the name on the file. Izuku watched his face as if it were a weather forecast. He had learned that adult faces always told the truth before adult mouths did. The doctor's smile didn't return. Inko's voice went small. Doctor. Tsubasa cleared his throat. So, the common method we use to determine the likelihood of quirk manifestation is to check for an extra joint in the pinky toe. Inko nodded rapidly. Yes, I've read. You don't have the extra joint, the doctor said, looking at Izuku now, not the screen. Izuku's heart did a weird little stumble. Inko blinked. So, doctor. Tsubasa hesitated. It was the kind of hesitation that made your stomach feel like it was sinking through the chair. In many cases, he continued, carefully, that indicates a child may not develop a quirk. Quote. Inko's smile twitched. But that's not always true, right? Sometimes it's late. It can be late, he agreed, but his eyes had returned to the monitor. And now he wasn't looking at the toe bones. He was looking at the other scan. Izuku hadn't noticed there were two files open. One was his foot, the other was a blood panel. Because Inko had asked for it. Because she was the kind of mother who felt things before she could explain them. Because sometimes Izuku would come home from daycare and the corner of his mouth would be stained red and he'd insist it was tomato sauce even when the daycare staff swore they hadn't served any. Because sometimes he'd stare at the sun like it was an enemy. Because sometimes, when he cried hard, his tears looked wrong. Too thick, too dark. Because Inko Midoriya loved her son more than she trusted coincidence. Doctor. Tsubasa's finger hovered over the screen. This, he murmured. Inko's hands tightened on her purse. What is it? Izuku's voice came out smaller than he wanted. Is it a quirk? Doctor. Tsubasa looked at him again. And for a moment, Izuku saw something in the doctor's eyes that he had never seen directed at a child before. Not pity. Not annoyance. Not professional distance. Unease. No, the doctor said softly. It isn't a quirk. Inko's breath hitched. Then what? Doctor. Tsubasa turned the monitor slightly so she could see. To Izuku, it looked like a bunch of lines and numbers, adult language. But Inko's eyes widened as if she'd been shown a ghost. Doctor. Tsubasa spoke quietly, like the walls might listen. Your son's cells, he said, are abnormal. Inko leaned closer. Abnormal how? He tapped the screen. They show signs of necrotic behavior. Inko's face went blank. Necrotic. Dead, he clarified. The word landed like a heavy object dropped into still water. Izuku didn't fully understand it, but he understood the way his mother's fingers went cold against his arm. Doctor. Tsubasa continued. Voice controlled. His blood samples show cellular activity that resembles tissue death, yet the cells are still dividing. Inko's lips parted. That's impossible. It should be, the doctor said. Izuku's brain latched onto one phrase. Dead, but still moving. He imagined a bug on its back still twitching. He imagined those scary zombie hero movies some kids' parents didn't let them watch. He swallowed. Am I sick? Izuku asked. Doctor. Tsubasa blinked as if he'd forgotten Izuku was in the room. No, he said quickly. No, Midoriya-kun, you're not sick. You're healthy. Inko stared at him. You just said his cells are dead. The doctor exhaled slowly. That's why I'm telling you this carefully, he said. Medically, he's stable, strong, in many ways, unusually resilient. Inko's voice trembled. Then what does it mean? Doctor. Tsubasa's gaze flicked to the door, and then back. It means, he said, that your son carries a dormant genetic marker that predates modern quirks. Inko's eyebrows pinched. Predates. Quirks have only existed for a couple generations. He nodded. Exactly. Izuku watched his mother's face try to form logic out of fear. How could? I don't know, the doctor admitted. I've seen mutation types that mimic animal traits, hardening skin, extra organs, even extreme adaptations. He paused, swallowing. But I have never seen biology behave like this. Inko's voice dropped to a whisper. Is he in danger? The doctor hesitated again. Not from illness, he said. But, there may be environmental triggers. Stress, trauma, exposure to certain conditions. Inko's knuckles went white. What conditions? Doctor. Tsubasa hesitated, then forced the words out. Sunlight sensitivity. Izuku blinked. Sunlight. Inko looked at Izuku sharply. Like she was replaying memories in reverse. Him squinting too hard outside. Him insisting on walking in the shade. Him getting headaches on bright days. Doctor. Tsubasa continued, voice calmer than his eyes. I'm not saying he can't go outside. I'm saying, monitor him. If he starts experiencing dizziness, fainting, unusual cravings, or if his behavior changes under stress. Inko swallowed. Cravings. The doctor didn't answer immediately. Then he said, too carefully, iron deficiency cravings are common. Children chew pencils, eat strange things. It can mean nothing, but Izuku noticed the way his hand hovered over the screen again. Like he wanted to close it before the information crawled out. Inko's voice cracked. Doctor, are you telling me my son is? Doctor. Tsubasa interrupted gently but firmly. I'm telling you, he said, that your son is quirkless. Izuku's heart clenched. The word quirkless was a stamp, a label, a sentence in society. He didn't fully understand it yet, but he understood the way his mother's shoulders slumped as if someone had removed the bones from her body. But, the doctor added quickly, he is not ordinary. Inko looked up, desperate. What should I do? Doctor. Tsubasa's eyes softened a fraction. Love him, he said. Protect him. And, keep this information private. Inko blinked. Private. The doctor's smile returned for half a second, too thin to be real. Some things, he said, are safer when people don't know they exist. Izuku didn't know why, but those words made the back of his neck prickle. He slid his Han. Inko squeezed it hard, and for the first time in his life, Izuku felt something he couldn't name, like there was a shadow behind his own heartbeat. Something old, something sleeping, something listening. 10 years later, by the time Izuku was 14, the word quirkless had stopped being a label and started being a target. Kids didn't just bully you for being different. They bullied you for being unprotected. No quirk meant no future hero path. No hero path meant no admiration. No admiration meant you were safe to break. Izuku learned to smile anyway. He learned to laugh when Bakugo and the others called him Deku, like it was a joke. Not a way of saying you can't do anything. He learned to nod along when teachers gently suggested more realistic career options. He learned to hide the fact that sometimes, when he got hurt, the wound closed too fast. Not instantly. Not like a flashy regeneration quirk. But fast enough that he couldn't explain it. He learned to hide the fact that sunlight made him nauseous on certain days. Like his skin was remembering a rule his mind didn't know. He learned to hide the fact that whenever he smelled blood, real blood, his entire world narrowed into a single, sharp point. It wasn't desire. Not exactly. It was gravity. Like the scent pulled on something inside him. Like his body leaned toward it the way flowers lean toward light. And the more he fought it, the louder it became. So he became careful. He avoided fights. Avoided accidents. Avoided everything. He told himself he was just sensitive. He told himself he was normal. He told himself he was fine. Until the day the universe decided to test what fine meant. The sludge villain. It started like any other day. Izuku was walking home from middle school, notebook tucked under his arm, mind replaying the morning's All Might interview like a prayer. The street was busy. People moved around him like water around a rock. And then, a shadow shifted in the alley. Izuku barely had time to turn his head before something wet exploded around him. Cold, heavy, suffocating. The world became viscous darkness. A voice hissed in his ear like bubbling mud. Found you, perfect vessel. Izuku tried to scream. The sludge poured into his mouth. He coughed, gagged, eyes wide, hands clawing at nothing. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't see. He couldn't. This is it. The thought arrived with terrifying clarity. I'm going to die. Quirkless, pointless, unnoticed. His lungs burned. His body thrashed. The sludge tightened like a living noose. And then something inside him snapped. Not like a bone. Like a lock. Like a chain breaking on an ancient door. Izuku's vision flared red. He didn't see the alley anymore. He saw heat. He saw the villain's form as a pulsing mass, full of liquid movement. And he saw, somehow, where it was thin. Where it was vulnerable. His fingers curled. His nails. No, his nails didn't grow into claws. Not fully. But they hardened. Sharpened. Like his body remembered what it was supposed to be. Izuku shoved his hands into the sludge with brutal force. The villain laughed. Struggling. Doesn't matter. Izuku tore. Not metaphorically. He tore a chunk of sludge away from his own face like ripping cloth. Air hit his lungs like fire. Izuku sucked it in desperately, coughing, eyes wild. The villain recoiled, surprised. What? Izuku didn't answer. Because he wasn't thinking. He wasn't analyzing. He was narrating his own fear like he usually did. He was surviving. He lunged forward with a strength that didn't belong to a skinny quirkless kid. His shoulder slammed into the sludge mass. The villain splattered against the alley wall. Reforming quickly, but the impact made it lose shape, lose control. Izuku's eyes flashed crimson again. And in that second, he smelled something. Not the sludge. Not the alley. Something warm. Something metallic. Blood. The villain had been scraped against the wall by Izuku's impact. A tiny smear of red appeared where someone had left broken glass earlier. The smell hit Izuku's senses like a bell. His body reacted before his mind could. His head turned toward it. His tongue pressed against his teeth. His entire world became that single drop of red. The villain noticed. It laughed again, relieved. Oh, you're just a freak. Izuku took a step without realizing it. The villain's voice distorted with glee. You want to fight? I'll. A sudden gust of wind shredded the sludge mass. Izuku stumbled back as the villain screamed. The alley filled with booming sound, like the air itself had been punched. And then, a towering figure landed between Izuku and the villain. The cape, the blonde hair, the smile that defied physics. All Might, Izuku breathed. The hero of heroes grabbed the villain like it was nothing, forcing it into a containment bottle with practiced ease. The sludge villain flailed, cursed, then vanished into confinement. Silence crashed down. Izuku stood trembling in the alley, coughing, eyes watering. All Might turned. His smile was bright and reassuring. Are you all right, young man? Izuku opened his mouth, and almost said yes, but his body betrayed him. Because now that the danger was gone, the snapped lock inside him didn't simply close again. It rattled. It shook. It demanded. Izuku swayed on his feet. All Might's smile faltered slightly. Hey. Izuku's vision blurred at the edges. He suddenly realized his hands were shaking not from fear, but from a new, gnawing emptiness. Like his stomach had become a hole. Like something inside him had woken up and realized it was starving. All Might stepped closer. You're in shock. Sit down. I'm fine. Izuku lied automatically. He backed away. All Might blinked. Wait, what's your name? Izuku's voice came out strained. Midoriya, Izuku. All Might's expression softened. Midoriya-kun, you were very brave. That was. Izuku bowed quickly, too quickly. Thank you. I have to go. And before All Might could stop him, Izuku turned and ran. Not because he didn't want to talk to his idol. Because he was terrified of what he might do if he stayed close to that alley any longer. Terrified of the smell still clinging to his senses. Terrified of the part of him that had looked at blood like it was home. That night, Inko knew something was wrong the moment Izuku walked through the door. Mothers didn't need quirks to sense that. Izuku, she called from the kitchen. You're home early. Did something happen? Izuku forced his voice to stay steady. No. Just tired. Inko stepped out, wiping her hands on a towel. Her eyes immediately scanned him like a diagnostic tool. No obvious injuries, but his skin looked paler than usual. His pupils were slightly dilated, and there was a tightness in his jaw, like he was holding back pain. Did someone hurt you? Inko asked, already panicking. No, Izuku said too fast. Inko frowned. Then why do you smell like? She stopped. Her eyes widened, because she smelled it too. Not strong, not obvious, but there. A faint metallic tang. Inko's hands flew to his shoulders. Izuku, are you bleeding? Izuku flinched at her grip, not from pain, but from the warmth of her skin. The sound of her pulse in her throat. He swallowed hard. No, he whispered. It's not mine. Inko froze. What do you mean it's not? I'm okay, Izuku insisted. I need to take a shower. He tried to step past her. Inko held his arm gently. Izuku, look at me. He did, and Inko's heart clenched, because in the kitchen light, she saw it. A flicker of red in his eyes. Not a contact lens glow. Not a reflection. A pulse. Like something behind his gaze was breathing. Inko's voice turned soft, fragile. Did your condition? Izuku stared at her, confused. Condition? Inko hesitated. She had never told him the full truth about the doctor's visit. They only told him he was special in ways that didn't fit in boxes. Because what mother tells her child, the doctor said your cells act like they're dead. Instead, she had tried to keep him normal. Keep him safe. But now, looking at his eyes, she knew normal had cracked. Izuku's voice shook. Mom, I'm hungry. Inko blinked rapidly. Hungry. I made katsudon. Izuku's throat tightened. The thought of food made his stomach twist like it was rejecting the idea. Not that, he whispered, horrified by his own words. Inko went still. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Everything tastes wrong, he said. Like ash. Inko's face drained of color. Izuku's hands clenched at his sides, nails pressing into his palms. And earlier, he continued, voice trembling, I smelled blood. Inko's breath caught. Izuku looked at her, fear spilling out now. And it made me. He couldn't finish. Because the feeling was too ugly to name. Because if he named it, it would become real. Inko stepped forward and wrapped him in a hug so tight it almost hurt. Izuku froze at first. Then he melted into it like someone drowning grabbing a rope. Inko's voice broke. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. Izuku's face pressed into her shoulder. And that's when it happened. Not dramatic. Not a full transformation. Just a quiet, horrifying detail. Inko's hug made her sleeve pull back slightly. A tiny scrape on her wrist, probably from cooking earlier, was barely visible. But to Izuku, it was a siren. The scent was faint, but his senses latched onto it like a predator latching onto prey. His head tilted involuntarily. His breath hitched. Inko felt his body tense and pulled back slightly, looking at his face. And what she saw terrified her. Izuku's eyes weren't just red. They looked focused. Too focused. Like his entire being had narrowed into a single instinct. Izuku. Inko whispered. Izuku blinked rapidly, snapping out of it like waking from a dream. He jerked back, covering his mouth with his hands, horrified. Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't. Inko's hands trembled, but she didn't step away. She forced herself to breathe. She forced herself to be a mother. I'm going to call a doctor, she whispered. Izuku shook his head violently. No, if people find out. Inko swallowed. Because the doctor had said the same thing, years ago. Keep this information private. Some things were safer when people didn't know they exist. Inko stroked Izuku's hair with shaking fingers. Okay, she said softly. Okay, we won't call just anyone. Izuku's voice cracked. What am I? Inko wanted to lie. Wanted to say, nothing. Wanted to say, you're just tired. Wanted to say, you're imagining it. But she couldn't. Not anymore. She looked at her son, her sweet, gentle boy who idolized heroes and cried at all might come. Rcials, and she saw something ancient trying to wake up inside him. I don't know, she admitted, tears filling her eyes. But we'll figure it out. Together. Izuku swallowed, shaking. I don't want to hurt anyone, he whispered. Inko cupped his face gently. Then you won't, she promised, even though fear wrapped around her heart like wire. Izuku nodded slowly. But even as he nodded, his stomach twisted again. Not hunger like a normal kid. Hunger like a void. He stumbled into the bathroom, locked the door, and turned on the shower as hot as he could stand. Steam filled the room. Water hit his skin, and for a moment, he thought it might wash away the feeling. It didn't, because hunger like this wasn't in his mouth. It was in his bones. It was in his blood. It was in the part of him that had woken up in that alley and whispered. Finally. That night, Izuku lay in bed staring at the ceiling. His room was dark. The moonlight coming through the curtains felt comforting. He listened to the house breathe. He listened to his mother's footsteps in the kitchen, probably cleaning the same counter 3 times because she didn't know what else to do. And he listened to something else. Something he had never noticed before. The sound of hearts. Not just his own. Inko's heartbeat in the next room, steady but anxious. A neighbor's heartbeat through the wall, slow and sleepy. Even the distant rhythm of someone walking outside. Pulse rising and falling with movement. It was like the world had become a song made of blood. Izuku pressed his hands over his ears. It didn't help. His stomach tightened again. His mouth tasted like metal, even though he hadn't eaten anything. And then, quietly, like a cruel joke, he remembered the alley. He remembered the smear of red on the wall. He remembered how his body had leaned toward it without permission. Izuku's eyes burned. He whispered into the darkness. I'm not a monster. But deep inside him, behind the fear and the denial, something old stirred, amused, patient. As if it had all the time in the world. As if it had been waiting for this moment for centuries. And as Izuku finally drifted into a restless sleep, the last thought in his mind wasn't about heroes. It was about hunger. Because tomorrow, the sun would rise. And he had no idea what it would do to him. Morning came like an enemy. Izuku felt it before he saw it. The first thin line of sunlight slid under his curtains and touched the edge of his floor like a fingertip, and his body reacted as if someone had pressed a hot coin to his skin. He jolted upright, gasping. Not pain, exactly. More like wrongness. Like the light didn't belong on him. His skin prickled. His eyes watered. His stomach rolled with nausea so sharp it made him gag. He stumbled out of bed and yanked the curtain shut with both hands. The room plunged back into shadow, and the pressure in his head eased immediately. Izuku stood there panting, staring at the fabric like it had tried to kill him. Okay. He forced himself to breathe. Okay. I'm fine. I'm just. He couldn't finish the thought because his mouth filled with saliva and metallic taste again. He rushed to the bathroom and gripped the sink. His reflection stared back at him. Messy green hair, freckled face, white eyes. Normal. Except his pupils looked too sharp at the edges, like the camera of his vision had upgraded overnight. And his skin looked pale. Not sick pale. More like moonlight had settled under it and refused to leave. He turned on the tap and splashed water on his face. The cold helped. But when he lifted his head again, his eyes flickered red for half a second. Izuku's breath caught. No, he whispered. No, no, no. He pressed his fingers against his eyelids like he could push the color back into place. In the kitchen, Inko was already awake. She stood at the stove but wasn't cooking. A pan sat empty on the burner, unheated. She was just staring at it. When Izuku entered, she startled like she'd been caught doing something forbidden. Izuku, she said quickly, forcing a smile. Good morning. I was just about to make breakfast. Izuku tried to smile back. His cheeks didn't listen. Mom, he said softly. Did you sleep? Inko blinked too many times. Of course. I'm fine. She lied like a professional. Izuku looked at the table and saw a small paper bag with a pharmacy logo. Inko noticed his gaze and moved her body slightly to block it. Too late. Izuku's throat tightened. What's that? Inko hesitated. Just vitamins. I thought you might be low on iron. Izuku's stomach twisted at the word iron. Not because it repulsed him. Because it made his mouth water. He stared at the bag, horrified at his own reaction. Inko's voice turned careful. Do you feel different this morning? Izuku swallowed. The sun. Inko's face tightened. It hurts, he admitted. Like, it makes me sick. Inko's hands gripped the counter. Okay. Izuku blinked. Okay. Inko nodded too quickly. We'll adjust. We'll buy heavier curtains. And sunglasses. And mambrellas. Mom, Izuku said, voice trembling. That's not normal. Inko's eyes shone with tears she refused to drop. I know, she whispered. Izuku looked down at his hands. His nails looked normal. But last night, they'd felt sharp. He wasn't imagining that. He wasn't imagining the hunger either. What am I supposed to do? He asked. Inko's smile broke. She crossed the kitchen and hugged him again, tight. Protective. You're supposed to survive, she said into his hair. That's what you do. You survive, and we figure it out. Izuku clung to her like a lifeline. And then, faintly, he heard it. Her heartbeat. Steady, but anxious. It sounded louder than it should. Too close. His mouth tasted like metal again. Izuku pulled away quickly, stepping back like he'd been burned. Inko's eyes widened, but she didn't move toward him. Good. Sorry, Izuku whispered. Inko swallowed hard. You don't have to apologize for being hungry. Izuku stared at her. Inko's voice shook. You have to promise me something. Izuku's throat felt tight. What? If you ever feel like you can't control it, you tell me, she said. You don't hide it. Izuku nodded, even though fear made him want to do the opposite. Because hiding was what kept him alive at school. But if he hid this, someone would die. I promise, he whispered. Inko wiped her eyes quickly and forced brightness into her voice like flipping a switch. All right, she said, clapping her hands once. You have school. You can't skip again. But, Izuku shook his head. I can't go. Inko froze. Izuku. The sun, he said, desperate. Mom, I feel sick. If I walk outside. Inko looked at the curtains, then the window. The sunlight pressing against the glass looked harmless. But they both knew it wasn't. Inko's lips trembled. She wanted to keep him home. She wanted to lock every door. But she also knew the world didn't allow weird kids to disappear without questions. So she did what she always did. She adapted. Wear a hoodie, she said quickly. The thick one. And your hat. I'll give you my umbrella. Izuku hesitated. And, Inko grabbed a pair of sunglasses from a drawer. They were cheap, oversized, proba. Bly bought for a random outing months ago. She shoved them into his hands like a weapon. Izuku stared at them. I'll look stupid, he whispered. Inko cupped his face. Better stupid than hurt. Izuku nodded slowly. He dressed like he was going into a storm. Thick hoodie. Hat pulled low. Sunglasses. Umbrella. Inko watched him like she was watching her child walk into battle. Call me if you feel bad, she said, voice cracking. I will. Izuku promised. He stepped outside. And immediately his skin crawled. Even under the umbrella, the light seeped in from the sides, reflecting off pavement, bouncing off cars. The world was too bright. Too loud. Too alive. Izuku's stomach rolled. He gripped the umbrella handle with both hands, knuckles white. Each step felt heavier. Like the sun was pressing him down. Like gravity had increased just for him. He made it to the train station and barely remembered the ride. He sat hunched, head lowered, breathing through the nausea. People stared. Some laughed quietly. Look at that kid, someone whispered, trying to be mysterious. Izuku didn't care. If they knew what he was feeling, they wouldn't be laughing. They'd be running. He survived school by existing in the darkest corners. He kept his hood up. He avoided windows. He avoided physical contact. He avoided everything. But even in shade, the hunger lurked in him like a second heartbeat. By the time classes ended, he felt hollow. He walked home as fast as he could, staying under awnings and trees. And when he finally reached his apartment building, he felt relief so intense it almost made him collapse. But the day wasn't finished with him yet. Because that evening, the universe gave him the second half of its test. The rooftop. Izuku climbed the stairs to the roof with trembling legs. The sky was turning orange. The sun was low enough that it didn't stab him as badly, but even its softer light made his skin feel itchy. He didn't care. Because All Might was up there. He was really up there. Izuku had replayed the alley incident 100 times in his mind all day. The way All Might landed. The way he saved him. The way he'd asked his name. Izuku had chased that moment like oxygen. He needed to talk to him. Needed to ask him. Needed to be told that even if he was quirkless, he could still. The roof door creaked open. Wind hit his face. And there he was. All Might stood near the railing, cape fluttering like a flag. Izuku's heart soared. All Might. He blurted, voice cracking. All Might turned. His smile appeared instantly. Ah, Midoriya-kun, he said warmly. You found me. Izuku rushed forward, then stopped himself, suddenly embarrassed. I'm sorry, he stammered. I wanted to thank you for saving me. All Might waved it off. That's my job. Izuku clenched his fists. This was it. This was the moment every fan dreamed of. But Izuku wasn't here as a fan. He was here as someone who needed an answer. All Might stepped closer, and Izuku's senses immediately sharpened. Not in admiration. In hunger. All Might's body radiated life. Not just because he was huge. Because he felt full. Like a blazing furnace of energy. Izuku swallowed hard. He forced himself to focus on his words. All Might, he said, voice trembling, I have a question. All Might nodded kindly. Ask away. Izuku's heart hammered. He looked at All Might's smile, at the way the wind made him look like a symbol, not a person. And he asked the question that had lived inside him since he was 4. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. All Might's smile faltered so subtly most people wouldn't notice. But Izuku noticed everything. All Might's eyes softened. And that softness was the most terrifying thing Izuku had ever seen. Because it wasn't hope. It was regret. All Might opened his mouth. And at the same moment, the last ray of sunlight slipped across the rooftop. It touched Izuku's cheek. And his body reacted like it had been struck. A wave of dizziness slammed into him. His knees buckled. His vision went white at the edges. Izuku grabbed the railing, gasping. All Might's expression snapped from gentle to alarmed. Midoriya-kun. Izuku tried to speak, but his tongue felt heavy. His skin burned. Not like fire, like fever. Like his blood was rejecting light. He stumbled backward, away from the sunline, but his legs didn't listen. His heart pounded once, twice. Then, it felt like it skipped. Like the rhythm stuttered. Izuku's mouth opened, but no sound came out. He collapsed. All Might caught him before his head hit the concrete. Hey, All Might said, shaking him lightly. Stay with me. Izuku's eyes fluttered. He saw All Might's face above him, distorted by panic. He tried to focus on it. He tried to say something. But the world was fading. And the last thing Izuku heard before darkness swallowed him was the sound of All Might's heartbeat. Strong, steady, loud, and his own hunger answering it like a howl. 3 minutes. The hospital lights were too bright. Even through closed eyelids, Izuku could feel them like needles. Voices floated in and out around him like broken radio signals. He collapsed from heat exposure. But it's winter. No, his vitals are. His heart. Inko's voice cut through everything. Izuku, please. Izuku wanted to answer. Wanted to squeeze her hand. But his body was heavy. Cold. So cold. His chest didn't rise. His lungs didn't move. His heart was silent. A doctor's voice, time of cardiac arrest. Another voice, start CPR. A machine beeped. Hands pressed on his chest. Pain flared, nothing. And in that nothingness, Izuku drifted. Not into sleep. Into a place that wasn't black. It was deep. Like sinking under dark water. There was no sound. No light. No air. Just pressure. And then, far below, something stirred. A presence. Ancient. Hungry. It felt him. It recognized him. And it spoke, not with words, but with instinct. You're dying. Izuku's awareness flickered. I don't want to die. The presence seemed amused. Then wake. Izuku tried to move. He couldn't. I can't. The presence pressed closer, like cold lips against his ear. You can. You're just pretending to be human. Izuku's fear spiked. What are you? The presence didn't answer. It didn't need to. Because it wasn't separate from him. It was him. Or rather, it was what his blood had been hiding. Drink, it whispered. Izuku's mind recoiled. No. The presence didn't argue. It simply showed him something. A memory that wasn't his. A field under moonlight. A man, or something that looked like a man, standing over a fallen warrior. Blood steaming in cold air. A mouth lowering. A bite. Not savage. Reverent. Like a king taking tribute. Blood of kings, the presence murmured. Izuku's awareness shook. I'm not that. The presence's hunger surged. You are my descendant. Izuku's fear turned into rage. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I want to be a hero. The presence laughed silently. Heroes don't survive without power. Izuku's mind flashed to All Might's face. To that soft regret. To that unspoken, no. And something inside Izuku snapped again. Not a lock this time. A vow. I will survive, Izuku thought fiercely. The presence's hunger curled around that vow like a crown. Then wake. And suddenly, Izuku inhaled. The morgue. The first thing Izuku felt was cold. Not hospital room cold. Morgue cold. The air smelled like disinfectant and metal. His eyes snapped open. The ceiling above him was white, but not the same white as hospital lights. This was sterile. Dead. Izuku's breath fogged faintly in the air. He sat up so fast the sheet slid off his chest. He looked down. His skin looked pale, but not lifeless. His hands trembled. He pressed 2 fingers to his neck. Pulse. Slow. Steady. But different. Like it belonged to someone who didn't need it as much. Izuku's gaze darted around. He was on a metal table. There were drawers. Cold storage drawers. A tag on his wrist. Izuku's stomach dropped. No, he whispered. He ripped the tag off. His hands shook so badly the plastic snapped. He slid off the table, bare feet hitting the cold floor. A wave of dizziness hit him, but it wasn't weakness. It was sensory overload. Because suddenly he could hear everything. Footsteps down the hall. The buzz of fluorescent lights. The distant thump of a heartbeat. Not his. Someone outside the room. His stomach clenched at the sound. The hunger surged like it had been waiting politely. Izuku staggered, gripping the edge of the table. I died, his mind screamed. I died in. The door handle clicked. Izuku froze. The door opened. A morgue attendant stepped in, clipboard in hand, humming softly. He looked up, saw Izuku standing there, and his face turned into a mask of pure terror. What the? Izuku backed up instinctively. I'm sorry, he stammered. I don't know. The attendant dropped the clipboard and ran. Izuku flinched at the sudden movement. The sound of the man's heartbeat thundered in his ears as he sprinted down the hallway. It sounded like food. Izuku clapped his hands over his ears. Stop, 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 but he couldn't stop hearing. Panic exploded inside him. He bolted. He ran barefoot through the morgue corridor, slipping past carts and doors, pushing through an exit he didn't even remember finding. Night air hit him like freedom. He didn't stop running until the city swallowed him. The alley. Izuku collapsed behind a dumpster, gasping even though he didn't need oxygen the same way anymore. His chest rose and fell out of habit. His mind spun. I was dead. I'm alive. What am I? His stomach twisted. The hunger came again, stronger now. Like dying had starved him down to the bone. He pressed his forehead against the cold brick wall. I don't want to hurt anyone, he whispered. The world didn't care. A group of men walked into the alley laughing, cigarettes glowing. They stopped when they saw him. One of them snorted. Hey, look at this kid. Izuku raised his head slowly. His eyes caught the movement like a predator's. The men stepped closer. Lost. One asked, mocking. What's with the hospital gown? You escape or something? Izuku tried to stand. His legs felt too strong. Too fast. He stumbled, hands raised. Please, I don't want trouble. One man grabbed his shoulder. Izuku froze. Contact. Warm skin. The man's pulse throbbed under his fingers. Izuku's mouth filled with saliva. His canines, his teeth, ached suddenly, like they were trying to change shape. The man laughed. He's scared. What's wrong, kid? You gonna cry? Izuku's vision narrowed. The hunger surged so violently it drowned thought. His head tilted. His lips parted. And before he could stop himself, he lunged. Not at the man's face. At his neck. The man screamed as Izuku's teeth grazed skin. Not a full bite, but enough to draw a bead of blood. The taste hit Izuku's tongue like lightning. Warm, metallic, alive. His entire body shuddered. The hunger roared in approval. Izuku grabbed the man and yanked him closer, eyes glowing crimson. The man's scream turned to gurgling panic. His friends backed away, shouting. What the hell? Izuku's lips pressed against the man's neck. He could feel the pulse. He could feel the life. And the ancient part of him whispered, "Drink." Izuku's hands tightened. The man's fear poured into the air like perfume. Izuku inhaled, and then a shadow fell over them. A powerful hand gripped Izuku's shoulder. A voice, familiar and thunderous, spoke like a command from heaven. Enough. Izuku's head snapped up. All Might stood there, not smiling. His eyes were sharp, serious, real. The men stumbled backward in terror. All Might. All Might didn't even glance at them. His focus was entirely on Izuku. And Izuku realized, with sudden horror, what he must look like. A kid in a hospital gown. Eyes glowing red, mouth stained with someone else's blood. Hands gripping a man like prey. All Might's voice was low. "Midoriya-kun, let him go." Izuku's body trembled, not from fear of All Might. From fear of himself. I didn't mean," Izuku whispered, but his voice sounded wrong. Too rough. All Might stepped closer slowly, like approaching an injured animal. "I know," All Might said quietly. "I saw your file." Izuku's eyes widened. "My file?" All Might's jaw tightened. "You were declared clinically dead for 3 minutes." Izuku's throat worked. "Then how?" All Might's gaze sharpened. "That's what I want to ask you," he said. The men Izuku had attacked scrambled away, shouting about monsters and calling the police. All Might didn't stop them. He didn't care. Because he was looking at Izuku like he was trying to decide if the world had just given birth to a tragedy. Izuku's hands loosened. The man he'd grabbed collapsed and crawled away sobbing. Izuku stood there, shaking, blood on his lips. All Might's eyes flicked to the blood. He didn't flinch, but his body tensed. "Midoriya-kun," All Might said carefully, "are you in control?" Izuku's breath came in ragged bursts. "I don't know," he admitted. The honesty broke him. Tears spilled down his cheeks. "I don't know what's happening to me," he choked. "I don't want to hurt anyone, but I. His stomach twisted again. He swayed. All Might moved instantly, catching him. Izuku expected All Might to recoil. To call him a villain. To say the word that society would say. Monster. But All Might held him up. Firm. Steady. Like a pillar. Izuku whispered, broken. "Am I evil?" All Might's voice turned unexpectedly gentle. "No," he said. "You're terrified." Izuku's tears fell faster. All Might looked at him for a long moment. Then he exhaled, as if making a decision that would change both their lives. "I don't know what you are," All Might admitted. "But I know what you did earlier." Izuku blinked. "Earlier. You fought," All Might said. "Even when you couldn't breathe. Even when you were certain you'd die." Izuku's throat tightened. All Might's eyes softened. "And when you asked me on the roof if you could become a hero." Izuku's chest ached. All Might's expression shifted, guilt, regret, and something like resolve. "I didn't get to answer," All Might said. Izuku stared at him, desperate. All Might's hand tightened on his shoulder. "I can't promise you it will be easy," All Might said quietly. "And I can't promise the world will accept you." Izuku trembled. "But," All Might continued, voice firm, "I can promise you this." He leaned closer. "If you truly don't want to hurt people, if you truly want to save others." All Might's eyes burned with sincerity. "Then you are not a villain." Izuku's sob turned into a broken laugh. All Might straightened. "And that means," he said, voice dropping, "you need help. Real help. Before your hunger chooses for you." Izuku wiped his mouth with a shaking hand, smearing blood further. I can't go home like this," he whispered. All Might nodded once. "Then you won't." Izuku blinked. "What?" All Might looked out at the city. Then back down at Izuku. "There is something I haven't told anyone," All Might said. Izuku's breath hitched. All Might's voice became quieter. "My power is not natural." Izuku stared. All Might's smile returned, small and sad. "It can be passed on," All Might said. "One for all." Izuku's heart hammered. He had heard rumors, conspiracy theories, fanfiction forum posts. He never believed them. All Might continued, watching Izuku carefully. "It's a stockpiling quirk," All Might said. "It gathers power over time." Izuku's mind spun. All Might's gaze sharpened. I believe, it may be able to gather something else." Izuku swallowed. "What?" All Might's expression turned deadly serious. "Life force," he said. Izuku froze. All Might's hand squeezed his shoulder. "If your hunger is for life," All Might said, Then perhaps One for All can act as a reservoir, so you don't have to take it from others. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. You'd give me your quirk, he whispered. All Might didn't answer immediately. He looked at Izuku, truly looked. At the blood on his lips. At the fear in his eyes. At the trembling hands of a boy who had just died and come back wrong. Then All Might spoke softly. I once told you I couldn't answer your question, he said. But maybe the universe answered it for me. Izuku's throat tightened so much it hurt. All Might, he whispered. All Might's eyes softened. Can a powerless child become a hero? He murmured. He looked at Izuku's trembling form. At this moment, All Might said, you have power. Izuku flinched. All Might held up a hand, stopping his panic. And you hate it, All Might said. That hatred, that fear, that desire to control yourself instead of surrendering. All Might's voice grew steady. That, he said, is the beginning of heroism. Izuku stared at him, shaking. All Might took a breath. If you accept, he said, you will suffer. Training, pain, responsibility. Izuku swallowed hard. But then his mind flashed to the alley. To the way his body had leaned toward blood. To how close he had come to killing someone. Izuku's voice came out firm, even through tears. I'll do it, he said. I'll train. I'll suffer. I'll do anything. All Might's gaze sharpened. Even if it means facing the monster inside you every day? He asked. Izuku's jaw clenched. Yes, he whispered. Because I don't want it to win. All Might's expression shifted, relief, sadness, determination. Then, he said, we start tonight. Izuku blinked. Tonight. All Might nodded. No more sunlight, All Might said quietly. No more delays. He turned his back to the city lights. And for the first time, All Might's smile looked less like a symbol and more like a man choosing to step into darkness with a child who was afraid. Come, All Might said. Izuku followed. But as they moved, Izuku felt something deep in his blood purr, amused. Because the ancient hunger didn't fear One for All. It welcomed it, like two kings meeting on a battlefield. And Izuku didn't know yet that he had just agreed to become the vessel for a war inside his own body. The city at night was a different world. The sun's cruelty was gone, replaced by neon glow and streetlights that painted the sidewalks in soft gold. Cars hissed past like distant waves. People laughed louder, moved faster, alive in a way Izuku could feel now, not just see. Every heartbeat around him was a drum. Every breath was a scent. Every living thing had a warmth to it that called to the hunger like a bell. Izuku walked beside All Might with his hood up, hands shoved deep into his sleeves. He tried to keep his eyes down, tried not to stare too long at anyone's throat, tried not to let his mind drift toward the sound of blood moving through veins. All Might noticed anyway. He didn't say it out loud, but Izuku felt it, the way the hero's presence stayed slightly ahead of him, like a wall. Like a shield between him and temptation. They reached a quiet street near the bay. The salty air hit Izuku's face and settled in his lungs. All Might stopped near a fenced-off walkway and turned. Midoriya-kun, he said, voice low, serious, before we go any further, I need you to understand something. Quote. Izuku swallowed. Okay. All Might's eyes sharpened, symbolic and human at the same time. If you're going to walk this path, he said, there are rules. Izuku nodded quickly. Yes. Whatever you say. All Might held up one finger. Rule 1. You do not feed on humans. Izuku flinched, shame shooting through him. I won't. All Might didn't soften. Not, I'll try. Not, I don't want to. His voice tightened. You won't. You understand. Izuku's jaw clenched. I won't. All Might held up a second finger. Rule 2. If you feel like you're going to lose control, you tell me immediately. Izuku hesitated, because his instinct was to hide, always. All Might saw that hesitation and stepped closer. This isn't school, All Might said quietly. This isn't bullies and rumors. If you hide this from me and you slip even once, someone dies. The words hit like a punch. Izuku's throat tightened. He nodded. I'll tell you. All Might held up a third finger. Rule 3. Until we know what triggers your condition, you do not go out in direct sunlight. Izuku's eyes widened. But school. All Might corrected gently but firmly. Call me All Might in private. Izuku blinked. All Might nodded once. We'll handle school, he said. For now, your survival comes first. Izuku let out a shaky breath, relieved and terrified at the same time. All Might lowered his hand. In Rule 4, he said, voice dropping, no one else can know. Izuku's stomach sank. All Might's gaze turned grim. If the wrong people find out what you are, he said, they won't try to help you. They'll try to use you. Izuku's mind flashed to villains. Scientists. Government labs. The kind of darkness heroes fought that civilians never saw. He nodded slowly. Okay. All Might studied him for a moment. Then he turned and gestured toward the bad. I want to show you where we start. The beach. The beach was disgusting. Trash covered the sand like a second shoreline, old bottles. Broken plastic, rusted appliances half buried like skeletons. The sea wind tried to clean it, but the mess was too heavy. Izuku stared at it, confused. All Might, what is this? All Might's smile returned, small, but real. This, he said, is your first trial. Izuku looked from the trash to All Might. Trial. All Might's gaze sharpened. You told me you'd do anything, he said. Training isn't glamorous. It's discipline. It's control. It's proving you can show up every day even when your body screams. Izuku swallowed. All Might pointed toward the piles of garbage. You're going to clean this beach, he said. Izuku's jaw dropped. Clean it. Alone. All Might's grin widened. Not alone. I'll supervise. Izuku stared at the mountain of trash, then back at All Might like he was being pranked. This is training for One for All. All Might nodded. One for All is power, he said. But power without a foundation destroys the body that holds it. Izuku's thoughts spun. And the beach? He asked weakly. All Might's eyes softened. It's also a symbol, he said quietly. You want to save people. Start by saving a place no one thinks is worth saving. Izuku looked at the ocean. The moon reflected on the water like silver spilled across glass. His hunger stirred at the scent of salt and life in the waves. But the beach was quiet. Safe. No crowds. No heartbeats pressing against his senses. Izuku exhaled. Okay, he said. All Might clapped him on the shoulder, heavy, but not hurtful. Good. He boomed softly. We begin tonight. Izuku blinked. Tonight. Like, right now. All Might nodded, already pulling out a notebook and a marker. Izuku stared at the marker. You planned this. All Might's smile turned sheepish for half a second. I adapt quickly, he said, then cleared his throat. Now then, show me your current limits. Izuku stepped onto the sand. And for the first time since the alley, he felt something close to calm. Because the moon didn't judge him. The darkness didn't burn him. And the wind didn't care what he was. He grabbed the first piece of trash, an old tire, and lifted. It rose easily. Izuku froze. He stared at the tire in his hands. He should not have been able to lift that easily. He lifted another. And another. The weight didn't feel like weight. It felt like inconvenience. All Might's eyes narrowed. You're strong, All Might said slowly. Izuku stared at his own arms like they belonged to someone else. I'm not, he whispered. All Might gestured. Lift that. He pointed to an old refrigerator half buried in sand. Izuku swallowed hard and approached it. He wrapped his hands around the metal edge. He braced himself. He pulled. The refrigerator slid out of the sand like it had been waiting for permission. Izuku stumbled backward, shocked. All Might's expression was unreadable now, part curiosity, part concern. That's not a quirk, All Might murmured. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might walked closer, studying him like he was reading a mystery written in flesh. Midoriya-kun, he said, you've been holding back your entire life. Izuku's voice cracked. I didn't know. All Might nodded once, slowly. That's what frightens me, he admitted. Izuku felt cold despite the night air. All Might exhaled, then straightened, forcing his voice into something steadier. Good, he said. That means your body may be able to endure what comes next. Izuku swallowed. What comes next? All Might's eyes hardened. One for all. The deal with the darkness. They trained every night. At first, Izuku thought he understood exhaustion. He had been wrong. Night 1, he cleaned until his hands blistered. Night 2, he cleaned until his shoulders trembled. Night 3, he cleaned until he felt like his bones were grinding against each other. And through it all, the hunger watched. Sometimes it was quiet, like a sleeping beast. Sometimes it flared when Izuku caught the scent of a dead fish near the shoreline. Or when he scraped his knuckle on broken glass. Blood, his blood, hit the air. And his senses snapped toward it with terrifying speed. The first time it happened, Izuku panicked. He pressed his bleeding knuckle to his mouth instinctively, trying to stop the flow. And the taste hit his tongue. It was his own blood, but it still sent a shock through him like an electric wire. His stomach clenched. His canines ached. His vision flickered red. He jerked his hand away like he'd bitten into fire. All Might noticed immediately. He was beside him in one step, grip firm on Izuku's wrist. "Don't," All Might said quietly. Izuku trembled. I didn't mean." All Might's voice stayed calm, but his eyes were sharp. "That instinct," he said, "is what we're training." Izuku swallowed, ashamed. "It's stronger than me." All Might shook his head once. "No," he said. "It's inside you. That means it can be mastered." Izuku stared at him. All Might's gaze softened slightly. "But not alone," All Might added. Quote, "You're not fighting this by yourself anymore." Izuku's throat tightened. He nodded. All Might pulled a small first aid kit from his bag, he always had one, and wrapped Izuku's hand. Then All Might's expression shifted like he'd made a decision. "I need to see something," he said. Izuku blinked. "What?" All Might held out his own hand. He took the small blade from the kit and, without hesitation, made a shallow cut across his palm. Blood welled up. Bright red. Warm. Izuku's entire body went still. The smell hit him like a storm. His world narrowed instantly. All Might's heartbeat thudded like a drum in his ears. Izuku's throat worked. He hated himself for the way his body leaned forward by a fraction, like the hunger had grabbed him by invisible strings. All Might didn't flinch. He watched Izuku carefully. "Look at it," All Might said calmly. "Don't look away." Izuku's eyes locked onto the blood. His vision pulsed red at the edges. His fingers twitched. He could feel the hunger opening its mouth inside him. All Might's voice stayed steady. "Breathe," he said. "Tell me what you feel." Izuku swallowed, voice shaking. "I feel," he clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. "I feel like I'm starving." All Might nodded. "And," Izuku's nails pressed into his palms. "And I feel like, if I drink it, I won't be hungry anymore." All Might's eyes narrowed. "Do you want to?" Izuku flinched as if slapped. His voice cracked. "No." All Might didn't accept that immediately. "Not what you think you should say," All Might said quietly. "What do you want?" Izuku's chest rose and fell fast. His eyes burned. His stomach twisted. The hunger whispered, "Yes." Izuku forced the words out through clenched teeth. "Part of me does." All Might nodded slowly, as if that honesty was the first victory. "And the rest of you?" All Might asked. Izuku's eyes filled with tears. "The rest of me," he whispered, "wants to throw up." All Might's mouth tightened. "That's good," he said. "That means you still have a conscience." Izuku stared at him in disbelief. All Might wiped his own blood with gauze, then sealed the cut. Izuku's hunger screamed in protest as the scent faded. Izuku shook, breathing hard. All Might placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. "We will not let your hunger make choices for you," All Might said. "We will give you another choice." Izuku swallowed hard. "How?" All Might's gaze turned distant, calculating. "One for all stockpiles power," he murmured. "Energy. Strength. Vitality." He looked back at Izuku. "And if your hunger is truly for life, then maybe we can feed it with O." Izuku's breath caught. All Might's voice dropped. "That's my theory," he said. "We're going to test it." Izuku stared at All Might like he was staring at a miracle. All Might held up a finger. "But for this to work," he said, "you must prove you can obey Rule 1. Izuku nodded fiercely. "I can." All Might's eyes hardened. "Prove it," he said. And so the nights continued. Dawn as a knife. Izuku learned quickly. The sun didn't just make him uncomfortable. It made him weak. One morning, after training too late, he walked home as the sky began to pale. He thought he could make it. He was wrong. The first ray of dawn touched his face. His skin flared with heat, sharp, immediate. His vision blurred. His legs buckled. He hit his knees on the sidewalk, gasping like he'd been punched in the stomach. The world looked too bright, too loud. He could hear people waking up, heartbeats behind walls, footsteps starting, the city stirring. It felt like standing in front of a roaring furnace. All Might appeared beside him in an instant, catching him before he collapsed fully. Idiot, All Might muttered, half angry, half terrified. Izuku's voice came out broken. I thought I could. All Might hauled him into a shadow under an overpass. The moment the light left Izuku's skin, the pressure eased. Izuku panted, shaking. All Might crouched in front of him, eyes sharp. This is why we do not risk sunlight, All Might said. Your condition is not an allergy, Midoriya-kun. It's a vulnerability. Izuku swallowed, ashamed. All Might's voice softened slightly. But, he added, you survived. And that means you're adapting. Izuku looked up weakly. Adapting. All Might nodded slowly. Each time you endure, he said, your body learns. Izuku's throat tightened. So, if I keep pushing, I can be normal. All Might hesitated. Then he said the truth. No, he said quietly. But you can be in control. Izuku stared. All Might's gaze sharpened again. And control, he said, is what heroes need. 10 months of night. Time passed like a montage. Night after night. Trash became sand. Sand became clean. Izuku's body changed. His shoulders broadened. His arms grew lean but powerful. His breath steadied. His mind sharpened. But the strangest change wasn't his muscles. It was his senses. He started hearing things from farther away. He could tell who was approaching by the rhythm of their footsteps. He could smell when rain was coming. And he could always hear blood. At first it drove him insane. Then he learned to treat it like background noise. A city was 1,000 heartbeats. A hero couldn't flinch at every sound. And neither could he. All Might pushed him hard. Not just physically, mentally. When Izuku got frustrated, the hunger flared. When Izuku got excited, it flared. When Izuku got scared, it flared. Strong emotion was fuel. And hunger was the fire waiting underneath. So All Might taught him something that felt almost cruel. Cold mind, All Might said one night, as Izuku dragged a heap of metal across the sand. Warm heart. But your mind stays cold in battle. Izuku panted. But, I'm emotional. That's who I am. All Might's voice hardened. Then you will die, he said simply. Or worse, you will live and become the thing you fear. Izuku froze. All Might stepped closer, voice lower. You can care, he said. You can feel. But in the moment of action, you choose clarity over impulse. Izuku swallowed hard. He nodded. And slowly, painfully, he learned. Not to become numb, but to become steady. He learned to breathe through hunger. He learned to blink through red vision. He learned to put his humanity in front of his instincts. Every night, he earned control 1 inch at a time. By the end of 10 months, the beach was clean. The ocean looked wider. The air felt lighter. Izuku stood on the sand. Hands on his hips, staring at what he'd done. All Might stood beside him. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then All Might smiled. You did it, he said softly. Izuku's chest swelled with pride, real pride. He bowed, breathless. Thank you, All Might. All Might's smile turned sad around the edges. No, he said. Thank you. Izuku blinked. Me. All Might looked out at the sea. I was looking for a successor, All Might admitted quietly. Someone worthy. He glanced down at Izuku. And the universe handed me a boy who died, and still chose to save. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might's voice dropped. Are you ready? He asked. Izuku's heart hammered. This is the transfer. Izuku whispered. All Might nodded once. Izuku swallowed hard. Yes, he said. I'm ready. All Might's gaze sharpened. Then we do it now, he said. The blood of kings. They didn't do it on the beach. All Might led him to an abandoned storage building near the bay, dark, empty, safe. Inside, All Might set a small lantern on the floor. The light was low and warm, nothing like the sun. Izuku stood across from him, fists clenched, trying not to shake. All Might took a slow breath. One for all is transferred by ingesting DNA, he explained. Hair, saliva, anything. Izuku nodded. I know. I read. All Might held up a hand. But, he said, voice serious, we are not doing hair. Izuku blinked. Why not? All Might's expression tightened. Because I don't know how your hunger will interpret it, All Might admitted. Hair is harmless. Blood is not. Izuku's throat tightened at the word blood. All Might continued, voice low. If we do this wrong, he said, your instincts might attach to the transfer. You might associate my blood with power. With relief. With feeding. Izuku's stomach twisted. All Might looked him straight in the eyes. And if that happens, he said quietly, you will crave me. The words hit like a cold wave. Izuku's hands trembled. I don't want that. All Might nodded once. I know, he said. So we do this with intention. With control. He reached into his pocket. And pulled out a tiny sterile lancet, medical grade, like he'd borrowed it from a clinic. Izuku stared. All Might's expression turned grim. This is the smallest amount possible, All Might said. 1 drop. Enough DNA to transfer one for all. Izuku swallowed hard, throat dry. All Might stepped closer. Midoriya-kun, he said softly, look at me. Izuku forced his gaze up. All Might's eyes were steady. If your hunger rises, All Might said, you stop. You tell me. No shame. Izuku nodded, voice barely there. Okay. All Might took a breath. Then he pricked his finger. A bead of blood formed immediately. Bright red. Warm. Izuku's senses detonated. The smell hit him like lightning. His vision sharpened so hard it almost hurt. His canines ached. His entire body went still as the hunger woke up like it had been slapped. Drink. The ancient voice didn't whisper anymore. It commanded. Izuku's hands shook. His breathing went shallow. All Might held the finger up, not close enough to tempt him, but close enough that Izuku couldn't pretend it wasn't there. Izuku stared at that single drop. It looked small, but to his hunger, it looked like the ocean. All Might's voice cut through the storm. Midoriya, he said. Choice. Izuku's throat worked. He forced his jaw to unclench. He forced his breath to slow. He forced himself to remember the alley. The man's scream. The fear. The shame. He forced himself to remember why he was here. I choose to be a hero, Izuku whispered. All Might nodded slowly. Then take it, he said. All Might held out a small glass of water, prepared in advance. He tapped his bleeding finger to the surface. The drop fell in, dissolving instantly. Izuku stared at the water like it was a loaded gun. His hands trembled as he took the glass. The hunger screamed. His vision pulsed red. He lifted the All Might, watched him, silent. Izuku's voice cracked. All Might, if this doesn't work. All Might's expression softened. Then we keep trying, he said. And if it does work, you live without hurting anyone. Izuku swallowed. He nodded once. Then he drank. The water was normal. For half a second, nothing happened. Izuku blinked. His stomach twisted. His chest tightened. And then, pain exploded through his veins like molten metal. Izuku screamed. He dropped the glass as his body convulsed. He hit the floor on his knees, hands clawing at his own chest. It felt like something inside him had been set on fire. Not sunlight fire. Power fire. A surge, too big. Too fast, ripped through his muscles, his nerves, his bones. Izuku's vision turned red-black. Lightning, red and black, crackled across his skin like living scars. All Might's eyes widened. Midoriya. Izuku tried to breathe. His lungs locked. His mouth opened, but the only sound that came out was a broken gasp. Inside him, two forces collided. One was bright, golden, heroic, a street, orm of will and strength that didn't belong to him yet. The other was dark, cold, ancient, a hunger that had slept in his blood for generations. They slammed together like oceans meeting. Izuku's mind fractured under the weight. And for a heartbeat, he wasn't in the building anymore. He was somewhere else. A dark space filled with silhouettes. Shapes. Voices. Not clear words, more like presence. A line of figures watching him. The vestiges. One for all. And behind them, something else. A shadow so old it didn't have edges. A presence that didn't flinch at them. That recognized them like equals. Izuku's body arched as the red-black lightning flared brighter. All Might grabbed him, arms wrapping around Izuku's shoulders, holding him down so he didn't tear himself apart. Stay with me, All Might shouted. Midoriya, focus. Izuku's eyes snapped open. They were glowing crimson, not just flickering, glowing like a predator's. His nails lengthened slightly, claws half-formed. And his voice came out wrong. Too deep, too cold. Blood. Izuku rasped. All Might froze. Izuku's head turned toward All Might's neck. The hunger surged, desperate. All Might's heartbeat thundered in Izuku's ears. All Might didn't panic. He tightened his grip, voice fierce. No, All Might commanded. Izuku's body shook violently. His jaw clenched. His canines pressed against his lips. He trembled like he was fighting chains. All Might's voice dropped. Burning with will. You said you choose, All Might growled. Choose again. Izuku's eyes watered. His whole body screamed. He was burning and freezing at the same time. His hunger roared. But under it, under the ancient command, there was Izuku. There was the boy who cried at hero interviews. There was the kid who wrote analysis notebooks. There was the teenager who died and still tried to save. Izuku screamed, not from pain, but from defiance. I choose. He shouted, voice cracking back into his own. The red-black lightning surged. Then snapped inward, like a storm being dragged into a bottle. Izuku collapsed forward, shaking, panting. All Might held him upright, breathing hard. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then Izuku's body went still. His breathing steadied. The glow in his eyes faded to normal green, except for a faint crimson ring that lingered like an afterimage. All Might stared down at him. Midoriya, he whispered. Izuku blinked slowly, dazed. Everything, he rasped, is loud. All Might exhaled shakily, half relief, half fear. That means it worked, All Might whispered. Izuku tried to sit up. His muscles felt different. Not just stronger. Charged. Like electricity lived under his skin. He lifted his hand, and instinctively clenched it. A crackle of red-black lightning danced across his knuckles. Izuku froze. He streaked. It like it was proof he wasn't dreaming. All Might's eyes widened. That, All Might murmured, stunned, is one for all. Izuku swallowed hard. It's red, Izuku whispered. All Might's voice was quiet, grave. It's never been red, he admitted. Izuku's stomach twisted. The hunger stirred again, but softer. Not gone, but contained. Like a beast behind a stronger door. Izuku pressed a hand to his chest. I still feel it, he whispered. The thirst. All Might nodded. But, he asked. Izuku blinked. He realized something. The thirst wasn't screaming the way it used to. It wasn't clawing at him. It was watching. Waiting, like it had just found a new source of fuel. Izuku's voice shook. But it's quieter, he admitted. All Might's shoulders loosened slightly. Then my theory may be correct, All Might said softly. One for all can give your hunger something else to consume. Izuku stared at his hand. Red-black lightning flickered again. It felt powerful and terrifying. All Might stood slowly, still supporting Izuku. He looked down at him with a mixture of pride and dread. Midoriya-kun, All Might said quietly, you are now my successor. Izuku's chest tightened. All Might's voice grew serious. But whatever is in your blood, he murmured, it has changed one for all. Izuku's eyes widened. All Might looked toward the lantern light, as if expecting the shadows to move. And that means, All Might said. Voice low, we need to be prepared for what comes next. Izuku swallowed. What comes next? He whispered. All Might met his gaze. He said. And the world. Izuku nodded, determined, frightened, hopeful. But deep inside him, behind the calmer hunger, something ancient purred in satisfaction. As if it had been waiting for this exact moment. A new power. A new fuel. A new crown. And in the quiet of Izuku's mind, a voice that was not All Might's whispered like velvet over steel. Blood of kings, now crowned with the fire of heroes. Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't tell All Might. Not yet. Because he didn't know if it was real. He didn't know if it was a hallucination. He didn't know if it was the vestiges. Or the thing in his blood finally waking up fully. But he knew one thing with terrifying clarity. He had just become something the world had never seen before. And if he failed to control it, he wouldn't just become a villain. He would become a legend people whispered about in fear. The first time Izuku realized the world was built for sunlight, built against him, wasn't when he nearly collapsed at dawn. It was when All Might showed him the UA entrance exam schedule. Practical exam, All Might read aloud, holding a printed sheet like it had personally offended him. Start time, 10 a.m. Izuku stared at the paper. His brain tried to process the words like they were a math problem. 10, he repeated. All Might nodded grimly. Izuku's mouth went dry. A.m., he finished. All Might's expression was the face of a man trying not to swear in front of a teenager. Izuku's hands trembled. I can't do that, he whispered. All Might exhaled through his nose like a bull, then forced himself to calm down. You can, he said, voice firm. We will make it possible. Izuku looked up at him, desperate. How? All Might hesitated. Because the obvious answer was you can't. UA was strict. UA was elite. UA was not a school that bent rules foe. A quirkless kid with, whatever Izuku was. But All Might's eyes narrowed like he was making war plans. Nezu, he said. Izuku blinked. The principal. All Might nodded. He owes me favors, All Might admitted, then corrected himself. No, he respects results. And he respects danger. Izuku swallowed. You're going to tell him, about me. All Might's jaw tightened. Not everything, All Might said. Only what's necessary. Izuku's throat worked. Necessary meant sun sickness. Necessary meant not a quirk. Necessary meant I died. Anduku's stomach twisted at the memory. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder, heavy and grounding. Midoriya, he said quietly, UA trains heroes. Heroes protect people. He leaned closer. If a student has a condition that could endanger themselves or others, UA needs to know enough to keep everyone safe. Izuku's voice came out small. What if they don't let me in? All Might's gaze sharpened, fierce. Then, he said, they're fools. Izuku laughed weakly, because the idea of UA being foolish sounded insane. But All Might didn't smile. He meant it. And that scared Izuku more than it comforted him. Because All Might wasn't the type to make empty promises. If he said he'd fight for Izuku, he would. Even if it meant dragging the darkness into the light. Nezu's office. Nezu didn't look like someone you'd fear. He looked like a small, fluffy animal who would politely offer you tea and then solve your life like a puzzle. Which was exactly why people feared him. All Might stood in front of the desk. Izuku stood slightly behind All Might, hood up, sunglasses on. Hands clenched so tight his nails bit into his palms. The office was bright, too bright. But Nezu had pulled the blinds halfway down, turning the room into a softer, warmer dim. It helped. Nezu sat on a chair that seemed too big for him, paws folded neatly. His eyes sparkled with intelligence. And this, Nezu said cheerfully, is the famous Midoriya Izuku. Izuku flinched at the word famous. All Might cleared his throat. Principal Nezu. Thank you for meeting us on such short notice. Nezu smiled. I do love surprises. Izuku's stomach tightened. Nezu's gaze flicked to Izuku's sunglasses. Photophobia? Nezu asked lightly. Izuku blinked behind the lenses. All Might answered smoothly. Yes. Severe. Triggered by stress and prolonged exposure. Nezu hummed as if evaluating a recipe. And you're requesting accommodations for the practical exam, Nezu said. All Might nodded once. Nezu tapped a paw on the desk. And what makes you believe I should offer special treatment to one applicant? He asked, tone still pleasant. Izuku felt his throat close. All Might didn't flinch. Because, All Might said, voice low, if you don't, you'll either lose a candidate who has the potential to become a top-class hero. All Might's gaze sharpened. Or you'll trigger a medical event during the exam that could endanger other applicants. Nezu's eyes widened slightly, just a flicker. Then he smiled. Direct. Nezu said with delight. How refreshing. Izuku stared. Nezu's head tilted. Midoriya Izuku, Nezu said, looking directly at him now. Why do you want to attend UA? Izuku's mouth went dry. He had rehearsed this answer for years. But now his body felt like it was holding a secret monster in its ribs. He forced himself to speak anyway. Because I want to be a hero, he said, voice shaking. I want to save people. Even if it's hard. Nezu's gaze softened a fraction. And your condition, Nezu said gently, will make it hard. Izuku nodded. Nezu leaned forward slightly. Then tell me, Nezu said. Voice bright but sharp underneath, why should I trust that you won't become a danger? Izuku froze. The question landed like a blade. All Might tensed beside him. Izuku's mind flashed to the alley. To the taste. To the scream. Izuku swallowed hard. Then he bowed, deep. Because I'm scared of it too, Izuku whispered. And because I'm training to control it. Nezu blinked. Izuku straightened, eyes burning. I don't want to hurt anyone, he said, voice stronger now. If you think I'm dangerous, then teach me to be safe. Silence. Nezu stared at him. Then, slowly, Nezu smiled, wide and unsettlingly pleased. Oh, Nezu murmured. That's an interesting answer. All Might's shoulders loosened slightly, like he'd been holding his breath. Nezu tapped the desk again. I can grant an accommodation. Nezu said casually, as if talking about changing a seating chart. A darkened testing zone, indoor, artificial lighting, or twilight scheduling. Izuku's heart leapt. Nezu held up a paw. But, he added, eyes glinting, I will not lower standards. Izuku nodded fiercely. I don't want lowered standards. Nezu's smile sharpened. Good, Nezu said, because if you enter UA, you enter it as a hero in training. Not a protected charity case. All Might nodded once. Nezu leaned back, and in exchange, Nezu continued, I want honesty. Izuku's stomach dropped. Nezu's eyes locked on Izuku. If your condition is dangerous, Nezu said softly, I need to know what triggers it. How it behaves. What you require to remain stable. All Might's jaw tightened. Izuku's mind raced. All Might had promised not to tell everything. But Nezu was, Nezu. He didn't need everything. He needed enough to predict outcomes. All Might finally spoke. It's a biological condition, All Might said carefully. Not a quirk. Triggered by sunlight exposure and extreme emotional stress. It comes with heightened physicality. Nezu's ears perked. And cravings. Nezu asked, tone still light. Izuku froze. All Might's voice went quiet. Yes, All Might admitted. Nezu studied Izuku for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, Nezu hopped off the chair and padded across the desk, stopping right in front of Izuku. Izuku stiffened. Nezu tilted his head up. You have excellent restraint, Nezu said softly. Izuku blinked. Huh. Nezu smiled. You're nervous, Nezu said, your heartbeat is fast. And yet you haven't tried to flee, lash out, or shut down. His eyes gleamed. You're choosing control. Izuku's throat tightened. Nezu turned back toward All Might. I will grant the accommodation, Nezu said pleasantly. Under one condition. All Might narrowed his eyes. Name it. Nezu smiled sweetly. If he loses control, Nezu said, the exam proctors will intervene immediately. And if he is accepted, UA will monitor his condition discreetly. Izuku flinched. Monitor. Watched. Measured. All Might's jaw tightened. But All Might nodded. That's fair, he said. Nezu clapped his paws. Wonderful. Nezu chirped. Then I look forward to meeting the nocturnal examinee. Izuku blinked at the title. Nezu leaned closer, eyes bright. In Midoriya Izuku. Nezu added, voice playful. Izuku swallowed. Why yes. Nezu smiled. Don't disappoint me, he said. It sounded like encouragement. And a warning. At the same time, the written exam. The written exam was the easy part. Not because it was simple. But because it didn't require sunlight. Izuku arrived early, hood up, sunglasses on. UA students and applicants swarmed the gates like a flood of ambition. Izuku stayed in the shade of the wall, breathing carefully. Heartbeats everywhere. So many. It was like standing inside a drum. He kept his eyes down. He answered questions in his head to distract himself. Focus. 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 He walked through the gate. UA felt massive, like stepping into the world he'd only ever watched from outside. A girl with brown hair and bright eyes, Uraraka, smiled at him when he almost tripped at the entrance. Are you okay? She asked. Izuku froze, startled by kindness. His senses caught her heartbeat, quick, excited. He swallowed the hunger down like a stone. Why yeah, he stammered. Thank you. She smiled again, then moved on. Izuku watched her go, confused. People were nice here. That thought alone made him feel like crying. The written exam went smoothly. Izuku finished early, his pencil moving like it always did when he got to do what he loved, analysis, logic, solutions. For a few hours, he was just Izuku again. Not a beast, not a secret, just a kid trying to earn his future. When it ended, he stepped out into daylight and nearly staggered. Even with his hood and GLA against him like a weight. He moved quickly, staying in shadow until All Might found him near a side gate. All Might wasn't in hero form. He was thin, tired looking, but his eyes were sharp. How was it? All Might asked. Izuku forced a smile. Good. All Might nodded. Then his gaze turned serious. The practical is next, All Might said. Izuku swallowed hard. I know, he whispered. All Might's hand squeezed his shoulder. Remember, All Might said. If you feel hunger, I tell you, Izuku finished. All Might nodded once. In your power? All Might asked. Izuku clenched his fist. A faint crackle of red-black lightning danced under his skin. Izuku grimaced. It's there. Like it's waiting. All Might's eyes softened. Then we make sure you use it, All Might said, without letting it use you. Izuku nodded. But deep down, fear gnawed at him. Because the practical wasn't on paper. The practical was chaos. And chaos was where instincts thrived. The special zone. On the day of the practical exam, Izuku didn't join the crowd. He was escorted. A staff member met him at a side entrance. A tall woman, with a clipboard and a neutral expression. Midoriya Izuku, she asked. Izuku nodded, throat tight. This way, she said. He followed. Down hallways that smelled like clean metal and polished floors. Away from sunlight. Away from the crowd. His stomach eased slightly as the light dimmed. They reached a large double door. The staff member stopped. This is your testing zone, she said. Izuku stared. The door opened, and Izuku stepped into a room that felt like twilight trapped indoors. Artificial lights hung overhead, soft and muted. The entire testing arena was enclosed, like a warehouse city. Tall concrete structures, alleyways, staircases, broken, urban terrain. Robots stood motionless in the distance, waiting. And along the upper walkway, behind glass, proctors watched. Izuku's heart hammered. This was it. The staff member handed him a wristband. Emergency alert, she said. If your condition worsens, press it. Izuku nodded slowly. She eyed his hood and glasses. You're allowed to keep them, she said, tone clipped. Do not use them as weapons. Izuku blinked. I won't. She turned and left him there. Alone. In shadow. With robots. Izuku breathed in. His senses sharpened. Oil. Metal. Rubber. No blood. No heartbeats nearby except his own, because the other examinees were in different zones. Good. Safer. A voice echoed through the speakers. Welcome to the practical exam. Present mic. His voice boomed even through the speaker system, loud enough to make Izuku's ears ring. You will destroy villain robots and earn points. Izuku swallowed. He flexed his fingers. His nails didn't lengthen. Not yet. But he could feel the sharpness under his skin like hidden blades. Exam, start. The gates opened. Izuku moved. Missed step. At first, he tried to fight normally. He approached a one-point robot. Analyzed its joints, then punched through its side panel with a burst of controlled strength. The robot collapsed. Points beeped on his wrist device. Izuku blinked. That was easy. Another robot rolled forward. Izuku stepped to the side. And suddenly he wasn't where he had been. His body moved faster than his brain recorded. A blur. A flicker. He reappeared behind the robot like he'd teleported. Izuku froze. Startled by himself. His heart hammered. That wasn't One for All. One for All would have sparked. This was silent. Cold. Fast. Like slipping through fog. Izuku's mouth went dry. Missed step. He whispered. He didn't know why the name came to him. It just fit. The robot turned, sensors searching. Izuku moved again. Blur. Flicker. He was at its side. He drove his elbow through the neck joint and ripped the head clean off. The robot collapsed. Izuku stared at the torn metal. He hadn't smashed it like a hero. He had dismantled it like a predator. His stomach twisted. No blood. No victim. But the way it felt, effortless, made something inside him purr. Izuku clenched his jaw. No, I'm not here to enjoy this. He forced himself to breathe. He moved forward again, searching for the next robot. 2-point robots appeared, then 3. Izuku didn't just punch. He tore. He used speed and angles and strength that didn't belong to a 14-year-old. His body flowed through the arena like a shadow slipping between streetlights. And when he got tired, when fatigue crept into his muscles, red-black lightning flickered under his skin like impatient fire. One for All wanted out. His vampire blood wanted dominance. Izuku felt like he was balancing two storms on a wire. The hunger in disguise. He didn't smell blood, but he started smelling something that his instincts treated the same way. Hydraulic fluid, hot oil, burning rubber. When robots were destroyed, their internal systems leaked, releasing sharp metallic scents into the air. It wasn't blood, but it was close enough that his hunger reacted. Izuku's mouth tasted like metal. His eyes flickered red. He paused behind a concrete pillar, breathing hard. Calm down. Cold mind. Warm heart. He forced himself to slow his breathing. He forced his shoulders to relax. He forced his claws, his instincts, back into their cage. His wrist device beeped. Points. Rising fast. He was doing well. But that didn't matter if he lost control. Then the ground shook. A heavy THOOM vibrated through the arena. Izuku turned, and saw it. Even indoors, even in shadow, it looked enormous. A zero-pointer. Its towering foe. Smashed through concrete barriers like paper. Its red eye scanned the terrain. It was meant to be unbeatable. A test of judgment. Run or rescue. Izuku's mind flashed to the rules. Rescue points exist. Heroes save people. His hearing sharpened. He caught a sound. A gasp. A cry. Someone was trapped. Even in a separate zone. No, this arena included multiple examinees after all. Nezu's special Zo. Nay, wasn't only Izuku, it was a modified sector, but still had other students in the practical paths. Izuku's head snapped toward the sound. He saw her, Uraraka, pinned under fallen debris, leg twisted, eyes wide with pain. The zero-pointer's shadow fell over her. Izuku's body moved before thought. Missed step. Blur. He landed near her, eyes wide. Uraraka. He shouted without thinking. She blinked at him. Hood. Guy. Izuku's hands grabbed the debris. He lifted. It moved like it weighed nothing. Uraraka scrambled free, breathing hard. Thank you. She gasped. Izuku nodded quickly. But then, the zero-pointer's foot slammed down. Right where they'd been. Concrete exploded. Dust filled the air. Izuku yanked Uraraka backward with brutal speed, shielding her with his body. The impact rattled through his bones. His vampire durability held, but his muscles screamed, and One for All surged in response. Red-black lightning erupted across his arms. Uraraka stared, eyes wide. Is that? She whispered. Izuku didn't answer. Because the moment One for All sparked, the hunger surged too. Power expenditure made his thirst flare like someone had poured gasoline on it. His vision pulsed crimson. The zero-pointer's heat, its moving machinery, smelled like hot metal and oil. To the hunger, it smelled like a feast. Izuku's breathing went ragged. Uraraka grabbed his sleeve. We have to run. Izuku stared at the robot. Run. Yes. That was smart. That was what a normal person would do. That was what he should do. But the hunger didn't want to run. It wanted to fight. It wanted to prove dominance. It wanted to tear the giant down and stand on its remains like a king on a throne. Izuku's hands trembled. His nails threatened to lengthen. Uraraka looked at his face and flinched. His eyes weren't normal. They were glowing. Hey, she whispered, scared now. Are you okay? Izuku's jaw clenched. He remembered the alley. He remembered a screaming man. He remembered All Might's voice, squeezed his eyes shut. I choose, he whispered. Then he opened them, hard. I choose to save, he growled. Uraraka blinked. Izuku turned to her. Run, he ordered, voice sharp. Get out of here. Uraraka hesitated. But you. Izuku's eyes flashed. Run. Quote. Uraraka flinched and scrambled away. Izuku faced the zero-pointer. His heart pounded. Lightning crackled. His hunger roared. And Izuku forced his mind into cold clarity. He analyzed. Joints. Weight distribution. Weak points. The zero-pointer wasn't a living thing. It was a machine. That meant it didn't have blood. No food. No reward. Only danger. Izuku took a breath. Then he moved. He sprinted toward the robot, not straight, but angled. Missed step flicker. He reached the base of its leg as it lifted again. He leapt. Not with reckless power. With controlled output. 5%, maybe more, but channeled through vampire strength. His body launched upward like a bullet. The wind tore at his hood. The robot's massive torso rose above him like a building. Izuku clenched his fist. Red-black lightning exploded, and he punched into the joint connector behind its knee. Metal buckled. The robot staggered. Izuku landed, rolled, then misstepped again. He dashed along the rubble, climbing a broken staircase with unnatural speed. The robot turned, tracking him. Its eye locked on. A heavy blast of air displaced as it swung an arm toward him. Izuku didn't dodge like a normal kid. He blurred. Missed step. The arm smashed the staircase behind him, sending concrete raining down. Izuku appeared above the robot's shoulder, crouched like a gargoyle. His body shook. The hunger screamed. His mouth tasted like copper even though there was no blood. He clenched his teeth so hard they ached. Then he drove both hands into the robot's neck panel and ripped. Not cleanly. Violently. Wires snapped. Metal screeched. The robot's head unit tilted. Its eye flickered. And Izuku, still trembling, ripped harder. A final crack. The head unit came off. The zero-pointer froze. Then collapsed forward with a monstrous crash. Dust billowed. Silence followed. Izuku stood atop the ruined head unit, chest heaving. His hands were shaking. His eyes glowed crimson. And for one horrifying second, he didn't feel like a hero. He felt like a monster wearing a hero's dream like a costume. The hunger surged again. Not satisfied. Not fed. Just excited. Izuku's vision blurred. His legs buckled. He fell from the wreckage and hit the ground hard. He lay there, staring up at the ceiling lights. He could hear footsteps, people shouting, proctors calling, but all he could focus on was the emptiness in his stomach. Because power had burned through him like fire. And left hunger behind like ash. The kiss that drains. When Izuku woke, he was in the infirmary. The room smelled like medicine and clean sheets. Soft lights glowed overhead, not sunlight. Good. He tried to sit up. His body protested, heavy, sore. He looked down and saw bandages around his hands. And a small scratch on his forearm where metal had scraped him. The scratch was already closing. Not fully healed, just too fast. A woman sat beside the bed. Small, older, kind eyes, but sharp. Recovery girl. So, she said calmly. You're the one who caused the proctors to panic. Izuku swallowed. I'm sorry. Recovery girl hummed. You should be. That zero-pointer was not meant to be fought. Izuku looked away. Someone was trapped. Recovery girl stared at him for a long moment. Then she sighed. That, she admitted, is the only reason you're not being scolded harder. Izuku's throat tightened. Recovery girl leaned closer. I'm going to heal that scratch, she said. Izuku froze. It's fine. Recovery girl's eyebrow rose. Do you want to walk into UA with an open wound? Izuku swallowed. No. Recovery girl held his arm gently. Then she leaned in and kissed the scratch. Her quirk activated. A warm sensation spread across Izuku's skin. The scratch sealed. Izuku blinked. That part felt normal. But then, Recovery girl's face tightened. Not pain, fatigue. Her shoulders slumped slightly, like someone had suddenly added weight to her spine. Izuku's eyes widened. Are you okay? Recovery girl pulled back, breathing a little harder than she should have for a tiny scratch. Her gaze sharpened. Again, she murmured. Izuku froze. What? Recovery girl took his wrist and checked his pulse. Her eyes narrowed. Your body, she said slowly, responded to my quirk, strangely. Izuku's stomach twisted. Recovery girl's voice lowered. It's like, she paused, searching for the right words, it's like you. Our metabolism tried to pull more energy than necessary. Izuku's throat went dry. Recovery girl stared at him. You're not a normal case, are you? She asked softly. Izuku panicked. If she figured it out. If she said it out loud. Izuku's hands trembled. Recovery girl watched the trembling, the way his jaw clenched, the way his gaze kept flicking to her throat like he didn't want it to. And something in her expression changed. Not fear. Professional recognition. Like she'd seen predatory biology before, just not like this. Recovery girl sighed. All right, she said quietly. Don't answer if you can't. Izuku blinked at her. Recovery girl reached into a drawer and pulled out a small juice box. She handed it to him. Drink, she said. Izuku stared at it. It's juice. Humor me, she said. Izuku hesitated, then drank. Sweetness hit his tongue. It didn't satisfy the hunger. But it steadied his body slightly, like it filled a tiny gap. Recovery girl watched closely. Then she leaned back, thinking. I can't keep healing you the same way I heal other students, she murmured. If you overdraw energy from my quirk, you could collapse me. Izuku's stomach dropped. I didn't mean to. Recovery girl held up a hand. I know, she said. You didn't choose your biology. Izuku stared. Recovery girl's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. But, she continued, biology can be managed. She tapped her cane on the floor. I'm going to create a substitute, she said. Izuku blinked. Substitute. Recovery girl's gaze sharpened. Artificial life support packs, she said. Not blood. Izuku flinched. Not human, she added firmly. As if she'd read his panic. Izuku's breath hitched. Recovery girl continued, voice clinical. A nutrient-dense plasma analog, she said. Iron, salts, glucose, protein, anything your body can burn when your condition flares. Izuku stared at her like she'd just offered him salvation. You can do that, he whispered. Recovery girl sniffed. I've worked in medicine since before you were born, boy. Don't underestimate me. Izuku's eyes burned. He bowed deeply. Thank you. Recovery girl watched him bow. Her expression softened. Then she pointed her cane at him. But, she said sharply, listen carefully. Izuku froze. If you are accepted into UA, she said, you will be monitored. Quietly, discreetly. Izuku swallowed. And if your condition threatens other students, recovery girl continued. Eyes sharp, I will personally sedate you. Izuku's blood ran cold. Recovery girl leaned closer, voice soft but deadly serious. I'm not your enemy, she said. But I am everyone's doctor. Izuku nodded slowly, throat tight. I understand, he whispered. Recovery girl leaned back. Good, she said. Now rest. Izuku lay back on the pillow. His body felt heavy, but his mind was buzzing. He had fought the zero-pointer. He had saved Uraraka. He had survived. But the hunger was still there. Quiet. Waiting. And now, Yue knew enough to watch him. Izuku stared at the ceiling. He should have felt victorious. Instead, he felt like he had stepped onto a stage under a spotlight. Wearing a mask that might crack at any moment. Acceptamp the infirmary, a staff member handed him his belongings. Hood, sunglasses, umbrella. The staff member didn't look at him much. But Izuku noticed the way the staff member's hand hovered near a small emergency button on their belt. Just in case. Izuku walked out into the late afternoon. The sun was lower now, less brutal. Still painful, but manageable. He moved quickly, staying in shadow. He reached home and found Inko waiting at the door, face pale with worry. Izuku, she cried, pulling him into a hug. Izuku clung to her. I'm okay, he whispered. Inko pulled back, checking his face. Did it go well? Izuku hesitated. He wanted to say yes. Wanted to celebrate. Wanted to be normal. But his mind flashed to recovery girl's fatigue. To the way his body tried to drain energy without permission. So he chose honesty, at least with his mother. It went well, he said slowly. But they know something is wrong with me. Inko's face tightened. What do you mean? Izuku swallowed. They're going to watch me, he admitted. Inko's eyes filled with fear. Izuku grabbed her hands. But mom, he said, voice firm, they didn't reject me. Inko blinked. Izuku's eyes burned with quiet determination. They gave me a chance, he said. And I'm going to take it. Inko's lips trembled. Then she nodded, tears falling. Okay, she whispered. Okay. I'm proud of you. Izuku hugged her again. But deep down, as he held her, he heard something else. Not a heartbeat. A whisper in his blood. A purr of ancient satisfaction. Because the exam wasn't just a test of hero potential. It had been a test of restraint. And the hunger had learned something important. There were stronger prey in this world. Stronger blood. Stronger power. And UA was full of it. Izuku tightened his grip on his mother's hug. I won't hurt anyone. He repeated it like a prayer. Because if he didn't, the next chapter wouldn't be about school. It would be about survival. UA. I didn't feel real. It felt like someone had taken Izuku's childhood dreams, every poster, every All Might clip. Every late night, what if I could, and built them into concrete and steel. The gates were enormous. The campus stretched wide and proud under the morning sky. And the sky was already bright enough to make Izuku's skin itch. He stood under the shadow of the outer wall, hood up, UV sunglasses on, hands clenched around the handle of a thick black umbrella. His eye form fit him strangely, like he'd borrowed a version of himself from another timeline. Inko stood beside him, trying to smile through the anxiety. You're going to be okay, she whispered for the 5th time. Izuku nodded for the 5th time. I'm okay, he lied automatically. He wasn't okay. He was managing. There was a difference. Because the moment he stepped out of the shadow and into the open, the sunlight pressed against him like a silent weight. Not enough to collapse him, He'd adapted over months, but enough to remind him that the world was not built for him anymore. His body wanted shade the way lungs wanted air. And worse than the sunlight, were the people. Hundreds of students poured through the gates, laughing, shouting, showing off quirks in tiny casual flexes, sparkling fingers, floating phones, small gusts of wind. It wasn't even arrogance, not always. It was just normal. To them, power was as common as breath. To Izuku, it was an ocean of heartbeats. He could hear them, not clearly like words, more like rhythm. A constant thrum of life all around him, like the whole campus was a living creature. And inside him, the hunger stirred. Not screaming, not yet, but awake, curious. So much life, it seemed to murmur. Izuku's grip tightened on his umbrella. No. He took a slow breath, remembering All Might's training. Cold mind, warm heart, choose. He stepped forward. Inko touched his sleeve gently. Call me after homeroom, she said, voice shaking. Izuku nodded. I will. Inko hesitated, then leaned in like she wanted to hug him but didn't want to smudge his carefully aura. NGED, normal, image in front of other parents. So she did something else. She adjusted his collar. A mother's spell. A tiny act of love that said, you are still my child. Not a monster. Not a secret. You are you. Izuku swallowed hard. Love you, he whispered. Inko's eyes shone. Love you more. Then she stepped back and let him go. Izuku walked through the gates alone. And every step felt like crossing a line he couldn't uncross. Class 1A. The classroom was bright, but indoor bright, controlled bright. No sunlight directly on him. The pressure eased the moment he entered. He exhaled without realizing he'd been holding his breath. Students gathered in clusters, talking loudly, excited, nervous. Some recognized each other from the exam. Some were already comparing quirks like trading cards. Izuku slipped toward the back instinctively. He chose a seat that kept him away from the windows. Shadow adjacent. Safe. He set his bag down carefully. Inside, tucked in a side pocket, was a small insulated pouch, plain, unmarked. Recovery Girls First, Life Blood, Prototype. It wasn't blood. It smelled like iron and medicine, like a hospital hallway. It was meant for emergencies only, something his body could burn when hunger spiked. All Might had insisted he carry it. Izuku hated that he needed it. He hated more that it comforted him. He sat down and forced his shoulders to relax. A familiar voice chirped near the doorway. Oh, Hood-kun. Izuku froze. He turned his head slowly. Uraraka waved at him, smiling bright like a sunrise Izuku was terrified of. I remember you, she said, walking over. You saved me from that giant robot. Izuku's cheeks heated instantly. He tugged his hood slightly lower on reflex. It was nothing, he stammered. Uraraka tilted her head, studying him. You're still wearing sunglasses indoors, she said, not accusing, just curious. Are you okay? Izuku's mouth went dry. Before he could answer, another voice cut in, sharper. That's him. Izuku's spine went rigid. Bakugo. Of course it would be Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo stood a few desks away, staring at Izuku like he'd found a crack in reality. His eyes narrowed. You, Bakugo said, low and dangerous. You got in. Izuku swallowed. Bakugo, he said automatically, voice careful. Bakugo's lip curled. Don't say my name like we're friends, Bakugo hissed. Uraraka blinked, startled. Hey. Bakugo ignored her completely, taking a step closer to Izuku's desk. That wasn't normal, Bakugo said, voice tight. That day in the alley. Izuku's blood ran cold. Uraraka looked between them, confused. Alley. Bakugo's gaze stayed locked on Izuku. You moved wrong, Bakugo whispered. And you smelled weird. Izuku's fingers tightened under the desk. He could hear Bakugo's heartbeat, fast, aggressive, like a drumline. The hunger twitched at the intensity. Izuku forced it down. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku lied. Bakugo's eyes narrowed further. Liar, he spat. You've always been a liar. Izuku flinched. Uraraka stepped forward, hands raised like she wanted to de-escalate. Maybe you two should. The classroom door slid open. And the room fell silent like someone had pressed a mute button. A man stepped in. Messy black hair. Tired eyes. Yellow scarf wrapped around his neck like a sleeping snake. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week and hated everyone for existing. Shota Aizawa. Erase her head. Izuku's heart jumped, half awe, half dread. Aizawa's gaze swept the room once. Then he spoke, voice flat and unimpressed. Sit down. Everyone sat instantly. Even Bakugo. Izuku's pulse steadied slightly. Aizawa didn't step to the front like a normal teacher. He walked past the desks like a predator doing a head count. His eyes moved over each student, not curious, and his gaze past Izuku. Izuku felt it like a weight. Aizawa's eyes lingered 1 second longer than normal. Then moved on. Izuku swallowed. Did he notice? Aizawa reached the front and dropped into the teacher's chair like gravity was personal. Welcome to UA, he said. No smile. No inspirational speech. No, you're the future. Just exhaustion and danger. You're not here to be kids, Aizawa continued. You're here to become heroes. He yawned. Or drop out. The room stiffened. Aizawa leaned back. We're not doing introductions, he said. They waste time. A few students looked relieved. Izuku did not. Because wasting time meant something else. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. Put on your gym clothes, he said. We're doing quirk apprehension tests. A murmur rippled through the room. Midnight on the first day. No. Aizawa on the first day. Izuku's stomach tightened. Quirk tests. If Aizawa erased one for all. That was fine. But if Aizawa noticed the rest. Izuku's fingers twitched. He could feel other strength under his skin like a coiled spring. Aizawa stood. You have 5 minutes, he said. Move. Gym clothes and shadows. The locker room was another test. The boys changed quickly, laughing. Introducing themselves anyway despite Aizawa's no introductions rule. Izuku changed in the corner. He kept his hooded UV jacket on until the last possible second. His gym uniform was standard UA issue, blue and white with bold letters. But under it, he wore a thin compression layer All Might had insisted on. Not for muscle, for containment. If his skin reacted, the layer helped keep him from clawing himself raw. He pulled on his gym shirt and tried to ignore the way his senses picked up sweat, deodorant, detergent, and the subtle metallic scent from someone's scraped knuckle. His hunger twitched. He closed his eyes. Breathe. Choose. He stepped out with the others. Outside on the training field, the sun was bright. Izuku flinched instinctively. Then remembered, Aizawa had chosen the training field. Not a gym. Not a shaded arena. Outside. In sunlight. Izuku's stomach dropped. He stood as far from the direct sun as he could without looking suspicious. But there wasn't much shadow. He felt the heat press into his skin. Not burning. Not collapsing. But irritating. Like the sun was whispering, you don't belong here. Aizawa stood at the front with a clipboard and a ball. Line up, he said. The students formed a row. Izuku stayed near the back. Aizawa didn't seem to care about order. He cared about results. Quirk apprehension tests, Aizawa said flatly. I'll measure your current abilities. Most of you have never used your quirks in real combat conditions. He glanced at them. That changes today. A tall student raised a hand. Shouldn't we do orientation first? Aizawa's scarf shifted slightly as if it had its own mood. This is your orientation, Aizawa said. In the real world, no one cares if you're comfortable before a crisis. He turned his gaze toward the class. And if you can't perform, you're not suited for this. The air tightened. Aizawa pointed at a student. You. Ball throw. The student stepped forward, used his quirk, launched the ball with impressive force. Aizawa wrote a note. Next. It continued. Some students did well. Some stumbled. Some surprised themselves. Izuku watched, analyzing automatically, distance, output, efficiency. His old habit comforted him. His new hunger did not. Then Aizawa spoke a name. Midoriya. Izuku froze. Every eye turned toward him. Bakugo's gaze burned like a laser. Uraraka looked nervous for him, like she remembered him fainting after the exam. Izuku stepped forward, umbrella not allowed, hood down because Aizawa would call it equipment misuse. The sunlight hit his face directly. His skin prickled. His stomach turned. His mouth tasted faintly metallic. He forced his breathing steady. Aizawa tossed him the ball. Izuku caught it easily. Too easily. He felt the weight. Light. But the sensation of being watched made his hunger stir, like attention itself was a trigger. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Use your quirk, Aizawa said. Izuku's heart hammered. He couldn't go full power. If he did, the red-black lightning would show, and worse. The hunger might spike. He also couldn't pretend to be weak. Not here. Not under Aizawa. So he chose the middle path. He clenched his jaw. Okay, Izuku said quietly. Aizawa's eyes locked onto him. Izuku felt it, like being pinned under a microscope. Then Aizawa's eyes flashed, and something shifted. Izuku felt One for All go silent for half a heartbeat. Like a switch flipped off. The red-black lightning under his skin vanished instantly. Izuku's breath caught. Aizawa's quirk. Erasure. It worked. But the rest of Izuku. The cold strength, the predatory senses, the hunger. They didn't disappear. They were still there, steady as bone. Izuku's stomach tightened. Aizawa watched him like he'd just confirmed a theory. Throw, Aizawa said flatly. Izuku stared at the ball. He could feel every student watching. He could feel Bakugo's suspicion like heat. He could feel sunlight pressing on his skin. He could feel hunger humming in the background. He could feel the old part of him whisper. Show them. Izuku swallowed. No. He drew in a breath. Then he threw. Not with One for All. With pure physical strength. His arm snapped forward. The ball launched like a bullet, cutting through the air. It didn't explode. It didn't crackle with lightning. It just went, fast, clean, far. The ball hit the ground in the distance with a thud and rolled. The measurement device beeped. A number flashed. High. High enough that murmurs rippled through the class. Izuku's pulse spiked. Bakugo's eyes widened, then narrowed in fury. That, someone whispered, isn't his quirk supposed to be? Aizawa's gaze didn't leave Izuku. He wrote something on his clipboard. Then he spoke, voice calm but sharp. Interesting. Izuku's blood ran cold. Aizawa's eyes flicked once, like he was noticing details others couldn't. The way Izuku stood slightly angled away from the sun. The way his breathing was controlled but too careful. The way his eyes reflected light oddly behind his lashes. Aizawa stepped closer. He didn't raise his voice. But the threat in his calm was worse than shouting. Midoriya, Aizawa said, what is your quirk? Izuku swallowed. He couldn't say, One for All. He couldn't say, I'm a vampire descendant. He couldn't say anything true without detonating his life. So he used the lie All Might and Nezu had prepared. It's a stockpiling quirk, Izuku said carefully. It enhances my body. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. And yet, Aizawa said quietly, I erased it. Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa leaned slightly closer. But your enhancement remained, Aizawa continued. The class went dead silent. Izuku felt a bead of sweat slide down his neck, not from heat. From fear. Aizawa's voice stayed flat. Either my erasure failed, he said, or what you just used isn't a quirk. Izuku's heart slammed in his chest. He could hear it. He could hear everyone's hearts. The hunger twitched at the sudden flood of adrenaline around him. Izuku clenched his fists. Aizawa watched the fist clench. His scarf shifted slightly, like it was ready. Answer, Aizawa said. Izuku's throat tightened so hard it hurt. He started. Then Present Mike's voice boomed faintly from the sidelines where he was assisting. Yo, eraser. Don't break the kid on day one. A few students flinched at the sudden volume. Aizawa didn't even blink. Izuku forced himself to speak. It's complicated, Izuku said, voice shaking. Aizawa's eyes stayed on him. Complicated gets people killed, Aizawa replied. Izuku swallowed hard. Then, because panic makes people honest in strange ways, Izuku blurted the "See manage. My body is different," he said quietly. It's not something I chose. Silence. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment. Then he stepped back. He turned his gaze to the clipboard. Continue the tests, Aizawa said to the class. The pressure eased slightly as students moved again. But Izuku didn't relax. Because Aizawa had not let it go. He had filed it away. Like a knife placed carefully on a shelf. For later. The smell. The rest of the test felt like walking on a wire. Izuku performed well. Not the best. Not suspiciously perfect. But strong enough to prove he belonged. All eel sunlight pressed on him like a slow poison. By the time the tests ended, his head throbbed. His skin felt too tight. His hunger wasn't screaming, but it was restless. Like being forced to sit still. While someone waved food in front of your face. Students chatted, relieved. Some bragged. Some complained. Bakugo glared at Izuku like he wanted to explode him for answers. Izuku kept his head down. Then Aizawa spoke again. Midoriya, stay. Izuku's stomach dropped. Everyone turned. Uraraka looked worried. Iida, who had been trying to be proper all morning, looked scandalized. Bakugo's grin flashed sharp and ugly. Like he'd been waiting for this. Izuku felt the hunger twitch. Not because Aizawa was food. Because Aizawa was danger. And danger made instincts rise. The class slowly filtered away. Aizawa waited until they were alone, except for a few teachers at a distance. Aizawa walked toward Izuku, hands in his pockets. He didn't look angry. He looked tired. Tired in the way someone looks. They've seen too many disasters and don't have patience for new ones. He stopped a few feet away. Izuku stood straight, forcing himself not to fidget. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Take off the sunglasses, he said. Izuku froze. Sir, he started. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. Now, he said. Izuku swallowed. Slowly, he removed them. The sunlight hit his eyes more directly. They watered instantly. His pupils tightened. A faint crimson ring, subtle, not glowing, appeared around the green. Aizawa saw it. His expression didn't change, but something in his eyes did. Recognition. Not supernatural recognition. Professional recognition. Like he'd seen that look in villains who enjoyed hurting people. Aizawa's voice dropped. You smell like a crime scene, kid, he said. Izuku's blood ran cold. He tried to speak, but his throat refused. Aizawa stepped closer by one step. Not enough to threaten. Enough to test. Izuku could smell Aizawa too. Sleep deprivation, coffee, fabric, and underneath it all, a clear and sharp scent of someone who fights often. Aizawa's eyes stayed locked on Izuku's face. You didn't flinch when you broke machines apart, Aizawa said quietly. You didn't celebrate. You didn't smile. You looked. He paused. Hungry. Izuku's nails pressed into his palms. Aizawa's scarf shifted slightly, sensing tension. Izuku forced his voice out. I don't want to hurt anyone, he whispered. Aizawa stared. That's what everyone says. Aizawa replied. Izuku's eyes burned, part sunlight, part emotion. I mean it, Izuku said, voice cracking. I'm trying. Aizawa watched him for a long moment. He said something that made Izuku's stomach drop even further. Show me your bag, Aizawa said. Izuku froze. Inside the bag, notebooks, standard supplies, gym clothes. And the lifeblood pouch. If Aizawa found it, he'd ask questions. If he asked questions, Izuku would lie. If he lied badly, Aizawa would expel him. And if he expelled him, Izuku didn't know what he'd become without a structure holding him upright. Izuku's hands trembled as he lifted his bag. Aizawa held out his hand. Izuku hesitated. Then, because his training with All Might had taught him one thing, he chose honesty where he could. There's medical stuff, Izuku said quickly. For my condition. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Condition. Izuku nodded. My sunlight sensitivity, he said. Aizawa's gaze stayed sharp. Open it, he said. Izuku swallowed hard. He unzipped the bag. Aizawa looked inside. His hand moved with precise calm, not rummaging wildly, searching like someone who knew what he was looking for. His fingers brushed the insulated pouch. He pulled it out. Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa held it up. What is this? He asked. Izuku's voice shook. A supplement. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. It smells like iron, he said flatly. Izuku swallowed. Aizawa's gaze flicked to Izuku's face again. And your eyes reacted when I mentioned hunger, he said. Izuku's throat tightened. Aizawa's voice stayed calm. Tell me, Aizawa said, what you are. The question was quiet, but it was heavier than any shout. Izuku's mind flashed to All Might. To Rule 4, no one else can know. To Nezu's warning, honesty, but controlled. To the reality that Aizawa was not someone you could fool with a cute lie. Izuku's chest tightened. He forced the safest truth out. I'm dangerous if I don't control myself, Izuku whispered. Aizawa stared. Izuku's voice cracked. And I'm controlling myself, he added quickly. I'm training. I have support. I have rules. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. Support, he repeated. Izuku flinched, realizing he'd revealed too much. Aizawa's expression didn't soften, but his voice lowered. You're a liability, Aizawa said. Izuku's stomach dropped. But, Aizawa continued, liabilities can be managed, if they're honest. Izuku blinked, stunned. Aizawa stepped closer again, voice like steel wrapped in tiredness. Here's how this works, Aizawa said. You do not feed on people. You do not lose control on my campus. Izuku nodded rapidly. I won't. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. If you do, Aizawa said quietly, I will stop you. Izuku's blood ran cold. Aizawa's scarf shifted like a living threat. And if stopping you isn't enough, Aizawa added, I will expel you. Izuku's throat tightened. He forced himself to nod again. Aizawa watched him for a long moment. Then his gaze flicked toward the sky. The sun was still bright. Izuku's eyes watered again. Aizawa noticed. He clicked his tongue softly. You're struggling, he said. Izuku tried to deny it, but his body betrayed him. His shoulders sagged slightly. Aizawa sighed. Go inside, he said. Drink your supplement. Izuku blinked. Sir. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Don't make me repeat myself, Aizawa muttered. You're no use to anyone if you pass out. Izuku swallowed hard. He bowed, deep, respectful. Thank you, he whispered. Aizawa didn't respond. He turned away as if the conversation was over. Then, without looking back, he said. One more thing, Midoriya. Izuku froze. Aizawa's voice was flat. If you want to stay in my class, he said, prove it. Izuku's throat tightened. How? He whispered. Aizawa finally glanced over his shoulder. His eyes were sharp, tired, and strangely honest. Not by being strong, Aizawa said. Izuku blinked. Aizawa's voice dropped. By being safe, he finished. Then he walked away. Izuku stood there in the sunlight for one extra second, stunned. The hunger stirred, not from desire, but from pressure. Because now the one teacher most likely to expel him was also the one who understood the stakes. And behind Izuku's ribs, the ancient part of him purred like it enjoyed being challenged. Izuku clenched his fist. I'll prove it, he promised himself. Because if he didn't, UA wouldn't be the place he became a hero. It would be the place he became a cautionary tale. The first time Izuku Midoriya understood what UA truly was, it wasn't during the entrance exam. It wasn't in homeroom. It wasn't even during Aizawa's cold stare and colder warning. It was on the day they walked into the USJ, the unforeseen simulation joint, and Izzle didn't just train heroes. It trained them inside, a cage full of things that wanted to kill them. The bus ride there was loud. Too loud. Everyone was excited, arguing over what the USJ would look like, what scenarios they'd run, who would be the best at rescue. Who would be the best at combat. Izuku sat near the back, hood up despite being indoors, sunglasses on even though the windows were tinted. The sound of heartbeats in a crowded bus wasn't pleasant. It was messy. 100 little rhythms overlapping, rising and falling with laughter and nerves. His hunger didn't roar at them anymore the way it used to. Now it did something worse. It listened, like it was learning the music of people. Izuku stared out the window and focused on All Might's voice in his memory instead. Cold mind, warm heart, choose. Beside him, Uraraka leaned over slightly. Hey, she said softly. Trying to be discreet. You doing okay? Izuku blinked. Her heartbeat was steady, friendly. No threat. He nodded. Yeah, just light sensitive. Uraraka nodded, accepting it easily. Makes sense. USJ is inside anyway, so it should be better. Izuku forced a small smile. Yeah. Across the aisle, Iida sat upright like a soldier. This training will be vital, he declared, chopping the air with his hands like a human metronome. We must treat it with the utmost seriousness. Kaminari laughed. Bro, relax. It's basically a theme park. Bakugo scoffed loudly. Shut up. If any of you slow me down, I'll blast you. Izuku kept his gaze down. Bakugo's heartbeat was always loud. Not literally louder, just angrier. Like his blood ran hot enough to boil. Aizawa sat at the front of the bus, wrapped in his sleeping bag like a mummy. He looked dead to the world. But Izuku could tell he wasn't asleep. Because Aizawa's heartbeat didn't change. Because Aizawa's breathing stayed controlled. Because predators didn't sleep deeply around unknown dangers. Izuku swallowed. He's watching. Not just the class. Maybe watching me. The bus slowed. The building appeared ahead, massive, domed, industrial. USJ. The moment Izuku stepped inside, relief washed over him. No sunlight. Artificial lights. Cool air. His skin stopped itching. His nausea eased. He breathed in, and for a moment, the world felt normal. Almost. 13 greeted them, small, spacesuit hero, friendly voice. Welcome to the USJ. 13 said brightly. Today we'll be practicing rescue training. Students cheered. Izuku's heart lifted. Rescue training. That was good. That meant no blood. No panic. No. Aizawa's voice cut through the excitement like a knife. Don't get comfortable, he said. Everyone turned. Aizawa stepped forward. Scarf trailing, eyes tired and sharp. This is hero training, he said flatly. That means accidents happen. Izuku felt his hunger twitch at the word accident. Aizawa's gaze swept the class. And villains exist, he added. The room quieted. Izuku's mouth went dry. Aizawa stared at them for a long moment, then sighed. Pick a scenario, Aizawa muttered. Get to work. Students began moving, chatting again. Excitement returning. Izuku stayed slightly behind, scanning instinctively. He didn't know why. He just felt wrong. Not fear exactly. More like, the air had shifted. Like the building's silence was listening back. His eyes flicked to the central plaza of the USJ, the wide open area with a fountain. The surface of the water glimmered under the lights. And for a second, Izuku thought he saw the water ripple. Not from a breeze. From something underneath. He frowned. Then a sound cut through the air. A low, wet distortion. Like reality was being twisted. Izuku's head snapped toward the center. A dark mist swirled near the fountain. Students stared. What is that? Someone asked. The mist expanded. A human shape stepped out of it. Then another. Then a crowd. And at the front, a pale, scratched-faced young man with a hand-like mask on his face. Shigaraki Tamura. Behind him, Kurogiri, the mist-bodied villain like a walking doorway. And between them, a creature. Not a person. Not a villain in a costume. A thing built like a nightmare. Swollen muscle, exposed brain, black skin stretched tight, eyes blank. Nomu. The atmosphere in the USJ changed instantly. Fear hit the room like a wave. Izuku's senses sharpened so violently it almost hurt. So many heartbeats spiking at once. So much adrenaline. So much sweat. And inside Izuku, his hunger stirred, not at the fear itself, but at what fear did to blood. It made it run fast. It made it rich. It made it. Izuku clenched his jaw hard enough to ache. Aizawa moved first. He didn't hesitate. His scarf snapped outward like a living whip. Villains. Aizawa said, voice cold. 13's cheerful tone vanished. This is not part of the training. 13 shouted. Students, evacuate. Shigaraki lifted his head. His voice was raspy, irritated. Where's All Might? He demanded, like a child who'd been promised a toy and found the wrong one. Aizawa stepped forward, blocking the students. Doesn't matter, Aizawa said. You're in the wrong place. Quote. Kurogiri's fog swirled. Shigaraki scratched at his neck. We came for the symbol of peace, he muttered. But, fine, we'll kill the extras too. The villains behind him laughed. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Izuku's stomach tightened. This is real. No proctors. No safety net. No simulation. Just death walking in the front door. Aizawa's scarf lashed out, binding villains and snapping them off balance. He moved like a machine, precise, fast, merciless. Izuku saw it. A hero wasn't just power. A hero was timing. Aizawa's voice barked without looking back. 13. Get them out. 13 nodded, raising their hands. Everyone, move toward the exits. Shigaraki lifted a hand lazily. Kurogiri's mist surged outward. A black vortex opened beneath the students. Izuku's heart slammed. Warp gate. The floor vanished. Students screamed as gravity betrayed them. Izuku felt himself falling. The world twisted. His stomach lurched. His senses screamed. And then, water hit him like a wall. The flood zone. Izuku surfaced with a gasp. Cold water surrounded him. Artificial sky above, dim lights reflecting on the surface. He coughed, sputtering, grabbing for air. His hood was gone. His sunglasses were gone. His gym uniform clung to him like a second skin. He blinked hard. A wave rolled past him, and something moved under the surface, shapes. Not fish. Not rescue dummies. People. Villains. Izuku's heart pounded. He spun, searching. Uraraka, he shouted instinctively. No answer. Then a voice screamed, Deku. Izuku turned. Mineta flailed nearby, barely keeping his head above water. And clinging to a floating chunk of rubble. Tsuyu Asui. Her eyes were wide but focused. Midoriya-chan, she called. Over here. Izuku swam toward them quickly, water slicing around him. Tsuyu's frog quirk made her steady in water. Mineta was pure panic. Izuku reached the rubble and grabbed the edge, hauling himself up partially. Tsuyu looked at him sharply. Are you hurt? She asked. Izuku shook his head. No, just. His words cut off. Because he could smell something. Not just water. Not just sweat. Something metallic, faint but immediate. Izuku looked down. A shell, cut on his forearm, probably from debris when he fell, was bleeding lightly into the water. The moment his blood hit the flood zone, the world changed. Villains in the water reacted like sharks sensing chum. Izuku heard splashes. He saw heads turn, eyes lock onto him. The aquatic villains, mutated bodies, fins, gills, sharp teeth, started moving faster. Tsuyu noticed too. Her eyes narrowed. They're coming, she said, calm but urgent. Mineta squealed. Why are they looking at us? Izuku stared at the water around him. His blood spread thinly like a red thread. And something inside him, something ancient, answered. The beast smelling home. Izuku's vision pulsed crimson at the edges. His mouth tasted copper. His canines ached. His hands tightened on the rubble until the concrete creaked. Tsuyu's voice cut through. Midoriya-chan, she asked cautiously. You're looking strange. Izuku forced himself to breathe. Cold mind. Choose. But the water amplified everything. Every heartbeat. Every movement. Every scent. The flood zone wasn't just a battlefield. It was a feeding ground. The villains surged closer, grinning. Fresh meat, one hissed. Izuku's jaw clenched. He couldn't let them get to Tsuyu or Mineta. He couldn't let himself lose control. But his body was already changing subtly. Not a full transformation. Just readiness. His nails hardened. His grip tightened. His pupils narrowed. And then the worst part. He felt something else. Not just hunger. A mental fog. A trance. Like the scent of his own blood in water was pulling him into a colder mindset. Predator instinct. Blood trance. Izuku swallowed hard. Tsuyu, he said, voice rougher than normal, stay behind me. Mineta blinked. Behind you. You can swim. Izuku didn't answer. Because the first villain lunged. Izuku moved. Not like a kid flailing in water. Like a shadow slipping through it. His body didn't fight the resistance. It cut through. He grabbed the villain by the wrist mid-lunge and twisted, hard. Bones popped. The villain screamed. Izuku shoved them back into the water, then turned and kicked another villain in the chest, sending them splashing backward. Mineta gaped. Tsuyu blinked once, startled, then steadied. Midoriya-chan, she murmured. That speed. Izuku's eyes flicked to her. I'm fine, he lied automatically. But his voice wasn't fine. It sounded colder. The aquatic villain circled again, wary now. One laughed. You're weird, kid, it hissed. You smell like something old. Izuku's stomach tightened. His blood in the water made the villains excited. But it also made them cautious. Like they sensed something was wrong. One villain licked their lips. Still, it growled, you'll bleed like anyone else. They attacked together. Izuku took a breath. And for a heartbeat, he almost let the trance take him fully. Because it would be easy. Too easy. He could rip them apart. He could drown them. He could. Tsuyu grabbed his sleeve suddenly. Midoriya-chan, she said sharply. Look at me. Izuku blinked. Her eyes were steady. Not afraid. Not worshipping. Just present. Human. A lifeline. Izuku's breath caught. Tsuyu spoke quietly. You're starting to drift, she said. Ribbit. Izuku swallowed. He realized his heartbeat had slowed. Too slow. Like he was becoming calm in a way that wasn't normal. Calm like a predator before a kill. Izuku clenched his fists until pain bit into his palms. Pain grounded him. He forced the trance back. I'm okay, he whispered, this time half-truth. Tsuyu nodded once, as if accepting that, okay, meant, fighting it. Then she spoke like a team leader. We need to get to land. She said. There's a ship zone and platforms. If we stay in open water, we'll be surrounded. Mineta nodded furiously. Yes, land, please. Izuku scanned the area. A large boat structure sat not too far away, half submerged, like a rescue scenario prop. Villains dotted the platforms, but few were in the open water. Izuku nodded. Okay, he said. Follow me. Stay close. Mineta clung to Tsuyu like a terrified barnacle. Tsuyu grabbed Mineta's shirt. Izuku dove back into the water and swam, fast. Tsuyu followed, graceful. Mineta flailed, but Tsuyu dragged him. Villains chased. Splashes erupted behind them. Izuku's cut bled more from movement. The scent thickened. The villains' frenzy grew. Izuku's hunger growled in response. He felt his jaw tighten. He forced himself not to open his mouth. Not to taste. Not to. A villain surged up ahead, blocking their path. Izuku didn't slow. He hit the villain like a bullet, shoulder slamming into their chest. They both went under. Water swallowed sound. Under the surface, Izuku saw the villain's eyes widen in surprise. The villain tried to grab him. Izuku's hand snapped up and clamped around their throat. He could feel their pulse under his fingers. His hunger screamed. For one horrifying second, Izuku's mouth drifted toward the villain's neck. The trance whispered, "Just once. Just enough." Izuku's eyes flashed red. Then Tsuyu's hand grabbed his wrist underwater, strong, steady. Her eyes locked with his through the water. She shook her head once. Izuku's whole body trembled. Then he chose. He released the throat and shoved the villain away instead, kicking upward and breaking the surface with a gasp. They reached the boat structure. Izuku grabbed the edge and hauled himself up. Tsuyu hopped up easily, dragging Mineta. Mineta collapsed onto the deck, sobbing dramatically. "I'm never going to the beach again." Tsuyu ignored him and looked at Izuku. "Your arm," she said. Izuku glanced down. The cut was still bleeding. Not much, but enough. Tsuyu's eyes narrowed. "You need to stop that," she said. Izuku nodded and grabbed his sleeve, tearing fabric to wrap it tight. The pressure slowed the bleeding. The scent eased slightly. And in response, the villains in the water calmed, just a fraction. Izuku exhaled shakily. Tsuyu studied him again. "You're fighting your own instincts," she said quietly, like she'd already decided. Izuku froze. Tsuyu didn't look scared. She looked thoughtful. Then she nodded once. "Okay," she said simply. "We'll get through this." Izuku's throat tightened. "Thank you," he whispered. Tsuyu turned to scan the zone. "We need to regroup with the class," she said. "And find Aizawa-sensei." Mineta sniffled. "I don't wanna regroup. I wanna go home." Izuku ignored him. He looked out over the flood zone. The villains were still there. Still watching. But now there was something else in the air. A pressure. Aizawa. Izuku could feel it faintly, combat happening somewhere in the central plaza. And then, a sound like a building being punched. A distant boom. Izuku's head snapped up. Tsuyu's eyes widened. "That sounded like All Might," she whispered. Izuku's stomach dropped. All Might wasn't supposed to be here. All Might was supposed to arrive later. All Might was supposed to. But if he was here now, then the villains had brought their real weapon out too. Izuku's gaze drifted back toward the center zone. His senses stretched. And for one heartbeat, he felt something unnatural. Not hunger. Not fear. Not a villain's excitement. Something empty. A heartbeat that didn't feel alive. A body that moved like a puppet. Nomu. Izuku's blood ran cold. Tsuyu noticed his face. "What is it?" she asked. Izuku swallowed. "Something bad," he whispered. Back to the plaza. They moved fast. Tsuyu leapt across structures. Izuku followed, mist step flickering him between shadows on the boat and platforms. Mineta clung to Tsuyu like a backpack, whining the entire time. They reached an exit corridor leading back to the central plaza. As they approached, the air changed again. It smelled like dust, sweat, and violence. And under it, blood. Real blood. Not just Izuku's. Multiple people. Izuku's hunger surged instantly, and he nearly staggered. Tsuyu grabbed his sleeve again, grounding him. "Midoriya-chan," she warned softly. Izuku clenched his jaw. "I'm okay," he lied. But his eyes were already pulsing red. They stepped into the plaza. Chaos. Villains scattered across the training zones. Students fighting desperately. Aizawa in the center, scarf whipping, eyes glowing with erasure. He was surrounded, outnumbered, still fighting like a machine. Izuku saw it immediately. Aizawa was bleeding. Small cuts, bruises, one deeper wound on his shoulder. Blood dripped down his arm. Izuku's hunger roared. His body leaned forward. Tsuyu's grip tightened, whispered. Izuku swallowed hard, forcing himself to look away from the blood. He scanned instead. Where was All Might? Then he saw it. Shigaraki near the fountain, laughing like a child breaking toys. Kurogiri standing behind him like a doorway. And between them, Nomu. The creature stood still for a moment, then moved, fast. Too fast. It slammed into Aizawa. Aizawa's body flew across the plaza like he weighed nothing. Izuku's heart stopped. Tsuyu gasped. Mineta screamed. Aizawa hit the ground hard, rolling, scarf limp for half a second. His eyes flickered. Erasure dropped for a heartbeat. The villains surged. Shigaraki laughed. Erase that, he muttered mockingly. Izuku's mind snapped into clarity. Aizawa-sensei is going to die. He started moving before he realized it. Tsuyu grabbed him. Midoriya-chan, she hissed. We need to. Izuku's voice came out cold, sharp. We need to help, he said. Tsuyu's eyes widened at his tone. Izuku didn't care. He couldn't. His body was already moving. Missed step. He blurred forward, sprinting across the plaza. Villains turned, startled. One lunged at him. Izuku didn't even slow. He grabbed the villain's head and slammed it into the concrete, hard enough to stun, not kill. He kept running. His stomach twisted at the scent of blood in the air. He forced it down. He reached Aizawa's position. Aizawa tried to sit up, scarf twitching weakly. His eyes were tired, pained. And when he saw Izuku, his expression tightened. Midoriya, Aizawa rasped. Get back. Izuku shook his head. No, he said. Aizawa stared at him like he'd just volunteered to jump into a volcano. Izuku's gaze flicked to Nomu. Nomu turned its blank eyes toward him. And Izuku felt it again, that emptiness. Like a corpse pretending to be alive. His hunger reacted, strangely. Not desire. Disgust. Because there was no life in that thing the way there was in humans. It was muscle and programming and stolen flesh. A puppet. A corpse puppet. The realization made Izuku's stomach twist. But it also gave him something else. Relief. If Nomu wasn't truly alive, then fighting it wouldn't tempt his hunger the same way. Izuku stepped forward, placing himself between Nomu and Aizawa. Aizawa coughed. You idiot. Izuku's voice was quiet. I'm not letting you die, he said. Nomu moved. It charged. Izuku's body reacted instantly. Missed step blur. He dodged the first punch by an inch. The air displaced like a cannon blast. Izuku felt the shockwave rattle his bones. Nomu's fist smashed into the ground, cracking concrete. Izuku's eyes widened. That would have killed me before. But now, his vampire durability held. His body didn't shatter. Fear still struck, but it didn't paralyze. It sharpened him. Izuku clenched his fist. Red-black lightning flickered under his skin. One for All tried to rise. The hunger tried to rise with it. Izuku gritted his teeth. Not now. He chose output carefully. Full cowling, he whispered. And the red-black lightning snapped across his limbs in controlled threads. Not a bow fa, an explosion. A harness. His muscles tightened. His speed doubled. Nomu swung again. Izuku darted in, struck the elbow joint, then the ribs, then the knee. He wasn't trying to knock it out. He was trying to figure out its limits. Nomu barely reacted. It turned, caught his shoulder mid-move, and slammed him into the ground. Izuku's vision flashed white. Pain burst through him. But then, regeneration. Not instant, but fast. His ribs realigned. His skin knit. His breath returned. Izuku pushed up with a growl. Nomu stared at him. Then, strangely, it tilted its head, as if confused. Izuku realized why. Nomu had regeneration. So did he. It had met something that didn't break easily. Aizawa, on the ground behind him, stared with tired eyes. Midoriya, he rasped. Izuku didn't look back. He kept his eyes on Nomu. Stay down, Izuku ordered Aizawa quietly. Aizawa coughed a laugh that sounded like pain. Bossy. Izuku moved again. This time, he didn't just punch. He used his vampire strength, thrall strength, layered with one for all stockpiled power. Red-black lightning cracked. He struck Nomu's jaw. The impact snapped Nomu's head back. Nomu stumbled, actually stumbled. Izuku's eyes widened. It felt that. Nomu roared. It grabbed Izuku again. Izuku twisted, slipping free, but Nomu's fingers scraped his forearm. New blood spilled. The scent hit the air. Villains nearby reacted, heads snapping toward Izuku like predators. Izuku's hunger surged violently in response. His vision pulsed red. His mouth flooded with saliva. Nomu raised its fist, ready to smash him again. Izuku's body trembled, not from fear of Nomu. From fear of himself. Because the hunger was rising fast now, triggered by blood and adrenaline. Triggered by power use. Triggered by the fight. And if Izuku lost control here, in front of everyone, in front of Aizawa, he would become exactly what people feared. Nomu lunged. Izuku made a decision, a desperate one. He stepped in instead of dodging. He let Nomu's hand grab him. And as Nomu pulled him close, Izuku's head snapped forward. His teeth sank into Nomu's shoulder. Not deep enough to tear. Not enough for gore, but enough for taste. Izuku's eyes widened instantly. Because it wasn't blood the way blood should be. It was thick, stale, wrong, like rotten metal mixed with chemicals. His stomach revolted. He ripped his mouth away, gagging. Disgust flooded him so hard it shocked the hunger into silence for half a second. Izuku spat. What the hell? He choked, shaking. Nomu didn't scream. It didn't react like a living thing. It just stared. Blank. Obedient. Izuku's mind clicked into place. It's not alive, Izuku whispered. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly. Izuku wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Shaking with revulsion. It's a corpse puppet, he said, voice raw. Shigaraki's grin widened in the distance. Nomu raised its fist again. Izuku's stomach twisted, but the disgust gave him clarity. If it wasn't alive, he didn't have to fear feeding. If it wasn't alive, his hunger didn't get a reward. This wasn't prey. It was a weapon. And that meant Izuku could fight it with everything he had. Without becoming a predator. Nomu swung. Izuku ducked. Red-black lightning snapped across his legs. He launched upward, striking Nomu's jaw again, harder. Then the neck. Then the chest. Hit after hit. A brutal slugfest. Nomu hit back. Izuku hit the ground. Regenerated. Hit back again. The fight became a loop of violence and endurance. Aizawa watched, breathing hard, eyes narrowed. Villains stared, unsettled. Because the kid they'd assumed was an easy kill, was standing toe-to-toe with the monster meant to kill All Might. And Izuku could feel it. Power burning. Hunger restrained by disgust. Blood sent in the air pulling villains closer. Everything balancing on a knife edge. Then, a booming voice echoed through the USJ like thunder. I am here. All Might. He burst into the plaza in hero form. Eyes wide as he took in the scene. Aizawa injured. Students scattered. Villains everywhere. And in the center, Izuku Midoriya, crackling with red-black lightning. Trading blows with Nomu like he was born for war. All Might's smile faltered in shock. Midoriya. He breathed. Shigaraki laughed, delighted. All Might. He shouted. You're late. All Might's gaze snapped to Nomu. Then to Izuku. Then to the blood in the air. All Might's face tightened. Because he could see it. Izuku was holding on. But barely. And the longer this fight lasted, the more likely Izuku's hunger would find a way to win. All Might stepped forward, voice sharp. Midoriya. He shouted. Get back. Izuku didn't move. Because Nomu grabbed him by the throat. Lifted him off the ground. Izuku's feet dangled. His vision blurred. His hands clawed at Nomu's wrist. Nomu tightened its grip. Aizawa tried to move, couldn't. All Might's lungs burned. His hunger flared at the brink of death, desperate. Old instinct screamed. Survive. Nomu's face leaned closer, blank eyes staring. Izuku's vision turned red. And for the first time since the alley, Izuku felt the blood trance opening fully. Not from desire. From survival. From death pressure. From the ancient genes screaming, live. Izuku's eyes flared crimson. His nails lengthened into claws. And red-black lightning exploded outward like a storm breaking its cage. All Might felt the pressure and froze for half a heartbeat. Because that was not normal one for all. That was something older. Something royal. Something hungry. And Izuku, choking in Nomu's grip, whispered a single broken word. Not to Nomu. Not to All Might. To himself. Choose. Izuku didn't remember the exact moment Nomu's grip loosened. He remembered pieces. Like flashes of lightning in a storm. Red-black electricity screaming across his skin. The taste of rotten something on his tongue. The sound of All Might's voice, distant and furious. The pressure of claws that weren't supposed to exist digging into muscle that wasn't supposed to tear. He remembered the decision. Not a clean decision. Not noble. A desperate one. Choose. And then, All Might moved. Not with theatrics. Not with a speech. With violence. A single step that cracked the ground. A punch that shook the air like thunder. Nomu flew. Izuku hit the concrete hard, rolled, and skidded to a stop near the fountain. His body hurt in a way that didn't belong to a normal kid, because half the pain was already fading as his regeneration kicked in. But the hunger was wide awake now. Not screaming. Focused. Predatory. Like the trance had cracked the door and the beast was leaning through it, sniffing the air. Blood was everywhere. Aizawa's blood. Students' blood. Villains' blood. The USJ smelled like fear and iron. Izuku pushed himself up on shaking arms. All Might was fighting Nomu like a natural disaster. Each impact echoed through the building. Shigaraki screamed orders. Kurogiri warped villains around. 13 and other staff fought to keep students alive. And Izuku. Izuku swayed, staring at it all through a haze. He felt his eyes burning. He blinked hard, trying to force the crimson glow down. His jaw clenched so tight it ached. Because he understood the danger in a way the others didn't. This wasn't just a villain attack. This was a buffet of disaster. And his hunger did not care about heroism. It cared about survival. It cared about consumption. It cared about winning. A hand grabbed his shoulder. Izuku flinched violently, twisting. Tsuyu. Her eyes were wide but steady. Midoriya-chan. She snapped, holding him firmly. Stay with me. Her heartbeat was fast, fearful. But she didn't let go. Izuku swallowed, trembling. Tsuyu, he rasped. Tsuyu's gaze darted over his face. His eyes weren't normal. Not fully red, but not fully green either, like a ring of crimson was refusing to leave. You're drifting again, Tsuyu warned softly. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm trying, he whispered. Tsuyu nodded once, like that was enough. Like she'd decided to be his anchor. Then listen, she said. We get out. We regroup. We protect the injured. No fighting unless necessary. Izuku blinked. Her words were simple. Concrete. Not emotional. Perfect. Cold mind. Warm heart. Izuku nodded. Okay, he whispered. Tsuyu pulled him toward a corridor where other students were gathering. Mineta followed, sobbing and screaming prayers to any god that would listen. Iida was there, shaking, furious at himself for hesitating. Uraraka was there, pale, clutching her arm. Kirishima and Kaminari were there, both trembling but alive. And Aizawa. Aizawa was being carried by the teachers now, scarf limp, eyes half-lidded with pain. As they passed, Aizawa's gaze flicked to Izuku. Just one look. But it hit Izuku harder than any punch. Because Aizawa didn't look surprised anymore. He looked, confirmed. Like he'd seen something he'd feared was true. Izuku lowered his head. He didn't want to be seen like this. Not by anyone. Especially not by the man who'd told him, prove you're safe. All Might's final smash against Nomu echoed like a bomb in the distance. Then Kurogiri's warp gate flared, pulling Shigaraki away at the last second. The villains retreated like smoke. And the USJ fell into a strange, ringing silence. Not peace. Just the quiet after a storm breaks half the world. The ride back. They didn't let the students walk out. They were escorted, taken in groups. Teachers' faces were tight, grim. The police arrived, sirens, flashing lights, dozens of professional heroes flooding the USJ like an angry tide. Izuku kept his head down as they moved. He could hear everything. Paramedics, footsteps, radios crackling, heartbeats spiking. He smelled blood and fear. His hunger kept twitching, testing him like an animal pushing at a fence. He pressed his tongue hard to the roof of his mouth, painful, grounding. On the bus ride back, no one talked. Not the usual chatter. Not excitement. Not jokes. Just breathing. Some students cried quietly. Some stared forward like they'd turned to stone. Izuku sat alone near the back, arms crossed tightly, hood up again, sunglasses back on. He wished he could erase the taste of Nomu from his mouth. He wished he could erase the way he'd almost enjoyed the fight when survival took over. Because that wasn't heroism. That was the beast. And the beast was now awake enough to remember. Uraraka sat a few seats away, glancing at him often, worried. Suyu sat closer, watching him with quiet focus like she was guarding a wounded animal from itself. Bakugo sat across the aisle, silent for once. But his gaze burned. Not fear, not concern, suspicion, anger. Like Izuku had stolen something from him. Or like Izuku had become something Bakugo couldn't categorize. Izuku kept his eyes down. But he could hear Bakugo's heartbeat. It was steady, controlled, too controlled. That meant Bakugo was thinking. That was worse than shouting. Aizawa wasn't on the bus. He was in an ambulance. All Might was gone too, taken aside by the police and heroes for questioning. Izuku felt a strange emptiness without him. All Might had been a wall. A safety net. Now Izuku felt exposed. Like the world could smell what he was. When they finally returned to UA, they were dismissed early. The school gates looked the same. The sky looked the same. But the students weren't the same. And neither was Izuku. Inko's hug and the lie. When Izuku walked into his apartment, Inko nearly tackled him. She hugged him so tight it hurt. Izuku. Oh thank God, oh thank God. Izuku's arms wrapped around her automatically. Her heartbeat was frantic. Her fear smelled sharp. And his hunger, his cursed hunger, twitched at the scent of her stress. Izuku stiffened, then forced himself to breathe through it. He hugged her tighter, not because he needed comfort, but because he needed to prove to himself that he could hold a living person and not turn into a predator. I'm okay, he whispered, voice shaking. Inko pulled back, hands on his cheeks, scanning him for injuries. You're bleeding, she gasped, seeing the bandage. It's not bad, Izuku lied quickly. Inko's eyes filled with tears. They said villains attacked, Izuku. Izuku swallowed. He couldn't tell her everything. Not here, not out loud. Walls were thin, neighbors existed, so he gave her just enough truth. It was real, he whispered. Not training. Inko's face crumpled. Izuku held her hands. But I survived, he said firmly. And, I didn't. He stopped himself. Didn't feed. Didn't lose control. Didn't become the monster. He couldn't say any of that. Saying it out loud felt like tempting fate. Inko pulled him into another hug. I'm proud of you, she whispered, voice breaking. I'm so proud. Izuku closed his eyes. And for a moment, under his MLT human again. The knock. That night, after Inko finally fell asleep from exhaustion, Izuku sat in his room with the lights off. Darkness made everything easier. His skin relaxed. His senses quieted slightly. His hunger stopped pacing. He opened his notebook, not for quirk analysis this time, but because writing was the only way to keep his mind from spiraling. He wrote. USJ Invasion, League of Villains. Warp Quirk, Kurogiri. Shigaraki's objective, All Might. Nomu, regeneration plus shock absorption possible. My reaction to blood, trance risk increased. Nomu blood tasted wrong, not alive. He stared at the last line for a long time. Not alive. That disgust had saved him. But the trance had still opened. The door had cracked. Izuku pressed his fingers against his temple. If All Might hadn't arrived. He didn't finish the thought. A sound at his window made him freeze. A soft tap. Izuku's eyes snapped open. His body went still. He listened. 2 heartbeats outside the building. One strong, one angry. His stomach tightened. He stood silently and moved to the window. He pulled the curtain aside just enough to see. On the fire escape, crouched like he owned the night. Bakugo. And beside him, clinging to the railing like he regretted every life choice. Kirishima. Kirishima waved awkwardly. Hey, Midoriya. Bakugo didn't wave. He glared. Izuku's stomach dropped. He opened the window slightly. What are you doing here? Izuku whispered, horrified. It's late. Bakugo's voice was low. Come out, he ordered. Izuku froze. What? Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Now. Kirishima looked uncomfortable. Bakugo, maybe we should. Bakugo snapped. Shut it, hair for brains. Izuku swallowed hard. If he refused, Bakugo would come in anyway. If Bakugo came in and saw Inko. No. Izuku couldn't risk it. He nodded once. Give me a second, he whispered. He slipped on a hoodie, grabbed his sunglasses out of habit even though it was night, and quietly stepped out his room, careful not to wake Inko. Then he climbed out onto the fire escape. The cold night air hit his face. Bakugo didn't waste time. He grabbed Izuku by the collar and slammed him lightly against the brick. Not enough to seriously hurt, but enough to make it clear, this conversation was not optional. Izuku's instincts flared. His nails threatened to sharpen. He forced them down. Bakugo, Izuku hissed, what are you doing? Bakugo's eyes burned. You're not just a nerd, Bakugo whispered. So stop pretending. Izuku's throat tightened. Kirishima stepped between them slightly, hands raised. Hey, Kirishima said, trying to keep peace. We just want to talk. Bakugo ignored him. I saw you, Bakugo growled. At USJ. Izuku swallowed. Bakugo leaned closer. Voice venomous. You fought that thing, Bakugo said. You moved like a monster. And your eyes. Izuku flinched. Bakugo's nostrils flared. And you smell like blood, Bakugo finished, disgusted. Izuku's chest tightened. Kirishima looked confused. Smell like blood. Dude, everyone smelled like blood after. Bakugo snapped his head toward him. Not like that. Kirishima fell silent. Bakugo's gaze returned to Izuku. What are you? Bakugo demanded. Izuku's heartbeat slowed, too slow. The hunger stirred at the confrontation, at Bakugo's aggressive heat. Izuku forced his breathing steady. I'm me, he said carefully. Bakugo's hand tightened on his collar. Don't give me that, Bakugo hissed. You were quirkless. I know it. I watched you get diagnosed. I watched you cry. Izuku's throat tightened painfully. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. And then suddenly you're fighting robots, saving people, taking hits that should break you. He leaned in, voice dropping. And you're wearing those stupid sunglasses like you're hiding something. Izuku clenched his fists. Kirishima glanced between them, uneasy. Bakugo, maybe he has a medical thing. Bakugo snarled, no one asked you. Kirishima flinched, but stayed. He wasn't leaving Izuku alone with Bakugo's rage. Izuku swallowed hard. He could lie. Say it was a quirk. Say it was training. But Bakugo wasn't stupid. Bakugo had smelled the difference since childhood. And if Izuku lied too hard, Bakugo would dig harder. So Izuku chose a different truth. A controlled truth. My body changed, Izuku said quietly. That's all you need to know. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Changed how? Izuku hesitated. The wind blew. The city lights flickered on the water far below. Night. Safe. Izuku's hunger was calm enough to think. I can't handle sunlight well. Izuku said softly. Bakugo blinked, thrown by the answer. What? Izuku continued, voice steady. And I get cravings, he admitted. Kirishima's eyes widened. Cravings. Bakugo's grip tightened. What kind? Bakugo demanded. Izuku's mouth went dry. He could feel the line he couldn't cross. If he said, blood, out loud, Bakugo would never look at him the same again. He might attack. He might tell someone. He might treat Izuku like a villain. So Izuku stared Bakugo in the eyes and said the closest safe thing. The kind that make me dangerous if I don't control myself, Izuku said quietly. Bakugo stared at him. For a moment, the anger on his face shifted into something else. Fear. Just a flicker. Bakugo stepped back half an inch. Then his pride snapped it away. So you admit it. Bakugo snarled. You're dangerous. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm controlling it, Izuku said quickly. I have rules. I have. Bakugo cut him off. Who? Bakugo demanded. Who's helping you? Izuku froze. He couldn't say All Might. Saying All Might would destroy everything. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, noticing the hesitation. Bakugo's voice turned low and sharp. It's him, isn't it? Izuku's blood went cold. Kirishima blinked. Who? Bakugo's eyes burned into Izuku. All Might, Bakugo said. Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't. And silence was an answer. Bakugo's face twisted in fury. Of course, he whispered, voice shaking. Of course he chose you. Izuku flinched. Bakugo's fists trembled. So that's it, Bakugo hissed. You got power from him. You got special treatment. You got. His voice cracked. You got everything I worked for. Izuku's chest tightened. He wanted to say it wasn't like that. He wanted to say he died. He wanted to say he was terrified every day. He wanted to say he'd give anything to be normal. But Bakugo didn't want truth. Bakugo wanted a villain to blame. Bakugo wanted a reason his world felt unfair. Kirishima stepped forward, nervous but firm. Bakugo, Kirishima said. Calm down. This isn't about you. Bakugo snapped, shut up. Izuku's hunger twitched. Anger. Heat. Adrenaline. So much emotional fuel. Izuku forced his mind cold. Bakugo, Izuku said quietly. Bakugo glared. Izuku didn't back down. If you tell anyone, Izuku said, voice steady, you'll hurt more people than you can imagine. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Threatening me. Izuku shook his head. Warning you, Izuku said. I'm trying to be safe. I'm trying to be a hero. If you expose me, people won't try to help, they'll try to destroy me. Kirishima's face softened slightly. Dude. Bakugo's jaw clenched. For a moment, he looked like he might explode. Then his gaze sharpened, colder. Prove it, Bakugo said. Izuku blinked. What? Bakugo stepped closer again, voice low. Prove you're not a villain. Bakugo hissed. Prove you can control yourself. Izuku's stomach dropped. Bakugo's eyes gleamed. Because if you can't, Bakugo growled, I'll put you down myself. Kirishima recoiled. Bakugo. Izuku's blood ran cold. He stared at Bakugo, shaking slightly, not from fear of Bakugo's threat. From FGHT force him to reveal. Izuku swallowed hard. I'll prove it, he whispered. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. How? Izuku's mind raced. He couldn't show his hunger. He couldn't show his vampiric strength too obviously. He couldn't show one for all. But he could show something else. Control. I'll beat you in the sports festival, Izuku said quietly. Bakugo froze. Kirishima blinked. What? Izuku stared Bakugo in the eyes. I'll beat you, Izuku repeated, voice steady. Not by killing. Not by losing control. By being better. Bakugo's face twisted into a grin, sharp, excited, angry. Good, Bakugo whispered. He stepped back, releasing Izuku's collar. Then I'll crush you in front of everyone. Bakugo said. And when I do, I'll make you admit what you are. Then he turned, stomping up the fire escape like a storm. Kirishima lingered, looking awkward and worried. Sorry, he said. He's intense. Izuku swallowed, shaking. It's okay, Izuku whispered. Kirishima hesitated. Then he said something that surprised Izuku. You didn't smell like a villain, Kirishima said quietly. You smelled like a guy trying not to drown. Izuku froze. Kirishima scratched the back of his head. Just, don't go alone, okay? Kirishima said. Bakugo's gonna push you. Hard. Izuku nodded. Kirishima gave a small wave and followed Bakugo. Izuku stood alone on the fire escape, staring at the city. His hunger hummed faintly. The beast liked conflict. It liked proving dominance. Izuku clenched his fists. Not you. Me. He went back inside. And he didn't sleep. Because now he had a countdown. Not to the sports festival. To the moment the world would look at him under stadium lights. And decide whether he was a hero. Or a monster pretending. 2 weeks later, the announcement. Recovery Girl's life blood packs helped. Not like food, like medicine. If hunger rose too far, Izuku could drink a pack and feel the edge dull. It didn't satisfy the beast. But it made it quieter. Aizawa watched him closely after USJ. Not openly. But Izuku could feel the gaze. He could feel Aizawa's attention in the way a predator feels another predator nearby. All Might tried to talk to him privately, but schedules and investigations kept them apart more than usual. UA increased security. Teachers whispered. Students whispered too. And Izuku felt it, people looking at him a little longer, a little stranger, like the USJ had painted a shadow around him. Then came the announcement. Resent Mike burst into the classroom like a firework. Yo. It's that time, you little hero gremlins. Everyone jumped. Present Mike grinned wide. It's the UA Sports Festival. Half the class erupted in cheers. Bakugo smirked like he'd been waiting his whole life. Iida stood up straight like this was a sacred ceremony. Uraraka looked excited. Izuku felt his stomach drop. Because he knew what the sports festival meant. It wasn't just a school event. It was a national broadcast. A stadium full of eyes. A world watching. A world under sunlight. Present Mike pointed dramatically at them. This, he shouted, is your chance to show off your quirks and get scouted by pro heroes. The class buzzed with excitement. Izuku swallowed hard. Sunlight. Stadium. Heat. Crowds. That was everything his biology hated. Everything his hunger could exploit. And Bakugo's words echoed in his head. I'll make you admit what you are. Izuku lowered his gaze. Aizawa sat in the back like a tired shadow. He didn't look excited. He looked like he was watching a fuse get lit. Present Mike laughed. Start training, he shouted. Then he leaned closer, grin wide. And don't disappoint your fans tilde. Fans. Izuku's throat tightened. He didn't want fans. He wanted control. He wanted to be safe. He wanted. The beast inside him purred at the idea of being seen. At the idea of being feared. Izuku clenched his fists under the desk. No. He looked out the window at the bright sky. And for the first time, the thought wasn't just fear. It was strategy. If he couldn't avoid sunlight, he'd have to wear armor against it. And if he couldn't avoid being watched, he'd have to learn how to look human. Even when he wasn't training for daylight, the next days became a different kind of training. Not beach cleanup, not strength, not one for all output. Containment. All Might met him late at night on a rooftop, hero form flickering between strong and weak. You can't fight the festival, All Might said grimly. It's mandatory. Izuku nodded, throat tight. I know. All Might's eyes narrowed. So we adapt, he said. He held out a black duffel bag. Izuku blinked. What's that? All Might unzipped it and pulled out. A suit. Not a full hero costume yet. But a support item outfit. Thick hood. UV-resistant fabric. High collar. Protective goggles with polarized lenses. Breathing filter to reduce scent intake. Gloves. It looked intense. Izuku stared. All Might, he whispered, I'll look like a villain. All Might's eyes sharpened. Then you better act like a hero, he said simply. Izuku swallowed. All Might's voice softened slightly. It's not forever, he said. Just until you learn to resist sunlight better. Izuku nodded slowly. All Might handed him the hood. Try it, All Might said. Izuku pulled it on. The fabric settled heavy over his shoulders like a cloak. The goggles darkened his vision but blocked harsh light. The breathing filter muted smells. Heartbeat still came through, but sense dulled. Izuku exhaled. For the first time, the thought of standing in daylight didn't feel like walking into fire. All Might watched him carefully. How do you feel? He asked. Izuku's voice came out small. Safer, he admitted. All Might nodded. Good, he said. Because the festival isn't about winning. Izuku blinked. All Might's eyes turned serious. It's about proving you can be seen, All Might said. Without becoming the monster they expect. Quote. Izuku swallowed hard. Then he nodded. I'll do it, he whispered. All Might's gaze hardened. In Midoriya, he added quietly. Izuku looked up. All Might's voice dropped. Your hunger will be louder in the stadium, he warned. Crowd emotion is fuel. Izuku's blood ran cold. All Might nodded once. So, he said, we trained it too. Glamour. The smallest lie. Izuku discovered it accidentally. During training, one night, All Might brought him to a quiet park where a stray cat watched them from a bench. Izuku sat alone, breathing through the filter, trying to calm his mind. The cat stared at him. Its ears flattened. It hissed. Izuku blinked, startled. He wasn't moving. He wasn't threatening. But the cat could feel something. The predator in him. Izuku's chest tightened with shame. I'm not going to hurt you, he whispered. The cat hissed again. Izuku sighed, defeated. He didn't want to be feared by animals too. So he did something without thinking. He softened his gaze. He forced his shoulders to relax. And he wanted the cat not to be afraid. Not as a manipulation. As a plea. For 1 second, he felt something inside him shift, like a subtle pressure rolling outward. The cat blinked. Its ears lifted slightly. It stopped hissing. Izuku froze. All Might narrowed his eyes. What did you just do? All Might asked. Izuku swallowed. I don't know. All Might watched the cat. Then Izuku. Do it again, he ordered. Izuku swallowed hard. He looked at the cat. He tried to recreate the feeling. Softness. Calm. Safe. That subtle pressure rolled out again. The cat slowly approached. It sniffed Izuku's shoe. Then rubbed its head against his ankle. Izuku's eyes widened. All Might's expression turned grim. That, All Might said quietly, is not one for all. Izuku's throat went dry. Then what is it? All Might hesitated. Then he spoke the word Izuku had been afraid to hear. HT said. Izuku blinked. Like, hypnosis. All Might nodded. Not full mind control, All Might said. But influence, perception, emotional tilt. Izuku's stomach twisted. That's villain stuff, Izuku whispered. All Might's gaze sharpened. It's power, All Might corrected. Power isn't good or evil. How you use it matters. Izuku swallowed hard. All Might's voice lowered. You will not use it to cheat, he warned. You will not use it to harm. Izuku nodded quickly. I won't. All Might watched him. But, All Might continued, you can use it to calm a crowd. To reduce fear. To keep yourself from being targeted as a monster. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might's eyes softened slightly. Sometimes, All Might said, heroism is choosing the lie that prevents panic. Izuku stared at the cat rubbing his leg. A small, harmless creature accepting him. Izuku whispered, almost to himself. I can make them see me as human. All Might's voice was quiet. Only a little, he warned. Glamour is subtle. Overuse will trigger your hunger. Izuku swallowed. Of course it would. Everything powerful had a price. But at least this power could be used like a shield. Not a sword. Sports festival. Opening. The stadium was a living beast. Its roar hit Izuku before he even stepped out of the tunnel. Thousands, tens of thousands, of voices layered into one massive sound wave. It wasn't just noise. It was emotion, excitement, expectation, hunger for entertainment. Izuku's skin prickled. Even with the containment suit, he felt it. Heat, light, pressure. He stepped into the sunlight. For a second, his body screamed. Then the suit did its job. The goggles dulled the glare. The hood blocked direct rays. The breathing filter reduced scent intake. Izuku exhaled shakily. He could do this. He could. The crowd roared louder as they saw the students. Izuku felt that roar vibrate inside him. His hunger stirred. Crowds weren't blood, but crowds were adrenaline. And adrenaline was fuel. He clenched his fists, forcing his mind cold. Warm heart, cold mind, choose. Present Mike shouted into the mic. Voice amplified across the stadium. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. The crowd screamed. Izuku's senses flared. So many heartbeats. So many lives. His mouth tasted faintly metallic. He swallowed hard. Beside him, Bakugo stood like a bomb ready to go off, grinning. He leaned slightly toward Izuku, voice low so only Izuku could hear. Don't faint, vampire, Bakugo murmured. Izuku's blood ran cold. He stared at Bakugo. Bakugo's grin widened. Oh, Bakugo whispered, delighted by Izuku's reaction. Did that word hit close? Izuku's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. Bakugo chuckled quietly. I knew you were hiding something, Bakugo said. Now the whole country gets to watch you crack. Izuku's hands trembled. The beast inside him reacted to the insult, wanted to prove dominance. Izuku forced it down. He didn't answer. Because answering would mean confirming. And he refused to give Bakugo that. Present Mike finished announcements. The first event began. Obstacle race. Izuku's stomach loosened slightly. Obstacle race meant movement. Movement meant shade angles, speed, strategy. He could handle that. The horn sounded. They ran. Cavalry battle. Glamour on a knife edge. Izuku made it through the obstacle race with controlled precision, using missed step in small bursts where cameras couldn't easily catch the teleport effect, using one for all only when necessary. He didn't win first. He didn't want the spotlight. But he placed high enough to qualify for the cavalry battle. Now he stood on the field again, sunlight pressing, crowd roaring. Teams formed quickly. People wanted strong partners. Izuku felt eyes on him, some curious, some wary. Uraraka approached him first. Midoriya, she said brightly. Team up. Izuku's chest tightened. Before he could answer, Iida joined, serious. Midoriya, your performance at USJ was admirable. We should cooperate. Izuku blinked. Then Todoroki walked up, calm as winter. I want to fight you, Todoroki said simply. So I'll join your team. Izuku nearly choked. Uraraka gaped. Huh, Iida sputtered. Todoroki, this isn't. Todoroki's eyes stayed on Izuku. I saw you, he said quietly. You weren't afraid. Izuku's stomach twisted. He was afraid. He'd just hidden it behind control. But Todoroki, whose own life was cold, recognized cold discipline. Izuku swallowed. Okay, Izuku said, voice small. And suddenly, he had a team that looked like a nightmare to everyone else. Izuku, the mysterious hooded kid. Uraraka, gravity. Iida, speed. Todoroki, ice. They formed the cavalry stack. Izuku sat at the top, headband target like a crown. The horn sounded. Chaos erupted. Teams swarmed. They wanted points. They wanted the top team's headbands. They wanted. Izuku's senses spiked. So many people moving fast. So much emotion. His hunger stirred, restless. He could feel it pushing at the fence. Use it, it whispered. Take control. Izuku clenched his jaw. No, he could not lose control on live broadcast. He could not show fangs. He could not. A team charged them. Todoroki raised an ice wall, blocking them. Another came from the side. Iida moved, kicking them back. Uraraka floated debris to create obstacles. Izuku watched, analyzing. Then he saw it. A perfect threat. A team moving in from behind using a stealth quirk. They weren't charging. They were slipping in, silent, clever. If they reached them, they'd grab Izuku's headband in one smooth motion. Izuku's stomach tightened. His hands trembled. He couldn't physically swing too hard. Cameras, fear. So he did what All Might had taught him. He used the lie that prevents panic. He softened his gaze just slightly. He exhaled, slow. And he released a tiny pulse of glamour, barely enough to tilt perception. The stealth team hesitated. Just one beat. Their eyes flicked away from Izuku for a fraction. Confused. Off timing. That fraction was enough. Iida pivoted, caught them with a kick. They went down. Uraraka blinked, surprised. Nice catch, Iida. Iida nodded, proud. Thank you. Todoroki glanced up at Izuku. What did you do? He asked quietly, so only Izuku could hear. Izuku's stomach tightened. Todoroki's eyes were sharp. Too sharp. Izuku forced a small smile behind his mask. Analysis. Izuku lied. Todoroki didn't look convinced. But he didn't press. The cavalry battle continued. Team after team attacked. Izuku used glamour sparingly, only as a microsecond misdirection. Never enough to make someone do something they wouldn't do. Just enough to save his team when timing got too close. Each use made his hunger twitch like a dog hearing a whistle. Because glamour wasn't free, it felt like spending something inside him. And the beast always wanted payment. By the end, they held on. High score. Not first, but near top. They advanced. The crowd roared. Izuku sat at the top of the stack, heart pounding, sunlight pressing, hunger humming, cameras everywhere. And for the first time, he understood something terrifying. The sports festival wasn't just a test of power. It was a test of image. A hero wasn't only judged by what they did. They were judged by how they looked doing it. All Might looked like hope. Izuku looked like a dark rumor. And the crowd loved it. Because humans loved monsters. As long as the monster performed on command. Izuku swallowed hard. Bakugo's gaze burned from across the field. He mouthed silently. Crack. Izuku clenched his fists. No, I'll prove it. Because the next event, the tournament, was one-on-one. No team. No buffer. No one to catch him if the beast pushed too hard. And the first person who wanted to see him break was waiting with an explosion smile. The stadium didn't just watch the tournament. It fed on it. Every cheer was a pulse. Every gasp was a spike. Every chant was a tide of adrena. Air-like weather, and Izuku felt all of it, even through his breathing filter. He stood in the waiting tunnel with the other bracket fighters, hood up, goggles on, the containment suit layered under his UA. Sports uniform like armor beneath cloth. He could still feel the sun's heat on the back of his neck. He could still hear thousands of hearts. And underneath it all, the hunger paced. Not roaring. Not yet. Just waiting. Like it knew this was where people showed their true selves. Bakugo stood a few meters away, arms crossed, smirking like he was already holding the winner's medal. Todoroki stood apart from everyone, quiet. Unreadable, eyes like winter. Uraraka bounced on her toes, nervous and excited. Iida looked like he was attending a funeral for improper conduct. Kirishima EPT trying to hype everyone up and failing because he was also terrified. Present Mike's voice boomed through the stadium speakers. All right, people, we're moving into the main event, the tournament. He crowd screamed like it had been waiting all year just to have permission. Izuku swallowed. He tried to ignore it. Tried to focus on the concrete under his shoes. On the steady rhythm of breathing. On the rules. Rule 1, you do not feed on humans. Rule 2, if you feel like you're going to lose control, you tell someone. Rule 3, don't risk sunlight exposure. Too late. Rule 4, no one else can know. Too many are already guessing. Aizawa's voice echoed in his head too. Prove you're safe. Izuku clenched his fists. He didn't need to win. He needed to prove he could stand in the spotlight. GHT and not become the nightmare everyone expected. Present Mike continued. First match. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Ochako Uraraka. The tunnel shifted. Uraraka inhaled, eyes wide, then she hardened her expression like she'd put on a helmet. Izuku's chest tightened. She looked at him briefly. He nodded once, small encouragement. She smiled, nervous, then ran out into the arena. Bakugo followed like a cannon walking on two legs. Izuku didn't watch the entire match from the tunnel, but he heard the crowd, heard the explosions, the shockwaves, the way Uraraka fought smarter than people expected. He heard the gasp when she almost landed a hit. He heard the roar when Bakugo refused to hold back. He heard the disappointment when Uraraka finally fell, exhausted. And he heard something else too. Bakugo's laugh, quiet, satisfied. Like he'd proven his point to the whole world, power rules. Uraraka came back into the tunnel on shaky legs, face pale with exhaustion. Izuku moved instinctively, reaching out to steady her. She caught his sleeve. Did I do okay? She asked, voice small. Izuku's throat tightened. You did amazing, he said honestly. Her eyes watered. She wiped them quickly and forced a smile. Then, beat everyone, she whispered. Izuku nodded. I'll try, he said. Uraraka leaned closer, lowering her voice. And, don't let him get into your head, she added, glancing toward Bakugo's direction. Izuku's grip tightened. I won't, he promised. He meant it, even if the beast inside him loved being challenged. The bracket turns. Matches continued. The tunnel was a rotating door of tension. Ida's disciplined speed. Tokiyami's shadow power. Kaminari's wild electricity. Kirishima's stubborn endurance. Todoroki's absolute control, ice like a wall, calm like a judge. Every time Todoroki fought, the stadium changed, the temperature dropped, the air sharpened, people whispered, because Todoroki's quirk didn't feel like a teenager's. It felt like weather. Izuku watched Todoroki win his match with cold efficiency, ice spreading across the arena in perfect geometry. No wasted motion, no unnecessary cruelty, just control. Izuku felt something twist in his chest. Control was what he wanted more than anything. But Todoroki's control came from power. Izuku's control came from fear. Present Mike's voice rang again. Up next, Izuku Midoriya vs. Shoto Todoroki. The crowd erupted. Izuku felt it like a wave hitting his bones. He could hear the chants already. Todoroki. Deku. Deku. Who's the hooded guy? Is he a villain? That one made his stomach twist. Izuku's throat went dry. He stepped forward. Todoroki stepped forward too, calm as a blade. As they approached the arena entrance, Todoroki spoke quietly. You're uncomfortable in sunlight, Todoroki said, tone neutral. Izuku blinked behind his goggles. Yeah, he admitted carefully. Todoroki's eyes flicked to Izuku's hood. And you're hiding your face, Todoroki added. Izuku swallowed. I'm not hiding, he lied. Todoroki didn't argue. He just looked at him, observant, too perceptive. You fought at USJ, Todoroki said quietly. You were different. Izuku's spine stiffened. Todoroki's voice remained calm. I want to see what you really are, he said. Izuku's hunger twitched at the challenge. He forced it down. You're going to, Izuku said, voice low. Todoroki nodded slightly. Then he said, something that hit Izuku in a strange place. But I'm not using my fire, Todoroki added. Izuku froze. What? Todoroki's gaze hardened just a fraction. I won't, he repeated. Not for him. Izuku's chest tightened. Endeavor. Izuku knew the story. Everyone did, even if they didn't know details. The rumors. The cold family. The half-and-half power. Izuku stared at Todoroki, and for a moment he saw it. A boy who used ice like armor. A boy who refused half of himself out of stubborn pain. Izuku understood stubborn pain, but he also understood something else. Fire was Todoroki's best weapon. And for Izuku, fire was his worst fear. Flames weren't just heat. Flames were death. His body didn't react to fire like other people. It reacted like something ancient that remembered the sun as an enemy and flame as a predator. His skin felt too ready to burn. His instinct screamed, avoid. And yet the idea of warmth, real warmth, did something strange to his undead cold blood. It made him feel alive in a way he couldn't explain. Izuku swallowed hard. Then he stepped closer. If you don't use your fire, Izuku said quietly, you're not fighting me. Todoroki blinked. Izuku's voice sharpened. You're fighting your father, Izuku said. And that's not what this is. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. You don't know anything, Todoroki said. Izuku's chest tightened. I know what it's like to hate what's inside you, Izuku whispered. Todoroki's gaze flickered. Izuku clenched his fists. But heroes don't get to choose convenient parts of themselves, Izuku said. We either carry it all, or we break. Todoroki stared at him. The stadium entrance opened. Light spilled in. Heat. Noise. The roar of the crowd. Izuku's hunger stirred like it smelled the storm coming. Todoroki's voice was calm and cold. I'm still going to win, he said. Izuku nodded once. Then win with everything, Izuku replied. And they stepped into the arena. Stadium light. The sun hit Izuku like a heavy hand. Even with the hood and goggles. The brightness pressed against his eyes. His skin prickled. His stomach tightened. The crowd's noise hit him like a physical force. Thousands of hearts. Thousands of breaths. A tide of heat. He kept his breathing slow through the filter. Keep it together. Across the arena, Todoroki stood still. Perfect posture. Calm face. The kind of calm that made people whisper. Present Mike screamed into the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, this match is gonna be insane. Half cold, half hot Todoroki versus the mystery man Midoriya. The crowd roared. Izuku felt it in his bones. He glanced up at the stands. All Might was there, sitting stiffly, eyes locked on him. Not smiling, concerned. Aizawa sat near him, looking tired and grim. Recovery Girl was there too, small but sharp-eyed, watching like a hawk. And, higher-ing presence even when he wasn't literally on fire. Izuku could feel Todoroki's mood shift slightly when he sensed his father's gaze. Todoroki's jaw tightened. Izuku inhaled. This isn't just about winning. This is about identity. Present Mike's voice echoed. Begin. The horn sounded, and the world snapped into motion. Ice, first strike. Todoroki moved first. No hesitation. A wave of ice erupted from his side of the arena, fast, sharp, expanding like a frozen tsunami. The crowd screamed in delight. Izuku's brain went cold. Analysis. Ice expansion pattern. Surface traction. Low. Air temperature drop. Frost risk on suit joints. He sprinted. Missed step flicker. Small, quick. He didn't teleport fully. He used the blur like a dodge, slipping to the side as ice surged past him. But Todoroki's ice didn't just move forward. It grew, spreading outward, attempting to trap the entire battlefield. Izuku's feet hit ice. His shoes slid. His heart spiked. His hunger twitched, sensing danger. Izuku forced his mind cold. Full cowling, low output. Red-black lightning threaded along his legs like muscle wiring. He pushed off hard, gaining traction. He sprinted toward Todoroki's left flank. Todoroki lifted his hand again. A second ice wall rose, angled to cut off Izuku's approach. Izuku leapt. Not high enough to show off. Just enough. He landed on the ice wall's edge, boots scraping. He almost slipped. His hands grabbed the top. His fingers dug into frozen surface. He hauled himself up, and saw Todoroki's eyes. Calm, cold, already calculating. Todoroki extended his hand. The ice beneath Izuku's hand surged upward like a spike. Izuku's instinct screamed. He jerked back. The spike grazed his forearm. His sleeve tore. A shallow cut. Not dangerous. But the moment blood hit cold air, Izuku's hunger snapped its head up like a dog hearing a whistle. His mouth tasted copper. His vision pulsed faintly red. The crowd roared at the near miss. Izuku clenched his jaw so hard it ached. No. He dropped from the wall, landing hard on ice. His knees bent, absorbing impact. Lightning flickered. He slid, but controlled it, turning the slide into movement. He dashed again. Todoroki's ice kept coming, trying to corral him. Izuku realized quickly. Todoroki wasn't attacking randomly. He was controlling space, making the arena smaller. forcing Izuku into a corner. Izuku's breathing quickened, not just from exertion, from the sun, from heat, from the scent of thousands of people. His body wanted shade, wanted darkness, wanted to crawl out of the stadium and hide. But Todoroki's ice was turning even shadow into a trap. Izuku's fingers trembled, his nails threatened to sharpen. He forced them down. Control. He looked at Todoroki. Todoroki's right side, ice, was active. His left side, fire, was still. Locked away. Endeavor's gaze burned from the stands. Todoroki's jaw tightened. He was hurting himself. Izuku could see frost creeping along Todoroki's skin from overuse. Todoroki's breathing was steady but slightly strained. Hypothermia risk. Izuku swallowed hard. And then he did something reckless. He stopped running. The crowd quieted a fraction in confusion. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "You're done?" Todoroki asked. Izuku's voice came out rough, strained from holding his instincts back. "No," he said. Then he lifted his head and shouted, loud enough for Todoroki to hear through the roar. "Use your fire." The stadium gasped. Present Mike nearly choked on his own commentary. What? Midoriya just told Todoroki to use his fire. Todoroki's eyes widened for half a second. Then hardened. "I won't," Todoroki said. Izuku's stomach twisted. "You're freezing yourself," Izuku shouted. "That's not strength." Todoroki's eyes flickered toward the stands, toward Endeavor. "I don't care," Todoroki said. Izuku clenched his fists. Red-black lightning snapped harder now, reacting to his emotion. The hunger stirred too. Because emotion was fuel, Izuku forced himself to breathe. He lowered his voice slightly. But his words cut sharper. "If you win like this," Izuku said, "you're not beating me." Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "You're letting him win," Izuku said, jerking his chin toward Endeavor's direction. "Because he still controls you." The crowd roared at the drama. Todoroki's jaw clenched. "You don't know," Todoroki started. Izuku interrupted, voice breaking. "I know what it's like to be trapped by something inside you." Izuku shouted. For a heartbeat, he almost said it. Almost revealed everything. But he stopped himself. He swallowed hard. Then spoke the safer truth, still raw. "I know what it's like to be terrified of what you are," Izuku said. Todoroki stared at him. And for the first time, Todoroki's calm cracked. Just slightly. "What are you talking about?" Todoroki demanded. Izuku's hands trembled. The sun pressed on his skin. The ice chilled his feet. The crowd's emotion surged around him like heat haze. And inside him, the hunger growled. "Show them. Prove you're king." Izuku's jaw clenched. He made a choice. Not to reveal everything, but to stop pretending he was harmless. He dropped into a fighting stance, lower, predatory. His shoulders rolled back. His breathing deepened. His eyes, behind goggles, flashed faint crimson. And the air around him seemed to tighten. Not magic. Presence. All Might's eyes widened in the stands. Aizawa's scarf twitched slightly as if it sensed danger. Recovery Girl leaned forward. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Izuku's voice came out deeper than normal, still his, but edged. "If you won't use your fire," Izuku said quietly, "then I'll force you to." The stadium went silent for half a beat. Then exploded in cheers. Because crowds loved a challenge. And monsters. Primordial edge. Izuku moved. Not full speed. Not yet. He sprinted toward Todoroki. Weaving between ice ridges. Todoroki reacted instantly. Ice surged up like a barricade. Izuku didn't stop. He jumped, landing on the barricade. And then he didn't leap away like a normal person would. He dug in. His fingers gripped ice, and for a brief second his nails sharpened into something closer to claws, just enough to hold traction. He forced them back immediately. But Todoroki saw the flicker. His eyes widened. Izuku launched forward, coming down with a punch. Not a smash. A controlled strike. Red-black lightning flashed. The punch hit Todoroki's ice wall rather than Todoroki himself. Izuku angled it deliberately. The wall cracked. The shockwave rippled through ice, sending shards flying. Todoroki stepped back, surprised. Izuku closed distance. He threw a second punch, aimed at Todoroki's shoulder. But again held back enough not to shatter bone. Todoroki blocked with ice. The block cracked. Izuku's teeth clenched. Holding back was harder than punching. Becca. The beast inside him didn't understand restraint. It understood dominance. It understood tearing. Izuku forced control again, lungs burning. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "You're fast," Todoroki admitted. Izuku's mouth twisted. "Not fast enough," he said. Todoroki's gaze sharpened. Then he did what Izuku had been waiting for. He changed tactics. Instead of another wave of ice, Todoroki slammed his hand down and created a massive ice ridge, a wall that rose between them and split the arena. The ridge cut line of sight. The crowd screamed in excitement. Izuku froze. No sight meant danger. His senses flared, reaching through sound and scent. He could hear Todoroki's heartbeat, steady, controlled. He could smell cold air swirling. But the ice ridge also trapped heat. Sunlight reflected off the ice, doubling brightness. Izuku's skin prickled painfully. His head throbbed. His hunger stirred. He felt the edges of trance trying to creep in. Not because of blood this time. Because of stress. Because sunlight exposure. Because pressure. Izuku pressed a hand to his chest through the suit. "Stay human. Then me from the other side of the ice ridge." "I won't use my fire," Todoroki said, tone hard. Izuku's jaw clenched. "You'll freeze." Izuku called back. "I don't care," Todoroki replied. Izuku's hands trembled. He could hear Endeavor's heartbeat in the stands, distant but strong, like a looming threat. He could hear Todoroki's breathing. He could hear Todoroki's stubborn pain. Izuku's voice cracked slightly. "Then you're going to lose," Izuku said. Todoroki didn't answer. Instead, the ice ridge exploded outward. Not outward as in shattered. Outward as in expanded. Ice surged like a blooming flower of frozen death, trying to engulf Izuku. Izuku's instinct screamed. He moved. Missed-step flicker. He slipped sideways. But the ice chased. His boots slid. He hit the ground hard. Ice crawled toward his legs like a living thing. Izuku's heart spiked. The hunger snarled. His nails sharpened again involuntarily. His body tried to enter primordial form, an emergency survival state. Izuku fought it. But the ice kept coming. He was going to be trapped. And trapped meant helpless. Helpless meant the alley, the sludge, suffocating. Izuku's panic surged. The hunger surged with it. And something inside him snapped a little. Not fully. Just enough. His canines lengthened slightly behind his lips. His eyes flashed crimson behind the goggles. His skin temperature dropped unnaturally, fighting the ice. And red-black lightning erupted louder around him, cracking like whips. All Might stood in the stands, rigid. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, erasure ready. Recovery Girl's cane tightened in her grip. Izuku didn't know any of that. He only knew he had one way out. He needed heat. Not sunlight heat. Fire heat. He needed Todoroki's fire. So he did the one thing that would force Todoroki to react. He ripped the breathing filter off his face. The world hit him like a punch. Scents flooded in. The saint. Adium smelled like sweat and popcorn and metal, and blood, faint traces from earlier matches. The hunger growled. Izuku ignored it. He threw his hood back. The sunlight stabbed his skin. Pain flared. But he didn't care. He stared at the ice ridge like it was a prison wall. Then he slammed his fist into the ground. Full cowling surged, higher output. Red-black lightning exploded. The ice around his legs shattered. Izuku launched forward, sprinting along the ridge's edge, searching for Todoroki. He found him, standing on his side of the ridge, palm raised, ready to unleash another freezing wave. Todoroki's skin was paling. His breath was visible. He was pushing too hard. Izuku skidded to a stop on the ice, boots scraping. His eyes locked with Todoroki's. "Stop!" Izuku shouted. Todoroki blinked, startled. Izuku's voice came out ragged from sun pain and adrenaline. "You're not proving anything," Izuku screamed. "You're just bleeding yourself out in ice." Todoroki's eyes flashed. "You don't get to." Izuku stepped closer, trembling. "I do," Izuku snarled, voice darker now. "Because I know what it's like to fight yourself every day." Todoroki stared. Izuku's jaw clenched. The sun burned his skin. The cold froze his feet. His hunger snarled in the background like a third opponent. And he realized something. He'd been wrong. Fire wasn't just Todoroki's weapon. Fire was Todoroki's freedom. And maybe Todoroki didn't need to be forced. Maybe he needed permission. Izuku's voice softened, just a fraction, still intense, but honest. "Use it," Izuku said. "Not for him." Todoroki's eyes flickered toward Endeavor again. Izuku took another step, sunlight making his skin ache. For you, Izuku said. Todoroki's jaw tightened. Then Todoroki whispered, almost too quiet. If I use it, he wins. Izuku's chest tightened. No, Izuku said firmly. If you refuse it, he still owns you. The crowd was nearly silent now, hanging on every word. Because even strangers could feel it. This wasn't just a fight. This was a boy choosing whether to be half a person. Todoroki's breathing shook. And then, Todoroki's eyes changed. Not softer. Stronger. He lifted his left hand. The fire sighed. Izuku's stomach dropped. Fear flared. His instinct screamed, run, because fire was death. But alongside fear, came something else. A strange longing. Because heat wasn't just danger. Heat was life. Warmth. The opposite of the cold inside his blood. Izuku's hands trembled. Todoroki spoke, voice low. Fine. Then Todoroki's left side ignited. Flames erupted like a sunrise. The crowd exploded in a scream so loud Izuku felt it in his teeth. Present Mike lost his mind. He's doing it. Todoroki is using his fire. Heat slammed into Izuku like a physical force. His skin prickled violently. His suit's fabric warmed instantly. His instinct screamed louder. But the other sensation hit too. For the first time since he died in that hospital. Izuku felt warm all the way through. Not just on his skin. In his bones. In his blood. He didn't feel like a corpse pretending. He felt alive. Izuku's breath hitched. His eyes widened. He looked almost grateful, then terrified of that gratitude. Todoroki's flames surged. Izuku flinched back, the heat threatening to ignite his fear into panic. And panic would trigger trance. Trance would trigger hunger. Hunger would. Izuku clenched his fists. Lightning snapped. His nails lengthened again into claws. Not fully, but enough. His body entered a partial primordial form, muscle tightening, senses sharpening, eyes burning crimson. The crowd screamed, some in awe, some in fear. What is that? Someone shouted. Aizawa stood in the stands, scarf twitching, ready. All Might's fists clenched. Recovery Girl muttered under her breath, idiot boy. Todoroki's eyes narrowed at Izuku's change. So this is you, Todoroki said quietly. Izuku's voice came out raw, almost a growl. Yeah. Todoroki raised his hand. Flames roared forward. Izuku didn't dodge. He stepped into it. The heat hit him. His suit smoked slightly at the edges. His skin screamed. Pain flared. But the warmth inside him surged too, like his blood was waking up. Izuku shouted, not in fear, but in defiance. And he moved. Mist stepped flicker, through heat haze. He blurred, closing distance fast. Todoroki's eyes widened. Izuku swung. Not a killing strike. A controlled impact. A punch wrapped in red black lightning that hit Todoroki's ice wall and shattered it, sending shards flying. Todoroki retaliated, fire sweeping. Izuku leapt back, heat licking his sleeves. His skin burned slightly, not serious. But enough to make his instinct scream. He clenched his teeth. Fire was a hard counter. He couldn't take many direct hits. But he could move. He could pressure. He could force Todoroki to fight with everything. Todoroki's voice rose. Angry now. Why do you care so much? He shouted, flames flaring. Izuku roared back, voice breaking with emotion. Because you're wasting yourself. Todoroki's fire surged. Izuku's eyes flashed crimson. Lightning snapped. He pushed forward again, smoke rising faintly from his suit. And in the center of the arena, ice and fire and red-black lightning colliding, He crowd watched something unforgettable. A boy made of winter finally choosing flame. And a boy made of darkness stepping into warmth like it was both salvation and poison. Izuku's lungs burned. His hunger growled, agitated by pain and adrenaline. His vision pulsed. He felt the trance trying to creep in. Not from blood, from desperation. Todoroki raised both hands now, ice on one side, fire on the other. A full storm. Izuku realized, if Todoroki released it fully, Izuku might not endure it. His body could regenerate, but fire could overwhelm regeneration. Fire could turn him into ash before healing could start. Fear slammed into Izuku, and the beast inside him whispered, kill him first. Izuku's entire body went cold. He froze. For one heartbeat, the idea didn't feel wrong. Safe. Predatory. Izuku's hands trembled. His claws sharpened slightly. His eyes burned. All Might stood in the stands, horrified, ready to move. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, erasure on the edge. Recovery girl leaned forward, cane poised. Todoroki stared at Izuku, sensing the shift. Midoriya, Todoroki said, voice wary. Izuku's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. Then he did the only thing he could do to stop the beast from choosing violence. He chose loss. Izuku lowered his stance slightly. He took a breath. And he spoke, not to Todoroki, but to himself. Choose. Then he looked up at Todoroki and shouted. Do it. Todoroki's eyes widened. What? Todoroki yelled. Izuku's voice cracked, fierce. Use all of it. Izuku screamed. Show them your you. The crowd went insane. Todoroki hesitated, just a fraction. Then his face hardened. Fine. Todoroki said, voice shaking with something like release. And he unleashed. A massive blast, ice and fire together, a violent collision of extremes. Heat and cold slammed into Izuku. The impact blasted him backward. His suit smoked. His skin burned. His body screamed. The world turned white hot and ice cold at once. Izuku's vision blurred. His hunger roared, panicked, furious, desperate. But Izuku held onto one thing. He had forced Todoroki to choose himself. Even if it cost Izuku the match. He hit the ground hard. Rolled. Skidded across cracked ice. His limbs trembled. His regeneration fought to keep up. He forced his breathing steady through pain. The crowd roared. Present Mike screamed something incoherent. Izuku tried to rise. His hands slipped on ice. His skin felt raw from heat exposure. His head throbbed from sunlight. And his hunger. His hunger was loud now. Because pain made it loud. Because survival made it loud. Because the beast wanted to drink away the ache. Izuku's eyes flashed crimson. He clenched his jaw. Then a voice, quiet, sharp, cut through everything. Enough. Aizawa's voice. Not shouted. But it landed like a command. Izuku blinked through haze. He saw Aizawa on the edge of the arena, eyes glowing, erasure ready. He saw All Might, half risen from his seat. He saw Recovery Girl already moving. And he saw Todoroki standing in the aftermath, chest heaving. Eyes wide, like he'd just awakened from a lifetime of cold. Todoroki looked at his own left hand, still warm, still alive with heat. Then he looked at Endeavor. Then he looked back at Izuku. And for the first time, Todoroki's expression wasn't calm, it was shaken. I used it, Todoroki whispered. Izuku tried to smile, but his mouth trembled. Yeah, Izuku rasped. Good. His vision darkened at the edges. The hunger snarled, furious. Blood. Now. Izuku clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms, pain as anchor. He forced the beast down. Forced it down. Forced. The horn sounded. Present Mike's voice boomed. Winner, Shoto Todoroki. The crowd erupted. Todoroki barely reacted. He kept staring at Izuku like he wasn't sure what just happened. Izuku lay on the ice, breathing hard, skin stinging. Hunger roaring, but mind still his. He had lost. But Todoroki had won something bigger than a match. And Izuku had proven something too. He could stand in fire. He could feel the beast. And he could still choose. Recovery Girl reached him first, cane tapping the ice. You absolute idiot, she muttered. Izuku tried to laugh. It came out like a cough. Sorry, he rasped. Recovery Girl's eyes narrowed. You're not sorry. She snapped. You're heroic. That's worse. She leaned closer, voice low so cameras couldn't catch it. Do you have your pack? She whispered. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. He nodded, barely. Recovery Girl hissed. Good. Drink it as soon as you're out of view. Izuku swallowed. He looked up once more. Todoroki stood there, still staring. Then Todoroki bowed his head, small, respectful. Not a victory bow. A thank you. Izuku blinked. Then the medics moved him. They lifted him carefully. The crowd roared louder, chanting his name now too, not because he won. But because he looked like a demon who chose to bleed for someone else's humanity. And crowds loved that. As Izuku was carried into the tunnel, he heard Bakugo's laugh from somewhere behind. Ha ha. Bakugo sounded thrilled and furious at once. So you can bleed. Izuku's stomach tightened. Because Bakugo wasn't impressed by Izuku's heroism. Bakugo was excited. Like he'd just discovered Izuku had a weakness he could exploit. Izuku clenched his jaw. He was shaking, not just from pain. From hunger. From the terrifying truth that fire had done something to him. It had hurt him, but it had also made him feel alive. And the beast inside him. The beast wanted that feeling again. The day after the sports festival felt like the morning after a fever. Everything looked normal, but nothing felt normal. UA was still UA, tall gates. Clean halls, students pretending they weren't still thinking about the stadium lights and the way the crowd had chanted names like prayers. Teachers still walked with clipboards and tired eyes. Lunch still smelled like curry and rice. But Izuku could feel the shift in the air. Not in the building, in people. He walked down the hallway in his uniform with his OD down, because indoors he could manage without it, and still felt eyes linger on him like he'd grown horns. Whispers followed. Was that lightning? His eyes looked red for a second. He fought Todoroki like he wanted the fire. Is he a villain kid? No way, he saved people at USJ. But he looked scary. Izuku kept walking. He didn't answer. He didn't react. Because reaction gave the beast something to chew. And lately, the beast had been too interested in attention. Uraraka tried to talk like normal, but her eyes kept checking his face like she was looking for cracks. Suyu didn't ask questions. She just stayed close when she could, like she'd silently decided, if he drifts, I'll pull him back again. Todoroki was different. He didn't avoid Izuku. He didn't corner him either. He just watched. Sometimes when Izuku looked up, Todoroki's eyes were already there, quiet, thoughtful, like he was studying a fire he didn't understand. Bakugo didn't whisper. Bakugo didn't watch from a distance. Bakugo stared like a hunter who'd caught a scent and couldn't let it go. Izuku felt that stare in the back of his skull. It made his hunger twitch, irritated and strangely excited. He hated that part of himself. Then the internship announcements came. And everything got worse. The offers. Aizawa dropped a thick stack of envelopes onto the desk with the energy of someone throwing a brick into a pond. These are internship offers, he said flatly. The room went silent. Even Kaminari stopped fidgeting. Internships weren't just cool experience. Internships were your future. Internships were pro heroes watching you up close. Internships were exposure. And exposure meant risk. Aizawa's gaze swept the room. Choose wisely, he said. This isn't fan service. This is work. Students rushed forward one by one, grabbing envelopes with shaking hands. Cheers erupted at big names. Best Genist, Edgeshot, Mount, Lady, Gang Orca. Izuku didn't move. He stared at the stack like it might bite him. Because he knew what his offer would be. He'd been told, quietly, late at night, on a rooftop where All Might's voice had been careful. I've arranged something. All Might hadn't said the name out loud at first. Then he had. Gran Torino. A small, fast, brutal old man who trained All Might himself. Izuku's stomach had twisted. Because Gran Torino didn't train people gently. He trained them to survive. Aizawa's voice pulled Izuku back. Midoriya, Aizawa said. Izuku flinched. Aizawa tossed him a single envelope. Only one. Not a stack. Not options. Just one. Izuku caught it automatically. He didn't need to open it anyway, because pretending was part of being human. Gran Torino Agency. Internship offer. His fingers tightened around the paper. Aizawa watched him, expression unreadable. Then Aizawa said quietly, only loud enough for Izuku to hear. Don't die. Izuku swallowed. I won't, he whispered. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly, like he didn't believe promises. Make sure, Aizawa muttered. Then he turned away like the conversation was over. But Izuku could feel what wasn't said sitting between them. Prove you're safe. Even under a pro-hero's microscope. Izuku folded the letter carefully and slipped it into his bag beside the lifeblood packs. The pack felt heavier today. Like a reminder. Like a leash. Gran Torino. The agency was small. Not famous hero office, small. Small like it didn't want attention. Like it didn't want fans. Like it didn't want problems. Izuku arrived in the late afternoon, deliberately, when the sun was lower. He wore his hood. He wore his goggles. He carried his bag like it contained his life. Because in a way, it did. The door to the agency looked ordinary. A plain bell hung above it. Izuku took a breath, then stepped inside. The room smelled like old wood, dust, and oil. Like machinery. Like someone who moved fast and didn't care about polish. A short old man sat on a couch, legs crossed, watching TV like he owned the planet. Gran Torino looked even smaller than Izuku expected. But the air around him was sharp. Like the room knew he could explode into motion at any second. Torino didn't look up immediately. He let Izuku stand there in silence long enough for discomfort to start crawling up Izuku's spine. Izuku cleared his throat. Gran Torino, sir. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Torino finally looked up. His eyes were small and keen. He stared at Izuku's hood. At the goggles. At the way Izuku stood slightly angled away from the window. Then Torino smiled. Not a friendly smile. A shark smile. So you're the kid, Torino said. Izuku swallowed. Yes, sir. Torino stood up, slowly, casually. Then he vanished. Izuku's eyes widened. A gust of air hit Izuku's side. A hand jabbed his ribs. Not hard enough to injure. Hard enough to make him gasp. Izuku stumbled backward. Torino was suddenly behind him, grinning. Too slow, Torino said. Izuku's heart hammered. His hunger twitched at the sudden threat. He forced it down. Torino circled him like a cat. You're wearing all this junk, Torino said, flicking Izuku's hood. Afraid of the sun? Izuku froze. Torino's grin widened. Answer, Torino said. Izuku swallowed. Yes, he admitted quietly. Torino hummed. Photophobia? He asked lightly. Izuku hesitated. All Might and Nezu had built the lie. But Torino didn't ask like a bureaucrat. He asked like a man who already knew the answer and wanted to see if Izuku would lie anyway. Izuku chose careful truth. It's a condition, Izuku said. Sunlight makes me weak. Torino stared at him. Then he snorted. Condition, he repeated like it tasted funny. He stepped closer, eyes narrowing. And your quirk? Torino asked. Izuku hesitated. 1-4, the truth almost slipped. He caught himself. It's a stockpiling quirk, Izuku said carefully. Enhancement. Torino's eyes sharpened. Enhancement, he echoed. He leaned in slightly. And what about the other part? Izuku's blood ran cold. Torino tilted his head. You smell like trouble, Torino said casually. Not villain trouble. Something else. Izuku's nails bit into his palms. Torino watched the tiny movement. Then he smiled again. Relax, Torino said. If All Might sent you here, you're not my enemy. Quote. Izuku's throat tightened at hearing All Might's name. Torino turned and walked toward the back room. Come on, he said. If you're going to intern here, we start now. Izuku followed. The back room looked like a training cage. Mats. Targets. Old scuffed walls. No windows. Izuku felt his body ease slightly without sunlight. Torino noticed. Ah, Torino said, watching him. So you're a night creature. Izuku flinched. Torino shrugged. I don't care what you are, Torino said. I care what you can do. He snapped his fingers. Show me your speed, Torino ordered. Izuku swallowed. He didn't want to reveal too much. But Torino wasn't asking. He was commanding. Izuku took a breath. Then he moved, missed step flicker, small burst. He blurred forward and stopped. Torino didn't look impressed. Again, Torino said. Izuku moved again, faster. Torino nodded slightly, then vanished. And this time, Torino's hand hit Izuku's forehead hard enough to make stars dance. Izuku staggered. Torino was in front of him, grinning. You're fast, Torino said. But you waste it. Izuku blinked, stunned. Torino poked Izuku's chest. You move like you're afraid to touch the world, Torino said. Like you're trying not to leave fingerprints. Izuku swallowed. Torino leaned closer. Why? Torino asked. Izuku's throat tightened. Because if he touched too hard, he might break someone. Because if he got too close, he might smell blood. Because if he lost control, he might feed. But he couldn't say any of that. So he said the safest truth. Because I'm scared, Izuku whispered. Torino stared. Then his expression shifted, just slightly. Not sympathy. Understanding. Good, Torino said. Izuku blinked. Huh. Torino pointed at him. Fear keeps you alive, Torino said. But fear also makes you sloppy. He snapped his fingers again. Run, Torino ordered. Izuku tensed. Torino grinned. Try to hit me, Torino said. Izuku swallowed. Then he sprinted. He didn't hold back completely, just enough. Red-black lightning flickered faintly. Torino moved like a pinball, bouncing off walls, changing direction instantly. Izuku swung, missed. Swung, missed. Torino tapped Izuku's shoulder. Dead. Torino tapped his back. Dead. Torino flicked his ear. Dead. Izuku's frustration rose. Emotion stirred. Hunger twitched. Torino watched Izuku's face carefully. Then he said something that made Izuku's stomach drop. "You feel it, don't you?" Torino said quietly. Izuku froze. Torino's eyes narrowed. "When you get frustrated," Torino said, "your body wakes up." Izuku swallowed hard. Torino pointed at Izuku's chest. "It wants something," Torino said. Izuku's mouth went dry. Torino didn't press for words. He just nodded once. "Then here's lesson 1, Torino said. He walked up, poked Izuku's forehead. "Be cold," Torino said. "Not cruel. Cold." Izuku stared. Torino's voice sharpened. "Strong emotions make you reckless," Torino said. "Reckless heroes die. Or worse, hurt people." Izuku flinched. Torino leaned in, eyes sharp. "You want to be a hero?" Torino asked. "Then control your heart in battle." Izuku swallowed. "That sounds wrong," Izuku whispered. Torino laughed. "Welcome to reality," Torino said. Then, unexpectedly, he flicked Izuku's hood again. "And keep your weird sun gear," Torino added. "I don't want you fainting on patrol. It's annoying." Izuku blinked. Torino waved him toward a corner. "Sit," Torino ordered. "Drink water. You're sweating like a kid." Izuku sat, breathing hard. Torino watched him quietly. After a moment, Torino spoke again, voice less sharp. "All Might told me you're special," Torino said. Izuku's stomach tightened. Torino's gaze stayed on him. "He didn't tell me all of it," Torino said. "But I can guess enough." Izuku swallowed. Torino's voice dropped. "If you're going to carry his legacy," Torino said, "you don't get to become a monster." Izuku's throat tightened. "I'm trying," Izuku whispered. Torino snorted. "Try harder," Torino said. Then he grinned again. "Because your first real job starts tonight," Torino added. Izuku blinked. "Tonight. To city," Torino said. "Hero killer's been seen." Izuku's blood ran cold. Stain. The name alone made the air feel sharper. Torino stretched like an old cat. "And if we're unlucky," Torino said casually, "you'll meet him." Izuku swallowed hard. Inside him, the hunger stirred, not excited. Alert. Because something about the name Stain felt like a predator in the dark. And Izuku had become very good at recognizing predators. Hosu City. Hosu at night was neon and shadow. Streetlights reflected on wet pavement. Billboards glowed. Sirens wailed in the distance like an ongoing warning. Torino moved through the city like a bullet, small, fast, impossible to track. Izuku followed, hood up, goggles on. Breathing filter in place. His body felt better at night. Stronger. Steadier. His senses sharpened, but without the sun's pressure it was manageable. Torino hopped onto a rooftop and crouched like a gargoyle. "Lesson 2, Torino said, peering down. "Patrol isn't fighting." Izuku nodded, scanning. Torino pointed at the streets below. "You see people," Torino said. "You want to save them. Good." He poked Izuku's chest again. "But you can't save everyone if you chase every scream," Torino said. "You'll get baited. You'll get cornered." Izuku swallowed. "So we watch," Torino said. "We move smart." Izuku nodded. They watched for a while. Torino occasionally flicked Izuku's shoulder when Izuku tensed too hard at a distant shout. "Cold," Torino muttered. Izuku forced his breathing steady. Then it happened. A scream, close. Torino's head snapped. Izuku's senses flared. Blood. Fresh blood. Not much, but enough to slice through the night air like a signal flare. Izuku's hunger twitched hard. Torino looked at Izuku sharply. "Control," Torino snapped. Izuku clenched his jaw. "I'm good," Izuku whispered. Torino snorted. "Prove it," Torino said. They moved. Torino bounced across rooftops. Izuku followed with mist step bursts, quick flickers through shadow. They reached an alley. And the smell hit Izuku like a punch. Blood, fear, rust and sweat, and something else, cold conviction. A man stood in the alley's mouth. Tall, lean, bandaged, sword in hand, eyes intense. Stain. He was facing someone on the ground. A pro-hero, native, pinned, bleeding. Stain's sword hovered near the hero's throat like a judgment. Stain's voice was low and sharp. Fake, he spat. You wear a title you don't deserve. Native struggled. Stain leaned closer, eyes burning. Heroes aren't celebrities, Stain growled. They're martyrs. Izuku's stomach twisted. Torino didn't jump in immediately. He watched. Measured. Then Torino muttered, there he is. Izuku's body tensed. His hunger twitched at the blood smell. He forced it down. Then another presence hit the alley. Iida. Izuku's eyes widened. Iida burst in like a rocket, engines roaring, eyes wild with grief. Tensai. Iida screamed. Izuku's blood ran cold. Iida had come here alone. For revenge. Stain turned slowly, smiling. Oh, Stain murmured. A brother. Iida charged. Stain moved like a blade. He ducked, slashed, just enough. Iida stumbled. Blood splashed. Not much, but enough. Stain's tongue flicked out like something animal. He licked the blood off his blade. And Iida froze. Paralyzed. Izuku's heart slammed. Stain's quirk. Bloodcurdle. Stain leaned in, eyes gleaming. Rage makes you stupid, Stain whispered to Iida. And stupidity makes you dead. Izuku's hunger surged at the blood in the air. Natives, Iida's. Tori. No's voice snapped like a whip in Izuku's ear. Cold, Torino hissed. Izuku clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. Todoroki appeared next, ice sliding, eyes sharp. He'd followed Iida. He saw the scene, face tightening. Iida, Todoroki said. Tense. Stain's smile widened. More children, Stain murmured. More fakes. Then Stain's eyes flicked to the alley entrance. To Izuku. His gaze locked on Izuku's hood and goggles. And Stain's expression changed. Not amusement. Recognition. Like a predator smelling something that didn't belong. Stain's nostrils flared. What? Stain murmured. Izuku's stomach clenched. Stain whispered. Almost reverent. You smell old. Izuku felt the beast inside him stir, offended by the scrutiny. Torino moved first. He shot into the alley like a cannonball, slamming Stain from the side. Stain skidded back, boots scraping. Torino bounced off a wall and landed in a crouch. Stain, Torino said flatly. You're causing trouble. Stain smiled. A real hero, Stain murmured. Perhaps. Torino snorted. Don't flatter me. It's creepy. Izuku stepped in, heart hammering. Todoroki raised eyes, preparing to protect Iida and Native. Stain's gaze stayed locked on Izuku. I know you, Stain said softly. Izuku froze. Stain tilted his head. Not your face, Stain said. Your nature. Izuku's mouth went dry. Stain smiled, teeth showing. A beast wearing a hero's uniform, Stain whispered. Izuku's hunger snarled. Torino snapped, ignore him. Izuku forced his mind cold. Warm heart, cold mind. Choose. Stain moved. He rushed Todoroki first, blade flashing. Todoroki threw up ice. Stain sliced through with brutal precision, not brute force, aiming for tendons, for openings, for panic. Torino hit him again. Stain dodged. Then Stain's blade flicked toward Izuku. Fast. Izuku barely reacted. Missed step flicker. He blurred sideways. The blade grazed his sleeve, cutting fabric. Then Stain pivoted and struck again, too quick. Izuku felt steel kiss his forearm. A shallow cut. Blood welled. Just a little. But it hit the air like a bell. Izuku's hunger roared. Stain's eyes widened. He smiled. There it is, Stain whispered. Stain lunged, tongue flicking out. He licked Izuku's blood. Izuku froze. Not from Stain's quirk. From shock. From the violation. From the hunger screaming inside him at the thought of someone else tasting his blood. Stain's eyes widened dramatically. His smile vanished. His face twisted. He staggered back. What? Stain choked. For a heartbeat, Izuku thought Stain's quirk had worked. But Izuku could still move. His limbs didn't lock. His heart still beat. Instead, Stain's knees buckled. His grip on the blade trembled. His pupils shrank. His skin paled. He looked poisoned. Stain coughed hard, spitting. Your blood, Stain rasped. Torino blinked, startled. Todoroki's eyes widened. Izuku stared at Stain, breathing hard. Stain's body shook. I can't, Stain gasped. He tried to move, but his muscles refused, like his own quirk had backfired through his nervous system. His tongue flicked out again involuntarily, as if trying to purge the taste. He snarled, furious and shaken. What are you? Stain hissed. Izuku's hunger growled back, angry. But Izuku forced it down. He stepped forward, voice tight. I'm a hero, Izuku said. Stain laughed, a broken, harsh sound. No, Stain rasped. You're a monster. He swallowed hard, eyes burning. But, Stain's voice lowered. Something like awe creeping in. But you're trying. Izuku froze. Stain's breathing was ragged. His hands trembled. He looked at Izuku like Izuku was a mirror he didn't want to admit existed. A beast, Stain whispered. Trying to be a man. Izuku's throat tightened. Stain's eyes sharpened again. And yet you wear the uniform, Stain said. You stand in the light. Izuku's jaw clenched. I don't want to hurt anyone. Izuku said, voice shaking. Stain's lips curled. Everyone says that, Stain hissed. Then he paused, eyes narrowing. But you mean it, he admitted, almost angry about it. Torino moved in, quick, aiming to knock Stain out. But Stain, despite being poisoned, still had will. He forced his body to shift just enough to avoid a direct knockout. He stumbled, blade scraping the ground. Eyes locked on Izuku. Yorn rasped. Izuku's stomach dropped. Stain's voice became low, intense. You're the only true conviction I have seen, Stain whispered, shaking. A monster who refuses to indulge. Izuku's chest tightened painfully. Stain's eyes narrowed to slits. A beast, he said again, voice thick with judgment and respect. On a leash. Those words hit Izuku like a punch. Because they were true. Because his heroism sometimes felt like a chain around a hungry throat. And because part of him hated the chain. Izuku clenched his fists. Todoroki stepped forward, ice ready. Torino snapped. Stop talking and finish it. Izuku moved. Not to kill. To end it. He stepped in fast, celerity plus full cowling in small controlled output. Red-black lightning flickered. His hand struck Stain's wrist, knocking the blade loose. Then Izuku drove his elbow into Stain's chest, hard enough to drop him, not break him. Stain hit the ground, coughing. Torino was on him instantly, binding him with capture tape. Todoroki froze the alley entrance, sealing off escape routes. Stain lay on the ground, breathing hard, eyes still locked on Izuku. Even restrained, even weakened, Stain smiled, thin and unsettling. Remember this, Stain whispered, voice rasping. If the beast ever slips. Izuku's stomach twisted. Stain's eyes gleamed. The world will not forgive you. Then his eyes rolled slightly. Body finally giving into the poison and exhaustion. He went limp. Silence fell. Native groaned weakly. Ida's paralysis wore off seconds later, and he collapsed, shaking, shame and grief crashing into him. Todoroki exhaled slowly, eyes still sharp. Torino stared at Izuku. Just stared. Izuku's forearm bled lightly. He wrapped it quickly, tight, breathing hard. He could feel the hunger still clawing, because blood had been in the air, because adrenaline had spiked, because Stain's words had cut deep. Torino stepped closer. You okay? Torino asked gruffly. Izuku swallowed. Yeah, he lied. Torino's eyes narrowed. Don't lie to me, Torino snapped. Izuku's shoulders trembled. I'm holding, Izuku admitted quietly. Torino grunted. Good, Torino said. Because if you ever don't hold. He glanced at the bound Stain. You'll end up like him. Izuku's stomach tightened. Todoroki approached, eyes on Izuku. What happened to Stain? Todoroki asked quietly. He licked your blood. But you didn't freeze. He did. Izuku's throat went dry. Torino cut in immediately. Medical condition, Torino said sharply. None of your business. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, but he didn't argue, yet. Iida stumbled to his feet. Shaking. Midoriya, Iida whispered, voice broken. I. Izuku stepped closer, gentle. You're alive, Izuku said quietly. That matters. Iida's eyes filled with tears. I failed, Iida choked. Izuku's chest tightened. You were human, Izuku said softly. That's not failure. Torino snorted. Save the therapy for later. Police are coming. Sirens approached fast. The alley filled with flashing lights. Heroes arrived. Police swarmed. Questions flew. Torino handled most of them with gruff authority. Todoroki stayed quiet, eyes still studying Izuku like he'd seen the impossible. Iida was taken aside, scolded, treated. Native was stabilized. And Izuku. Izuku stood in the back, wrapped wound tight, hood up, goggles on, breathing through the filter like it was the only thing keeping him human. Because Stain's taste of his blood had proven something terrifying. Izuku wasn't just a weird case. He was toxic to certain quirks. He was different on a deeper level. Not a quirk, not a mutation, something older, something that didn't fit in their categories. And Stain, of all people, had seen it and still called him true. Izuku didn't know how to feel about that. Fear, pride, disgust. The beast inside him purred softly at the idea of being recognized by another predator. Izuku clenched his fists. No, he refused to let that purr become a roar. Later that night, back at Torino's agency, Izuku sat on the floor with his back against a wall, drinking one of the life blood packs through a straw like it was medicine. It didn't taste good. It tasted like iron and salt and survival. But as it slid into him, the hunger quieted, edge dulled, claws pulling back. Torino sat on the couch, watching him like a hawk. After a while, Torino spoke. Your blood messed him up, Torino said casually. Izuku swallowed. Yeah. Torino's eyes narrowed. Explain, Torino said. Izuku hesitated. Torino leaned forward. I'm not asking for your whole secret, Torino said. But I need to know what you are capable of. Especially if it affects other quirks. Izuku's throat tightened. He chose careful truth again. My body isn't normal, Izuku said quietly. It reacts differently. Torino snorted. That's obvious, Torino said. Try again. Izuku's hands trembled slightly. Torino watched. Then Torino's voice softened, just barely. You don't have to say it pretty, Torino said. Just say it honest. Izuku took a breath. My blood is powerful, Izuku admitted. It's not just blood. Torino stared. Izuku swallowed hard. It's like a lineage thing, Izuku whispered. Torino sat back. For a moment, he looked older than usual. Then he nodded once. Okay, Torino said quietly. That's enough. Izuku blinked. That's it. Torino grunted. If I know too much, Torino said, I'll have to act on it. And I don't feel like dealing with that paperwork. Izuku almost laughed, but it came out as a shaky exhale. Torino pointed at him. Here's lesson 3, Torino said. The world will judge you even if you behave. Izuku's stomach twisted. Torino's eyes sharpened. Stain judged you, Torino said. And he called you true. Izuku flinched. Torino snorted. Don't let that get in your head, Torino said. Villains don't get to hand out medals. Izuku swallowed. I know, he whispered. Torino leaned forward again. But, Torino continued, voice firm, use what he said as a warning. Izuku looked up. Torino's gaze locked onto him. If you ever decide the leash is too tight, Torino said quietly, you'll become exactly what Stain was praying for. Izuku's chest tightened. Torino's voice dropped. And All Might will have failed, Torino added. That hit harder than any threat. Izuku clenched his fists. I won't, Izuku whispered. Torino stared at him a long moment. Then he nodded once, approval. Grudging. Good, Torino said. He stood up. Tomorrow, Torino said, we train again. Faster. Cleaner. Colder. Izuku swallowed. Torino turned his head slightly, smirking. And Midoriya, Torino added. Izuku blinked. Yes, sir. Torino's grin sharpened. Next time someone tastes your blood, Torino said, try not to look like you want to bite their head off. Izuku froze. Torino laughed and walked away. Izuku sat in the dim room, lifeblood pack empty in his hand, hunger quiet but not gone. Stain's words echoed in his head again. A beast on a leash. Izuku stared at his hands. At the bandages. At the faint crackle of red-black lightning under his skin. He didn't want to be a beast. He didn't want a leash. He wanted to be a hero. But the world didn't care what he wanted. The world cared what he was capable of. And somewhere out there, villains were learning that a dark hero existed. A hero whose blood didn't behave like anyone else's. A hero who fought monsters, and sometimes looked like one. Izuku took a slow breath. Choose, he told himself. Again, and again, and again, because he was starting to understand the most terrifying truth of all. Being a hero wasn't one decision. It was 1,000 decisions. Made while starving. Hosu ended, but it didn't leave. It followed Izuku like a shadow stuck to his heels. The reporters. Not even the adrenaline. It was Stain's voice, raspy and certain, echoing in Izuku's head. A beast on a leash. Izuku hated that the words felt accurate. He hated that part of him, Deep, old, hungry, had liked being recognized. And he hated the fear that came after. When he realized how easy it would be to stop choosing. Because choosing was tiring. Choosing was pain. Choosing was waking up every day with a monster in his chest. And telling it no with a voice that sometimes shook. The night after Hosu, Torino didn't let him sleep early. Torino didn't do rest days. Torino did, you rest when you're dead. Izuku stood in Torino's training room again, no windows. Scuffed mats, targets hung like silent judges. His hood was off. His goggles were on his forehead. No sunlight meant his skin wasn't screaming. But his mind still was. Torino sat on a stool like a tiny king. Show me your footwork, Torino ordered. Izuku moved instantly, stepping into a light full cowling output. Red-black lightning threaded across his legs like living veins. He pivoted, sidestepped, missed step flickering just enough to shorten distance without looking like teleportation. Torino threw a small rubber ball at Izuku's head. Izuku dodged. Torino threw another. Izuku dodged. Torino threw a third, faster. Izuku flinched. The ball clipped his shoulder. Torino clicked his tongue. Emotion, Torino muttered. Izuku's jaw clenched. I wasn't emotional, Izuku protested. Torino's eyes narrowed. You were annoyed, Torino corrected. Annoyed is emotion. Izuku's fists tightened. That's, he started. Torino flicked a ball at his forehead. Izuku dodged too late. It smacked him cleanly. Torino grinned. See, Torino said. You're annoyed again. Izuku breathed out hard, frustrated. And immediately his hunger twitched, like it smelled the crack. Torino's grin faded slightly. Feel that? Torino asked. Izuku froze. He didn't want to admit it. But Torino didn't accept lying. Yes, Izuku whispered. Torino nodded once, satisfied. Good, Torino said. Now we can fix it. Izuku swallowed. How? Torino hopped off the stool and walked toward a dusty cabinet in the corner. He opened it, rummaged, and pulled out something Izuku didn't expect. A file. Old paper. Thick. Yellowed at the edges. Torino tossed it onto the mat. Izuku blinked. What is that? Torino sat back down. Your homework, Torino said. Izuku hesitated, then crouched and opened the file. Inside were old clippings. Old photos. Old handwritten notes. Some looked like government reports. Others looked like myths scribbled by someone who didn't want to forget. Izuku frowned. The first page showed a black and white photo of a man standing beside early-era heroes. The image was grainy, but the silhouette was sharp. Long coat. High collar. Eyes like dark pits even in black and white. The caption read, Unidentified vigilante assists during the first Quirk riots. Izuku's breath caught. The next photo showed the same figure in a different angle, standing on a rooftop, watching flames in the distance. Caption. Dark Walker, sighted again. Izuku's fingers tightened on the page. Dark Walker. Izuku whispered. Torino's voice was calm. Legend, Torino said. But not fake. Izuku looked up, startled. Torino pointed at the file. Keep reading, Torino ordered. Izuku swallowed and continued. There were witness reports. He moved like mist. He didn't bleed like a human. He didn't seem to breathe. He fought villains, but avoided the spotlight. He vanished before police arrived. He wore the night like a cape. Izuku's skin prickled. Then he reached a page that looked different. It was handwritten in older Japanese, but readable enough. A quote, underlined. In the dawn of quirks, when people burned cities in fear, one creature walked among them, neither hero nor villain. A predator that refused to hunt. Izuku's throat went dry. He turned the page. Another note. He fed only on the wicked. Some called him a demon. Some called him a saint. Most called him a warning. Izuku's pulse slowed. Too slow. Like the beast inside him was listening. Izuku forced his breathing steady. Torino watched him carefully, not speaking. Izuku reached the final page. It was a family registry extract, partial, heavily redacted. But one name remained clear, circled. Midoriya, Old Branch, Unknown Adoption Record, Bloodline Anomaly. Izuku's hands trembled. He looked up slowly. Torino's eyes were sharp. You ever wonder, Torino asked, why your condition showed up now? Izuku swallowed hard. I thought it was triggered by the sludge villain, Izuku whispered. Torino shrugged. That was the spark, Torino said. Not the fuel. Izuku's throat tightened. Torino leaned forward, elbows on knees. All Might told me you changed after near death, Torino said. Your hunger. Sun sickness. The whole, life tastes like ash, thing. Izuku flinched. Torino pointed at the file. That file is about someone who sounded like you, Torino said. Izuku stared at the grainy photos again. The long coat. The night. The way witnesses described him. Izuku's mouth went dry. You think that's my ancestor, Izuku whispered. Torino nodded once. Not think, Torino corrected. I'm pretty sure. Izuku's chest tightened. But quirks started only a few generations ago, Izuku whispered. How could? Torino cut him off. Quirks started being documented a few generations ago, Torino said. We don't know what existed before it became public. Izuku swallowed. Torino's eyes narrowed. And we don't know what some people hid, Torino added. Izuku stared at the file, hands trembling. A cold dread settled in his stomach. If the Dark Walker was real, then Izuku wasn't a freak accident. He was a recurring problem. A lineage. A thing that waited in blood until it woke up. Izuku whispered, barely audible. Why would that matter for my training? Torino's grin returned, sharp, practical. Because your biggest enemy isn't Stain, Torino said. It's not villains. Izuku blinked. Torino tapped Izuku's forehead with one finger. It's your heart, Torino said. Your emotions pull the chain. Your hunger bites it. Izuku swallowed hard. Torino leaned back. That's why Stain almost got you, Torino said. Not because he's stronger, because you were mad. Izuku flinched. Torino's voice sharpened. And that's why you survived, Torino continued, because you chose restraint. Izuku stared. Torino nodded. So here's lesson 4, Torino said. He held up a finger. Your emotions are your superpower, Torino said. And your weakness. He held up another finger. You don't get to turn them off, like I do. Torino said. You're not built like that. He held up a third finger. But you can learn to channel them, Torino said. Like a blade in a sheath. Izuku's throat tightened. How? He whispered. Torino stood up. He clapped his hands once, loud. Simple, Torino said. Then he smiled like a villain. We stress you until you crack, Torino said, and we train you to crack smaller. Izuku's blood went cold. Sir, Izuku started. Torino snapped. Move. The hunger drills. Torino's training wasn't like All Might's beach cleanup. All Might trained Izuku's body and spirit. Torino trained Izuku's reflexes and control. It started with speed. Torino made Izuku sprint rooftop to rooftop with weighted gear. Not just weights, UV-resistant layers, breathing filter, goggles, hood. Torino called it, your costume tax. If you need it, Torino said, you train with it. Izuku ran until his legs burned. Torino ran until Izuku wanted to cry. Then Torino made it worse. He introduced triggers. Not blood. Not real blood. Torino wasn't stupid. He used metallic pads infused with artificial iron. He used loud crowd recordings. He used heat lamps. He used sudden flashes of light. Each trigger made Izuku's hunger twitch like a muscle spasm. Each time, Torino barked. Cold. Izuku learned the difference between feeling and following. He learned that hunger wasn't a command. It was a signal, a warning light, a storm forecast. And he learned something terrifying too. When he stayed calm, his hunger stayed quiet. When he got emotional, angry, embarrassed, frightened, the hunger surged like it wanted to ride that emotion into action. So Torino attacked his emotions. On purpose. He insulted Izuku. He mocked his hood. He brought up the sports festival. He brought up Bakugo. He brought up Stain's words. And every time Izuku's frustration rose, Torino would hit him. Not to hurt him badly. To punish the emotional spike. To teach his body a harsh lesson. Emotion equals danger. At first, Izuku hated it. Then he realized why it worked. Because his beast didn't care about lectures. It cared about consequences. Torino didn't just train Izuku to fight villains. He trained Izuku to fight himself under pressure. After one brutal session, Izuku collapsed on the mat, panting. Torino sat nearby, sipping tea like they'd just taken a stroll. Izuku's voice came out hoarse. Why are you doing this? Izuku whispered. Torino looked at him. For once, Torino didn't smirk. He spoke quietly. Because All Might asked me to, Torino said. Izuku blinked. Torino's gaze drifted to the file again. Because I saw what happens when someone with power loses their way, Torino added. Izuku swallowed. Torino's voice became low. And because, Torino said, if your ancestor was real, then that bloodline has rules. Izuku's chest tightened. What rules? Izuku asked. Torino leaned forward. Predators don't survive by being strong, Torino said. They survive by being smart. Izuku's throat went dry. Torino tapped the file. The Dark Walker didn't become a myth because he was loud, Torino said. He became a myth because he was careful. Izuku swallowed. Torino's eyes sharpened. So if you want to stay human, Torino said. You learn what he learned. Izuku's voice shook. Which is? Torino's answer was simple. Never feed on the innocent, Torino said. Izuku froze. Torino watched him. Then Torino added. Brutally practical. And if you ever have to feed to survive, Torino said, you pick a monster. Izuku's stomach twisted violently. He wanted to reject it. He wanted to say I'll never do that. But the memory of suffocation and death whispered back. Promises don't matter if you're dying. Izuku's hands trembled. Torino's eyes narrowed. You don't like it, Torino said. Izuku swallowed. No, Izuku whispered. Torino nodded once. Good, Torino said. Keep that disgust. That's your leash. Izuku stared at him. Torino's voice softened, just a fraction. Heroes carry ugly possibilities, Torino said. You just carry one that bites. Izuku closed his eyes. For a long time, he didn't speak. Then he whispered. Did you ever meet him? Torino was silent. Then he exhaled slowly. Once, Torino admitted. Izuku's eyes snapped open. Torino looked away slightly, like he hated the memory. I was younger, Torino said. The world was chaos. Quirks were new. Heroes weren't organized yet. Izuku leaned forward. Breath caught. Torino continued. There was a riot, Torino said. People burning buildings because they thought quirk users were devils. Izuku's stomach tightened. Torino's voice grew quieter. A family got trapped, Torino said. Police wouldn't go in. Pro-heroes didn't exist like now. Izuku's throat went dry. Torino's eyes narrowed. Then the Dark Walker appeared, Torino said. Izuku's hands trembled. Torino's voice was calm but weighted. He walked through flames like it was fog, Torino said. Pulled the family out. Izuku whispered, he didn't burn. Torino shook his head. He avoided the hottest parts, Torino corrected. He wasn't invincible. He was careful. Izuku swallowed. Torino leaned back. When I tried to thank him, Torino said, he told me something. Izuku held his breath. Torino's eyes narrowed as he quoted. If you want to stay a man, never let hunger become routine. Izuku's stomach dropped. Torino looked at Izuku sharply. Tease what you're doing when you rely on shortcuts, Torino said. When you let yourself drift. Izuku swallowed hard. Torino jabbed a finger at him. That's why you drink your packs, Torino said. That's why you use your hood. Izuku nodded shakily. Torino's eyes sharpened. And that's why, Torino said, you stop letting other people decide what you are. Izuku blinked. What do you mean? He whispered. Torino's grin returned, mean and accurate. Bakugo, Torino said. Izuku flinched. Torino snorted. You reek of that boy's nonsense, Torino said. He pushes, you react. You react, your beast wakes. Izuku clenched his fists. Torino leaned in. So you learn to be unbothered, Torino said. Cold. Izuku's throat tightened. But I'm not like Todoroki, Izuku whispered. I can't just. Torino cut him off. Not cold like dead, Torino said. Cold like focused. Izuku swallowed. Torino stood up, cracking his knuckles. Now, Torino said, get up. Izuku groaned. Sir. Torino grinned. Lesson 5, Torino said. We train your hunger like it's a quirk. Izuku blinked. Torino's grin widened. And we test it, Torino added. Izuku's stomach dropped. How? Izuku asked. Torino pointed at the door. We go somewhere crowded, Torino said. Izuku froze. Torino smirked. A convenience store, Torino said. Lots of people. Bright lights. Smells. Stress. Izuku stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Torino shrugged. You want to be a hero in society. Torino said. Then your control has to work in society. Izuku swallowed hard. And he followed. The test in plain sight. The convenience store was normal. That was the problem. Normal meant unpredictable. A crying child with a scraped knee. A tired salaryman with a cut finger from opening a box. A woman arguing on the phone, voice sharp, blood pressure rising. Every tiny human detail was a trigger if Izuku let it be. He wore his hood lightly, sunglasses on. Torino walked in like a grandpa buying snacks. Izuku followed, breathing slow. Tea. His store smelled like plastic packaging and fried food. Then the scent hit him. A small cut. Someone's finger. Barely bleeding, but fresh. Izuku's hunger twitched like a reflex. His eyes flickered red for a split second. He clenched his jaw. Cold. Focus. Choose. Torino grabbed a bag of chips and looked at Izuku casually. Don't stare, Torino muttered. Izuku forced his gaze away from the scent source. He focused on a shelf. Read labels. Counted items. Grounding tricks. His hunger quieted slightly. Then the worst possible thing happened. A child bumped into Izuku. The kid stumbled and scraped their knee. A tiny smear of blood. The child started crying. The mother panicked. Oh no, sweetie. The smell hit Izuku like a siren. His hunger surged violently. The beast lunged at the leash. Izuku's hands trembled. His mouth went dry. He stepped back instinctively. Away, away, away. Torino's voice snapped quietly. Cold. Izuku swallowed hard. He couldn't run. Running would look suspicious. He couldn't freeze. Freezing would look suspicious. He had to do something normal. So he did. He lowered himself slightly, keeping distance, voice gentle. Are you okay? Izuku asked the child, forcing warmth into his tone. The child looked up, teary. Izuku felt the blood scent like a hook in his nose. He wanted to look at it. He didn't. He kept his gaze on the child's face. The mother looked embarrassed. She said. Izuku shook his head quickly. It's fine, he said softly. Here. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean tissue packet, something Torino had forced him to carry. Izuku offered it to the mother. Not touching the blood, not getting close. The mother took it gratefully. Thank you, she said. The child sniffled. Izuku smiled gently, using the smallest hint of glamour, not manipulation, just reassurance. His presence softened. The child's crying eased. The mother calmed. The moment passed. And the hunger didn't win. Torino watched from the chip aisle, expression unreadable. When the mother and child left, Torino walked up and tapped Izuku's forehead lightly. Good, Torino said. Izuku's shoulders sagged in relief. Torino leaned in, voice low. See, Torino said. Hero work isn't always punches. Izuku swallowed. Torino's gaze sharpened. It's choosing, Torino said. 1,000 times a day. Izuku nodded slowly. He felt tired in his bones. Not physical tired, moral tired. The exhaustion of constant restraint. Torino bought the chips. They left. Outside, under the night sky, Torino finally spoke again. You did fine, Torino said. Izuku blinked. That's praise. Torino snorted. Don't get used to it. Izuku almost laughed. Then Torino's voice turned serious. You're going back to UA soon, Torino said. Izuku nodded. Torino pointed at him. Your next problems won't be villains, Torino said. They'll be teachers, exams, training camps. Izuku swallowed. Torino's eyes narrowed. And other students, Torino added. Izuku's stomach tightened. Bakugo. Todoroki. The whispers. Torino grunted. If you can handle a crying kid bleeding in a store, Torino said, you can handle Bakugo's mouth. Izuku managed a small smile. Then Torino's gaze sharpened one last time. But if your bloodline is resurfacing, Torino said quietly, someone else will notice. Izuku's smile faded. Who? Izuku whispered. Torino's face hardened. The kind of people who collect rare things, Torino said. Izuku's blood went cold. Torino didn't say the name. He didn't have to. All for one. Izuku's stomach twisted. Torino slapped Izuku lightly on the shoulder. Train, Torino said. Izuku nodded. Torino turned away. And Midoriya, Torino added without looking back. Izuku blinked. Yes, sir. Torino's voice was quiet, almost like advice. Don't chase being the symbol of peace, Torino said. That's All Might's job. Quote. Izuku swallowed. Torino's next words hit like a weight. Your job is to be the reason the night feels safe, Torino said. Izuku stared at the city lights. At the shadows between buildings. At the quiet places where monsters hid. And he understood. If he couldn't be the sun, he would have to become something else. Something that watched the dark. Something that didn't flinch from it. Something that could stand near blood and still choose humanity. Izuku took a slow breath. Okay, he whispered. And for the first time since Hosu, the word didn't feel like a lie. UA didn't ease up after internships. If anything, it tightened the collar. Because now everyone had seen Class 1A in real danger. Now everyone knew villains could reach them. Now everyone knew the world was watching, and waiting for them to fail. So when Aizawa walked into homeroom one morning looking like he hadn't slept in 3 days, nobody joked. He dropped a stack of papers onto the desk. Final exams, he said flatly. A collective groan rose. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Not written only, he added. Practical too. The groan died. He continued, voice blunt as always. You will be paired, Aizawa said. You will face a pro hero as your opponent. The class stiffened. Present Mike popped his head in the door, grinning too wide. It's crunch time, baby. Nobody laughed. N. Kaminari looked like he might throw up. Aizawa's gaze swept the room. Pass the written, Aizawa said. Pass the practical, or you fail. Izuku sat still, hands folded. He'd learned from Torino, calm was armor. But he felt the hunger stir anyway, because pressure always woke it up. Aizawa kept talking. The test is simple, he said. Either defeat the hero, or escape the arena. Students whispered. Some looked excited. Others looked terrified. Izuku didn't want to defeat a teacher. He wanted to escape. Escape meant survival. Escape meant control. But then Aizawa read the pairings. And the moment he heard his, Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa, Eraserhead, Aizawa said, reading his own sheet without expression. Versus, Midoriya Izuku. Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo's head snapped up instantly. What? Bakugo barked. Izuku's throat went dry. Across the room, All Might stood quietly in his teacher uniform, watching. All Might's eyes widened a fraction, then tightened. He already knew. He'd known what pairing was coming. Because someone had arranged it. Because someone, Aizawa, wanted to see something. Aizawa's gaze landed on Izuku for a heartbeat. Not a glare. Not anger. Assessment. Prove you're safe. Bakugo slammed a hand on the desk. Why am I stuck with him? Bakugo snapped. Aizawa didn't blink. Because, he said, your teamwork is trash. The class winced. Bakugo's face reddened in fury. Izuku stayed silent. Because arguing didn't help. Because Bakugo's rage was predictable. And because Izuku understood something Bakugo didn't. This pairing wasn't just a test of combat. It was a test of control. Aizawa could erase quirks, but he couldn't erase vampiric physiology. That meant Izuku's other side would be visible under pressure. And Aizawa was absolutely going to push. Preparations. They were given time to plan. Not much. Just enough to either become smarter, or panic louder. Bakugo didn't plan. Bakugo raged. In the training room later, Bakugo paced like a caged lion. We fight, Bakugo said. We win. Izuku swallowed. It's All Might. Bakugo spun on him, eyes blazing. It's not All Might, Bakugo snapped. It's that sleep-deprived scarf freak. Izuku flinched. Bakugo stepped closer. And if he erases my quirk, Bakugo said, I'll still punch him. Izuku's hunger twitched at the aggression. He forced it down. We don't need to defeat him, Izuku said carefully. We can escape. Bakugo scoffed. Coward plan, Bakugo spat. Izuku's jaw clenched. It's a survival plan, Izuku corrected. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Then he smiled, sharp, cruel. Afraid you'll lose control, Bakugo whispered. Izuku froze. Bakugo leaned in, voice low. Afraid the whole school will see what you are, Bakugo murmured. Izuku's nails pressed into his palm. Bakugo's words were a match near gasoline. Torino's advice echoed. Bakugo pushes, you react. You react, your beast wakes. Izuku took a slow breath. Cold mind, warm heart, choose. He looked at Bakugo steadily. Yes, Izuku admitted quietly. Bakugo blinked, thrown off. Izuku continued, voice calm. I'm afraid, Izuku said. But I'm still going to pass. Bakugo's jaw tightened. Izuku stepped closer, controlled. So either you help me escape, Izuku said. or you fail with me. Bakugo's eyes burned. You think you can tell me what? Izuku cut him off, still calm. This is not about you being strong, Izuku said. This is about you being useful. Bakugo froze, insulted. Then his face twisted. Kirishima, who'd been nearby pretending not to listen, whispered, "Oh, dude." Bakugo's fists clenched. For a second, Izuku thought Bakugo might swing. But then Bakugo's pride did something strange. It recalculated. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "Fine," Bakugo snarled. "We escape." Izuku exhaled softly. Bakugo jabbed a finger into Izuku's chest. "But if you slow me down," Bakugo hissed, "I'll blast you myself." Izuku nodded once. Bakugo blinked again, like he hated that Izuku wasn't rising to the bait. Then Bakugo turned away, seething. Izuku swallowed. Teamwork wasn't friendship. It was aligned survival. And for today, that was enough. Practical final. All Might is the wall. The arena was a city block simulation, narrow streets, buildings, alleyways, corners. Blind spots. Perfect for Aizawa. Perfect for ambush. Also perfect for Izuku, because shadows existed. Izuku wore his containment gear under his uniform, hood ready, goggles clipped. Breathing filter hanging at his neck. Bakugo entered first, cracking his knuckles. Izuku followed, scanning. Then the gates slammed shut behind them. A loudspeaker crackled. All Might here, All Might's voice boomed. Forced cheerful. Final exam begins now. Izuku's stomach twisted. Bakugo growled, "He's so dramatic." Izuku listened. Heartbeat. Footsteps. Aizawa wasn't loud. Aizawa wasn't showy. Aizawa was a predator. And then Aizawa struck. His scarf lashed from above, snapping down like a living snake. Bakugo reacted instantly, blasting upward, explosion propelling him sideways. Izuku ducked, rolling into shadow. Aizawa dropped from a rooftop like a falling ragdoll that suddenly became steel. His eyes glowed. Erasure. Bakugo's explosions fizzled for a heartbeat. Bakugo cursed. Izuku felt something shift, not in One for All. In the air. Aizawa's gaze pinned them. But Izuku didn't feel erased. Because Aizawa couldn't erase biology. Izuku's muscles still tightened. His senses still sharpened. His hunger still listened. Aizawa's scarf snapped toward Izuku. Izuku moved, missed step flicker, slipping behind a corner. Aizawa's eyes followed instantly. "You're fast," Aizawa said flatly. Izuku didn't answer. Bakugo surged forward without explosions, throwing a punch. Aizawa's scarf wrapped Bakugo's arm, yanking him off balance. Bakugo snarled and swung his other fist. Aizawa slipped aside like water. Then Aizawa's elbow cracked into Bakugo's ribs, hard. Bakugo stumbled, coughing. Izuku's hunger twitched at the scent of blood from Bakugo's split lip. Izuku clenched his jaw. Not now. Aizawa's scarf whipped toward Izuku again. Izuku dodged, but Aizawa adjusted mid-swing, catching Izuku's wrist. Aizawa yanked. Izuku stumbled forward into Aizawa's range. Aizawa's fist came toward Izuku's face. Izuku reacted on instinct. Not One for All. Not quirk. Pure vampiric reflex. His body blurred, missed step. But this time, it wasn't just speed. It was something else. For a heartbeat, Izuku felt his body thin. Like fog. Like mist. Aizawa's punch passed through where Izuku's shoulder had been, half contact, like hitting smoke. Izuku stumbled backward, shocked. His skin tingled like static. Bakugo stared. What the hell was that? Bakugo barked. Izuku's eyes widened behind his goggles. Phased. Aizawa's eyes narrowed sharply. He didn't speak. But Izuku saw it in his gaze. Aizawa had noticed. Aizawa was confirming. Izuku's chest tightened. Aizawa's voice was low. "So that's what you're hiding," Aizawa murmured. Izuku's stomach dropped. Bakugo snarled, "Stop talking and fight." Bakugo rushed Aizawa again. Aizawa's scarf moved like a whip. Bakugo got snared, thrown into a wall. Izuku darted forward, grabbing Bakugo's collar and yanking him out of Aizawa's reach. Bakugo glared at him. "Don't touch me." Bakugo snapped. Izuku leaned close, voice sharp and controlled. "Shut up and run," Izuku hissed. Bakugo froze, then realized Izuku was right. Aizawa was too good at close combat. If they stayed, they'd get dismantled. Escape was the goal, so Izuku did what he did best. He analyzed. Aizawa's weakness wasn't speed. It wasn't erasure. It was line of sight. If they broke Aizawa's gaze, Bakugo's explosions returned. If Bakugo's explosions returned, they could create a path out. Izuku snapped, smoke. Bakugo blinked. What? Izuku pointed at the street. Explode the ground, Izuku ordered. Dust cloud. Block his eyes. Bakugo snarled, but obeyed. He slammed his palms down, boom. Concrete erupted. Dust rose. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as visibility dropped. Erasure flickered. Bakugo's explosions returned fully. Bakugo grinned viciously. Finally, Bakugo blasted forward, creating more smoke, more chaos. Izuku followed, darting through shadow and dust, keeping low. Aizawa moved like a ghost through the haze, scarf snapping. But dust slowed his sight. Bakugo's explosions forced distance. They ran, not toward a fight, toward the exit gate. All Might's booming voice echoed from the loudspeakers. Oh ho! Excellent strategy. Bakugo screamed, shut up. Izuku's breathing was steady, but his hunger was rising. Not from blood, though Bakugo's lip was bleeding. From stress. From sunlight leaking through gaps above. From the thrill of being hunted. The beast liked being hunted. Because hunted meant chase. Chase meant dominance. Izuku clenched his jaw and forced focus. They reached the gate area. The exit was visible, big metal doors. All Might's voice again. Just touch the gate to pass. Bakugo grinned. Easy. Then Aizawa appeared in front of the gate like he'd teleported. His scarf spread wide. His eyes glowed. Erasure. Bakugo's explosions died again. Bakugo cursed. Aizawa's voice was low and tired. You're not leaving, Aizawa said. Bakugo stepped forward anyway, fists up. Aizawa's scarf whipped, binding Bakugo's arms and legs in one motion. Bakugo hit the ground, trapped. Izuku's chest tightened. Aizawa's gaze snapped to Izuku. I told you to prove you could control the predator. Aizawa said quietly. Izuku froze. Bakugo's eyes widened. What did you just say? Bakugo hissed. Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa's eyes stayed on Izuku. I can't erase what you are, Aizawa said. But I can stop you from becoming a public hazard. Izuku's breathing sharpened. Sunlight pressed faintly from above, enough to make his skin itch. The hunger stirred. Aizawa stepped forward, scarf twitching. So, Aizawa said, show me. Izuku's hands trembled. This was it. Aizawa was pushing him into the corner. If Izuku fought with full vampiric strength, it would be obvious. If he used mist form again, Aizawa would know it wasn't a quirk. If he lost control, he would fail. He would be expelled. Or worse. Izuku swallowed hard. Then he did the thing Torino trained into him. He cracked smaller. Not no crack. Just controlled crack. Izuku lowered his stance. He didn't bare fangs. He didn't grow claws fully. He just let his muscles tighten, senses sharpen. He moved fast, fast enough to surprise. Not fast enough to terrify. Aizawa's scarf snapped toward his throat. Izuku shifted, missed step flicker. This time, he consciously tried the thin feeling again. His body blurred, edges softening. Aizawa's scarf passed through his shoulder like grabbing smoke. Izuku slid past Aizawa's right side and sprinted straight for the gate. Aizawa's eyes widened a fraction. He lunged to catch. Bakugo, still trapped, screamed. Deku, don't leave me. Izuku's heart twisted. Bakugo wasn't begging for friendship. He was begging not to be humiliated. But it didn't matter. Leaving Bakugo would mean failing. And worse, it would mean being the kind of person who sacrifices others to save himself. Izuku stopped inches from the gate. Sunlight leaked down from above, stabbing his skin. Pain flared. His hunger snarled. His body wanted to flee. But Izuku turned back. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Bakugo struggled furiously. Izuku inhaled through pain. Then he made a choice that wasn't logical. It was human. He ran back into danger. Aizawa's scarf snapped again. Izuku phased through it in mist form, partial, just enough. He reached Bakugo. He grabbed the scarf binding Bakugo. And pulled. Not with one for all. With thrall strength. The scarf tightened, fighting him like a living thing. Izuku's muesenger surged at the stress. He gritted his teeth, eyes flashing faint crimson. He yanked harder. The scarf loosened enough for Bakugo to rip free with a furious explosion burst. Bakugo shot up, eyes wild. Why? Bakugo snarled. Izuku didn't answer. He just shouted. Now! Bakugo understood instantly. He blasted forward, creating a massive smoke burst between Aizawa and the gate. Visibility dropped. Erasure flickered. Izuku sprinted, skin burning from sunlight pain but ignoring it. Grabbing Bakugo's collar as Bakugo launched too far ahead. And together, they touched the gate. The loudspeaker crackled. Pass. The gates opened. Bakugo stumbled out, panting, furious. Izuku stumbled out too, skin itching. Head throbbing. He yanked his hood up immediately, pulling goggles down, breathing filter on. He exhaled shakily. He passed. But Aizawa's gaze behind them was heavy. Bakugo turned, snarling, "We won." Scarf freak. Aizawa didn't react. He just looked at Izuku. And Izuku knew. Aizawa had seen the phasing. Aizawa had seen the predator restraint. Aizawa had seen Izuku stop at the gate and come back. Aizawa didn't smile. But he didn't expel him. That was victory. Izuku's knees nearly gave out from relief. The training camp, perfect shadows. After finals, UA announced the summer training camp. The class cheered, thinking, vacation. Aizawa's expression made it clear it wasn't vacation. "We're going to make you stronger," Aizawa said flatly. Izuku heard the unspoken addition. Before villains try again. The bus ride to the camp was quieter than the USJ trip but not silent. Students were tense. They joked nervously. They tried to pretend normal. Izuku sat near the window, hood up. Sunglasses on even though it was daytime, because it wasn't worth risking exposure. Tsuyu sat nearby, relaxed but watchful. Uraraka chatted softly with Mina. Kirishima tried to lighten the mood. Bakugo stared out the other window like he was daring the sun to fight him. Todoroki sat quietly, eyes distant. Izuku's mind drifted back to the finals. Bakugo's shout, "Don't leave me." He didn't understand why it stuck in Izuku's head. Maybe because Bakugo had finally sounded human. Maybe because Izuku had saved him anyway. Maybe because the beast inside Izuku had hated that choice, and Izuku had done it anyway. They arrived at the Wild Pussycats mountain training site in the late afternoon. Forests, shadows, cool air. Izuku felt immediate relief. Trees blocked sunlight. The smell of earth grounded him. His body relaxed. His hunger quieted. This place felt safe. The Pussycats greeted them with chaos and energy. "Welcome," they screamed. Training started immediately. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't fun. It was survival training disguised as quirk development. And for Izuku, it was also hunger training. Because exertion woke his thirst. Fear woke his thirst. Stress woke his thirst. He drank life-blood packs at night in secret, careful. He kept his breathing filter close. He stayed in the shade. And for a few days, it almost felt like a normal camp. Almost. Until the forest stopped feeling like home. And started feeling like a hunting ground. The attack begins. It happened in the evening. Not full night. Not full daylight. The worst possible hour for Izuku. Dusk. When shadows were long enough to hide predators. And light was still strong enough to burn. They were gathered in the lodge area after training. Students tired, sweaty, hungry. Teachers present. Aizawa looked more alert than usual, like his instincts never turned off anymore. Then the air changed. Izuku felt it first. Not a smell, a pressure. Like something outside the camp boundary was watching. His hunger stirred, warning signal. He stiffened. Tsuyu glanced at him. "You feel it too," she whispered. Izuku nodded slightly. Aizawa's scarf twitched. Then a scream ripped through the trees. Not a student scream. A staff scream. And the forest exploded into chaos. Smoke bombs burst, purple fog spilling through the camp like poison. Gas. Izuku's eyes widened. His breathing filter helped, but the gas still burned his throat. Students coughed and stumbled. Teachers shouted orders. Kota screamed somewhere. Izuku's senses flared. Villains. Multiple. Fast. Strong. And then Izuku saw him. A figure stepping from the smoke like a nightmare shaped into muscle. Muscular. His grin was wide and cruel. Izuku's blood ran cold. Because he recognized him instantly. This villain wasn't subtle. He was brute force. He was slaughter. And the moment Muscular's eyes landed on Izuku, Muscular smiled wider. Well, Muscular chuckled. Found a fun one. Izuku's hunger twitched, not desire. Survival fear. Because this was the kind of fight where restraint might get him killed. Izuku stepped back instinctively, scanning for Kota. Because he remembered the pussycats, warning. Kota was a target, and if Kota got hurt, Izuku's emotions would spike. If his emotions spiked, his beast would wake. Muscular took a step forward, cracking his neck. I heard there's a scary kid in this class, Muscular said, eyes gleaming. A dark little freak. Izuku's stomach twisted. Muscular leaned closer, voice low. Let's see what you've got, Muscular whispered. Izuku's fists clenched. Red-black lightning flickered. His hunger rose. He felt the leash tighten. And somewhere in the smoke, a child's scream echoed again. Kota. Izuku's chest tightened violently. Because Kota's fear hit him like a spear. And Izuku knew. This wasn't just an exam. This wasn't just training. This was the moment Torino warned him about. The moment where ugly possibilities became real. Muscular grinned, stepping forward. Izuku whispered to himself, voice shaking. Choose. The forest didn't sound like a forest anymore. It sounded like war. Branches snapped under running feet. Smoke grenades hissed. Students shouted names. Teachers barked orders. Somewhere, a villain laughed like this was a game. Izuku's breathing filter muffled the worst of the gas, but the air still tasted wrong, chemical and hot. He moved through the trees at a low sprint, hood up. Goggles down, heart steady by force. Cold mind, warm heart, choose. Then he heard it again. A scream. High, small, panicked. Kota. Izuku's body reacted before his mind did. He launched toward the sound, missed step flicker between shadows, boots barely touching ground. He found the source in a small clearing near a rocky slope. Kota was there, pinned. A huge hand had him by the collar, lifting him like a toy. Muscular's grin was wide enough to split his face. Well, Muscular said, leaning close to Kota. Where's the brat hero? Kota's eyes were wide with terror, tears mixing with grime. I don't know. Kota choked. Muscular laughed, shaking the child slightly. Oh, that's cute, Muscular said. You're lying for him. Izuku's blood went cold, not from fear for himself. From fear for the kid. He stepped into the clearing. Put him down. His voice came out deeper than he intended. Muscular turned slowly. His grin widened. There you are, Muscular purred. Kota's eyes snapped to Izuku. Midoriya. Kota cried. Izuku's chest tightened. Muscular's muscles shifted, fibers expanding like ropes beneath skin, bulging grotesquely. You're the scary one, Muscular said, eyes gleaming. Perfect. Quote. Izuku's body was already tense. His hunger stirred at the stress and the scent of Kota's fear. He forced it down. Muscular took one step closer, still holding Kota. You gonna beg? Muscular asked. Scream. Cry. I like it when heroes do that. Izuku's fists clenched. Red-black lightning flickered under his sleeves, subtle. I said, Izuku repeated, voice controlled, put him down. Muscular chuckled. Make me, he said. Izuku moved. Fast. Missed step flicker, closing distance in a blur. His hand snapped out, grabbing Kota's wrist. In one motion, Izuku yanked Katie shoved him behind his own body. Kota stumbled, falling back into the grass. Muscular's eyes widened briefly, surprised at the speed. Then he laughed. Oh. Muscular roared. Good. He swung. A massive fist wrapped in muscle fibers, like a wrecking ball. Izuku's mind went cold. Too strong to block. Dodge. Izuku slipped sideways, missed step again, but Muscular adjusted mid-swing, tracking him with terrifying instinct. The fist clipped Izuku's shoulder. Impact exploded through his body. He flew into a tree. Wood cracked. Izuku hit hard, ribs aching. Pain flared. His regeneration kicked in, stitching damage faster than it should. But pain had a side effect. It made his hunger rise like a flood. Muscular laughed. You felt that? Muscular taunted. That's what it feels like to be weak. Izuku pushed himself up, shaking. Kota stared, frozen, terrified. Muscular stepped forward. You're gonna break, Muscular said happily. All heroes break. Izuku swallowed hard. No, not here. Not in front of a child. Not when the child's eyes were on him like he was the only wall between survival and slaughter. Izuku inhaled slowly. Run, he whispered to Kota. Kota flinched. Kota stammered. Izuku didn't look back. Run, Izuku snapped. Kota jerked into motion, sprinting toward the trees. Muscular's eyes flicked to him. Muscular grinned. "Ah," Muscular said, delighted. "Now you're motivated." He lunged toward Kota. Izuku's body moved without thought. He intercepted, slamming into Muscular's side with a full cowling-enhanced shoulder tackle. Red-black lightning snapped. Muscular barely budged. Instead, Muscular's fist came down like a hammer. Izuku raised his arms to block. Impact crushed him to the ground. The earth dented. Izuku's teeth clacked. Pain flashed white. His hunger roared. Muscular leaned down, grinning. "Regeneration," Muscular murmured, interested. "That's fun. Means I can hurt you longer." Izuku's vision pulsed crimson. He felt the beast inside him press forward. "Kill him." Izuku clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. No, he didn't kill. He didn't feed. He didn't. Muscular grabbed Izuku's hoodie and hauled him up, then slammed him into another tree. The trunk cracked. Leaves rained down. Izuku's back screamed. His suit seemed strained. Muscular's laughter boomed. "Come on," Muscular shouted. "Show me something scary." Izuku's breathing quickened. Fear and anger and desperation churned in his chest. And the hunger used that emotion like gasoline. His mouth tasted copper. His eyes burned. He could feel his canines lengthening slightly. Claws threatening to emerge. He forced them down. He tried to fight like Torino taught him, cold and precise. Izuku moved low, fast, aiming for joints. He struck Muscular's knee, hard. Muscular barely reacted. He struck Muscular's ribs, harder. Muscular laughed like it tickled. Muscular's muscles absorbed impact like armor. Izuku's stomach sank. Normal punches wouldn't work. Even one for all at 5% wasn't enough. Izuku's mind raced. He could go higher. But higher meant more stress. More stress meant more hunger. More hunger meant. Muscular punched again. Izuku dodged barely. The wind from the punch shaved his cheek. If that hit full, it would pulp him. Izuku swallowed hard. He looked past Muscular. Kota had stopped running, hiding behind a boulder, watching, eyes wide, shaking. Kota wasn't safe. Not yet. Izuku's chest tightened. He couldn't keep dancing forever. Muscular would catch him. Muscular would catch Kota. Izuku's hands trembled. His hunger surged. And a quiet, ugly thought rose in his mind. Torino's rule, that Izuku hated. If you ever have to feed to survive, you pick a monster. Izuku's stomach twisted violently. He didn't want to accept it. But Muscular wasn't giving him options. Muscular stepped forward, grin widening. "Gonna cry yet?" Muscular asked. Izuku stared at him. Then Izuku's gaze dropped to his own waist pouch, hidden under his uniform. Inside it, a small vial. Not a life blood pack. A different kind of emergency. Recovery Girl had made it after USJ, then modified it after Hosu. She'd told him, in that sharp old voice. "This is your last resort. Drink it only if someone will die otherwise. And if you use it, you do not get to pretend you're fine." It was his own stored blood, concentrated, preserved. Emergency rations. Emergency fuel. Izuku's fingers tightened. He had never used it. Because he was terrified of what it would do. But Kota was behind him. And Muscular was smiling. Izuku whispered, almost to himself. "I can't win as a human." Muscular tilted his head. "What?" Muscular asked. Izuku's voice lowered. "I said," Izuku repeated, eyes narrowing behind goggles, "I can't win as a human." Then Izuku moved. Not toward Muscular. Toward his own pouch. Muscular blinked, confused, then lunged. Izuku ripped the vial out. Muscular's fist came toward him. Izuku flinched instinctively, raising the vial. The fist missed by inches as Izuku misstepped sideways. He landed hard, vial clenched in his hand. Kota stared, frozen. Izuku's breathing was fast now. His hunger surged like it knew what was coming. His body trembled. He looked at the vial. The blood inside looked darker than normal. Almost black-red, like a wine that remembered violence. Izuku swallowed hard. Then he uncapped it. The smell hit him instantly. His own blood smelled like thunder and iron. His hunger screamed. His pupils tightened. His canines sharpened. For a split second, Izuku almost dropped the vial. Because the beast didn't want him to drink it. The beast wanted him to drink anything else. Anything warm. Anything alive. Izuku's hands shook violently. Muscular's laughter echoed. "What's that?" Muscular taunted. "A potion. A cheat." Izuku's voice was shaking. Something like that, he whispered. Then he drank. Sanguine overdrive. The blood hit Izuku's throat like fire. Not warmth. Fire. It burned down into his stomach, spread through his veins like molten metal. His vision snapped sharp. The world slowed. Every heartbeat in the forest became audible. His skin tightened. His muscles coiled. His bones felt lighter, like gravity had loosened its grip. Red-black lightning erupted violently around him. Not like sparks but like living serpents. Izuku gasped. The pain from sunlight, the dull itch from earlier, vanished. The fatigue vanished. The fear vanished. Not because he became brave. Because something older took the steering wheel. Kota stared, mouth open. Muscular's grin widened in excitement. Oh! Muscular roared. There it is. Izuku lifted his head. His goggles were still on, but behind them. His eyes glowed crimson like embers. His nails lengthened into claws, fully now, sharp and dark. Veins faintly darkened beneath his skin. His breathing became silent, not because he didn't breathe. Because he didn't need to. He stepped forward, and for the first time, Muscular stopped laughing. Just for a heartbeat. Because the air around Izuku changed. Not quirk pressure. Predator pressure. A presence that said, I am the thing that hunts in the dark. Muscular swallowed. Then his grin returned, wider and crazier. Yes. Muscular screamed. Yes. Fight me. Izuku didn't answer. He moved. It wasn't missed step now. It was something beyond. His body blurred, but not like a trick. Like reality couldn't keep up. He appeared in front of Muscular and drove his fist into Muscular's abdomen. No restraint. No gentle hero punch. A brutal, concentrated impact. Red-black lightning detonated on contact. Muscular's eyes bulged. He flew backward like he'd been hit by a truck. He slammed into a boulder so hard the stone cracked. Kota screamed. Muscular coughed, blood spraying. Then Muscular laughed, insane. That's it. Muscular roared. That's the good stuff. Muscular's muscles expanded further, wrapping him in thick fibers like armor. He elongated arms like clubs. Izuku slipped under the swing, moving like smoke. Claws flashed. He didn't slash Muscular's throat. He didn't go for fatal. But he carved deep grooves through muscle armor, shredding fibers. Muscular roared in pain. Izuku pivoted, struck again, aiming at joints, tearing the muscle fibers away from the elbow like ripping rope. Muscular staggered. Izuku pressed. He didn't give Muscular time to laugh. He punched. Again. 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 Each hit wasn't just strength. It was technique, cold, vicious efficiency. He was doing what Torino taught, but amplified. Break the foundation. Break the structure. Take away the monster's toys. Muscular swung wildly. Izuku dodged with impossible tight movements. Muscular's fist clipped Izuku's jaw. Izuku's head snapped slightly. No real damage. He turned back slowly, eyes burning. Muscular blinked, shocked. You didn't even flinch, Muscular whispered. Izuku's voice came out low and layered, still his, but edged. You're weak, Izuku said. Muscular's face twisted, furious. He screamed and charged. Izuku stepped forward too. They collided. Muscular tried to crush him with raw strength. Izuku met it. Hand to hand. Muscle to muscle. Beast to beast. The ground cracked beneath them. Trees trembled. Kota watched, shaking, tears streaming down his face. Izuku's claws dug into Muscular's muscle fibers and ripped. Muscular roared. Izuku drove his knee into Muscular's ribs, hard enough to crack bone. Muscular coughed. Izuku grabbed Muscular's shoulder and slammed him into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. Muscular's laughter faded into choking gasps. Izuku stood over him, chest barely rising. His hunger roared, not just for victory, for blood. Muscular's blood was in the air now, hot, thick, alive. It smelled like power. It smelled like survival. It smelled like feed. Izuku's fingers trembled. His canines sharpened further. His mouth watered. Kota whispered, voice tiny. Midoriya. Izuku froze. That voice cut through the beast like a blade. A child's voice. Not fear of Muscular. Fear of Izuku. Izuku's body went still. He looked back. Kota's eyes were wide. Santa. Ring at Izuku like Izuku was the monster now. Izuku's chest tightened painfully. He looked down at Muscular. Muscular was coughing, trying to rise, muscles twitching, still dangerous. But Izuku knew if he let the beast take the next step, it wouldn't stop at winning. It would drink. It would justify. It would say, he's a monster, so it's fine. And then the leash would start to feel optional. Izuku clenched his jaw. Choose. 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 He grabbed Muscular by the collar and hauled him up. Muscular's eyes widened. Izuku leaned close. His breath didn't fog. His eyes burned. His voice was low and deadly. You hurt children, Izuku said. Muscular laughed weakly. It's fun. Izuku punched him. Straight. Hard. Red-black lightning detonated. Muscular's eyes rolled back. He went limp like a ragdoll. Izuku didn't bite. Izuku didn't feed. Izuku didn't do the thing the beast wanted. He just let Muscular fall to the ground, unconscious. Izuku stood there for a moment, shaking. His hunger snarled, furious. His blood was on fire. His claws trembled. His body wanted more. But Izuku's mind, his human mind, grabbed hold of one anchor. Koda is watching. Be human. Be human. Be human. Izuku forced his claws to retract. They didn't fully retract at first. He forced again, teeth clenched. His canines shortened slightly. His eyes dimmed, crimson fading toward darker red instead of bright. He reached into his pouch, pulling out a life-blood pack with shaking hands. He drank, fast. It wasn't enough to fully counter the overdrive, but it dulled the sharpest edge. His breathing returned. His shoulders trembled. Then he turned to Koda. Koda stared at him like he was seeing a ghost. Izuku took a step toward the child. Koda stumbled back. Izuku froze. Pain hit harder than Muscular's punch. Because Koda wasn't wrong to be scared. Izuku looked terrifying. He looked like every monster story adults told to keep kids from wandering at night. Izuku swallowed, voice hoarse. Koda, he said gently. Are you hurt? Koda shook, tears streaming. Koda tried to speak, voice cracking. You. Izuku's chest tightened. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered. Koda's eyes squeezed shut. I thought heroes were, Koda choked. Izuku lowered himself slowly, making himself smaller. I know, Izuku whispered. I know I don't look like one. Koda peeked at him through tears. Izuku's voice trembled. But I'm trying, Izuku said. And I won't let anyone hurt you. Koda stared. Then Koda's gaze flicked to Muscular's unconscious body. To the destroyed ground. To the shredded muscle fibers. Koda swallowed. You saved me, Koda whispered. Izuku nodded slowly. Yes, Izuku said quietly. Koda's voice was shaking. But you were scary, Koda admitted. Izuku flinched like he'd been slapped. I know, Izuku whispered. Koda's face twisted. Confused and terrified. Are you a villain? Koda asked. Izuku's throat went dry. This was the question that haunted him. Not from villains. From children. From innocent eyes. Izuku swallowed hard. No, he whispered firmly. I'm not. Koda stared at him. Izuku's voice broke slightly. I'm not a villain, Izuku repeated. I'm just different. Koda trembled. Izuku looked away briefly, ashamed. Then he forced himself to look back. And I don't want to be scary, Izuku whispered. But if being scary means you live. He swallowed. Then I'll be scary. Koda's eyes widened. A long silence stretched. Then Koda, still shaking, took a tiny step closer. Not much. Just a step. Izuku froze, afraid to move too fast. Koda's voice was small. Does it hurt? Koda asked. Izuku blinked. What? Koda pointed at Izuku's face, where faint burn marks and stress lines showed through. You look like you're hurting, Koda whispered. Izuku's throat tightened. He didn't know how to answer that honestly. Because yes, it hurt. It hurt all the time. Being hungry hurt. Being afraid hurt. Choosing hurt. But he didn't want to put that weight on a child. So he gave a simpler truth. A little, Izuku admitted softly. Koda nodded, serious like a tiny adult. Then he whispered, thank you. Izuku's chest tightened so hard he thought he might cry. He nodded, voice rough. You're welcome, he whispered. In the distance, the forest still echoed with chaos. The camp wasn't safe yet. But Koda was alive. Muscular was down. And Izuku had held the leash, barely. He stood up slowly and pulled his hood back over his head. He adjusted his goggles. He forced himself to look normal again. Then he reached down, offering Koda a hand. Let's go, Izuku said gently. We need to find the others. Koda hesitated. Then he took Izuku's hand, small fingers trembling. Izuku's grip was careful, gentle, human. They moved through the forest together. Behind them, Muscular lay unconscious. And above them, the sky darkened. Night approached. And with night, Izuku felt the overdrive slowly fading. But the memory of how powerful it felt. How easy it was to win like a monster. Stuck like a thorn in his chest. Because now he knew he could do it. He could become the thing people feared. And if the world pushed him hard enough. The question wasn't can he become a monster. The question was, how many ices does it take before the leash breaks? The forest attack didn't end like a clean story. It ended like a wound that refused to close. UA students came back bruised, shaken, and quieter than before. Teachers smiled less. Aizawa looked even more tired. The air around the class felt different, like everyone had seen the edge of the world and realized it had teeth. Izuku tried to pretend he was fine. He wasn't. Muscular's fight stayed in his body like a scar you could. The moment when the vial hit his throat. The way power flooded him. The way his hunger screamed and his instincts begged him to do the easiest, ugliest thing. And the way Kota had looked at him afterward. Not hate. Not disgust. Fear. Then, gratitude. That mix was worse than either one alone. Izuku could handle being feared by villains. He didn't know how to handle being feared by kids. He drank life-blood packs in the dark of his room, sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, trying to convince himself that leash wasn't just necessary, that it was him. That choosing restraint wasn't weakness. That it wasn't just fear of getting caught. That it was morality. That it was. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Izuku froze. His senses flared automatically. He smelled smoke. Not literal smoke. Bakugo. Aggression, sweat, faint burn residue from his palms. Izuku's stomach tightened. He stood, quietly opened the door. Kirishima stood there too, face tight. And behind them, Todoroki, expression calm but eyes sharper than usual. Izuku's chest tightened. Something was wrong. Kirishima spoke first, voice low. They took him. Kirishima whispered. Izuku's blood went cold. Who? Izuku asked, though he already knew. Todoroki answered, flat. The League, Todoroki said. They took Bakugo. Izuku's head throbbed. For a second, he didn't process. Then it hit. Bakugo, kidnapped. Bakugo, the loud, furious, stubborn anchor that somehow kept Izuku's class dynamic from drifting into quiet terror. Bakugo, gone. Kirishima's voice shook. They grabbed him, he said. Right after the camp, when we were all separated. Izuku's jaw clenched. His hunger stirred at the emotional spike, anger, fear, helplessness. He forced it down. Cold mind, warm heart, choose. Todoroki watched Izuku carefully. We're going after him, Todoroki said. Izuku blinked. Teachers are handling it, Izuku said automatically. Kirishima's eyes flashed. Teachers are slow, Kirishima said. And Bakugo. He swallowed. Bakugo's going to fight them, Kirishima finished. He'll get himself killed out of spite. Izuku's stomach twisted. That was true. Bakugo wasn't the type to cooperate. He was the type to explode until something broke, usually the other guy. Todoroki stepped forward slightly. We need you, Todoroki said. Izuku's throat went dry. Why me? Izuku asked quietly. Kirishima's voice was honest. Because you're the only one who can keep up, Kirishima said. And you don't panic. Izuku almost laughed. He panicked constantly. He just learned to hide it. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. And because, Todoroki added quietly, you can move through shadows. Izuku froze. Todoroki didn't say, mist form. He didn't say, vampire. But the implication was clear. Todoroki knew there was something else in Izuku's toolbox. And Todoroki was asking him to use it. Izuku swallowed hard. Even if we find him, Izuku said, we can't fight the League. Kirishima's jaw tightened. Then we run, Kirishima said. We grab him and run. Todoroki nodded. Rescue, Todoroki said. Not victory. Izuku's chest tightened. Rescue was his language. Rescue was his purpose. But rescue also meant dark alleys, blood, villains close enough to smell, stress high enough to crack his control. If he lost control, he could become the thing Stain warned about. A beast with a hero license. Izuku's fingers trembled slightly. Then he thought about Bakugo's voice during finals. Don't leave me. Bakugo hadn't meant it kindly. But it had been real. And Izuku had gone back. Izuku exhaled slowly. Okay, he whispered. Kirishima's shoulders sagged in relief. Todoroki nodded once, as if he'd expected it. Then Todoroki said, calm and dangerous. We leave tonight. The rescue plan. They met in a quiet place outside UA, not officially, not loudly. Not a team meeting. A conspiracy. It wasn't just Todoroki and Kirishima. Iida came too. Face pale and rigid with guilt from Hosu, but determined. Yaoyorozu came because she could make tools. Uraraka came because she refused to let Izuku walk into danger alone. Tsuyu came because she was Tsuyu, quiet, loyal, practical. Izuku stood among them, hood up despite it being evening, feeling the weight of their eyes. They weren't just trusting Izuku's strength. They were trusting his control. Yaoyorozu produced a plan, trackers, signal, route. But the plan was simple at its core. Find Bakugo's location. Approach quietly. Create a diversion. Grab Bakugo. Escape instantly. No heroics. No fighting the entire league. Just one clean extraction. Izuku listened, mind racing through variables. Then he saw All Might watching from a distance, hidden as All Might could ever be. All Might's face was strained. He knew. He shouldn't approve. He couldn't officially allow it. But his eyes said something else. Bring him back. Izuku's chest tightened. All Meg. HT looked at Izuku the way someone looked at a candle in a storm, hopeful, terrified. Izuku nodded once, small. Then the group moved. Kamino Ward. Kamino at night was the kind of place that felt like it didn't belong on the same map as UA. Buildings too close together. Streets too narrow. Neon signs flickering like nervous eyes. The air smelled like metal and oil and old rain. Izuku's senses sharpened automatically. This was his element. Darkness. Corners. Shadows. But it was also a predator's element. And predators loved familiarity. The group moved carefully, staying off main streets. Tsuyu and Uraraka kept to rooftops when possible. Todoroki moved quietly despite his size, eyes scanning. Iida looked like he wanted to run at full speed but forced himself to restrain it. Kirishima stayed near Yaoyorozu, protective. Izuku led them through the darkest path, not because he wanted to hide, but because he didn't want sunlight spill from street lamps hitting his skin too long. Even at night, bright artificial lights could irritate his sun sickness. Then they saw it. A bar. A warehouse-like building disguised with neon and grime. Yaoyorozu's tracker confirmed it. Bakugo was inside. The air around the building felt wrong. Izuku's hunger twitched, not craving. Warning. Because the blood smell wasn't just one person. It was many. Villains. Violence. A den. Todoroki whispered, we do it now. Izuku nodded. Yaoyorozu handed them each a small object, flashbang-like devices she'd created. On my signal, she whispered. They took positions. Izuku was closest to the entrance, shadowed by a broken sign. He could hear voices inside. Laughing. Arguing. Then a louder voice, familiar and furious. Bakugo. Izuku's jaw clenched. He's alive. That thought alone was fuel. Yaoyorozu counted down silently with fingers. 3, 2, 1. She threw. The flash detonated with a blinding burst. The building erupted in shouts. Chaos. The moment stretched just long enough. Izuku moved. Mist step flicker, through the doorway. Slipping between bodies before eyes adjusted. The smell hit him instantly. Sweat. Smoke. Blood. He forced his breathing steady. Cold mind. Warm heart. Choose. Then he saw Bakugo. Bound to a chair, but not broken. His face was bruised. His mouth was split. His eyes were furious. He looked up, and froze for half a second. Deku. Bakugo hissed like it was an insult. Izuku didn't answer. He grabbed the bindings. Tore them. Bakugo surged up, wobbling slightly, then snapped his head toward the villains shouting around them. Move, Izuku ordered. Bakugo blinked. Izuku's voice was calm and sharp, Torino's influence. Bakugo snarled, but followed. They ran. Uraraka floated debris for cover. Todoroki iced a path to block pursuit. Kirishima shielded Yaoyorozu. Iida moved like a rocket, grabbing Bakugo's shoulder. Hold on. Iida snapped. Bakugo snarled, don't touch me, 4 eyes. But they were almost out. Almost. Then the world cracked. A pressure hit Izuku's chest like an invisible hand. The air got heavier. The sound dulled for a split second, like reality itself flinched. Izuku stopped mid-step. His hunger went silent. Not calm. Silent like a predator going still. Everyone froze. Even Bakugo shut up. A voice echoed, smooth, amused, ancient. Well, well. The shadows in the street seemed to deepen. A tall figure stepped forward, emerging not from the bar, but from T. He spaced beyond it like he'd always been there. All for one. Izuku's blood turned to ice. He'd seen him on TV. Heard stories. Felt the fear other people carried when they said the name. But being near him was different. All for one felt like a storm with a mind. And then All for One's head tilted. His masked face angled toward Izuku. Like he could smell him. All for One's voice softened with interest. Ah, he murmured. Izuku's throat went dry. All for One spoke, delighted. The descendant of Dracul. Every student's breath caught. Bakugo whipped his head toward Izuku. What the hell is he talking about? Bakugo snapped. Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't. Because the name hit something deep inside him, like a bell rung inside bone. Dracul. Not Dracula, like the cartoons. Something older. A root. A title. A blood memory. All for One chuckled. I wondered when that bloodline would resurface, he said. Todoroki stepped forward, ice forming instinctively. Stay back, Todoroki warned. All for One laughed gently. Oh, children. All for One sighed. Always so brave when they don't understand the scale. Then All for One moved, just a step. But it felt like the whole street moved with him. Izuku's instinct screamed. Run, hide, survive. But he didn't. He planted his feet. Because Bakugo was behind him. Because the others were behind him. Because if All for One wanted them, running might not matter. All for One's attention stayed on Izuku. You're carrying one for all, he said casually. Izuku's stomach dropped. All for One's smile was audible in his tone. And yet, he continued. You have something else layered beneath. Izuku's hands trembled slightly. His hunger stirred, angry now. All for One leaned closer, voice almost kind. Let's see what happens if I take it, All for One murmured. Izuku's blood went cold. He realized what All for One was about to do. Steal. Take. Rip power out like it was nothing. All for One reached toward Izuku. The air warped. Izuku felt a tug, like invisible fingers hooking into his soul. He clenched his teeth, bracing. Then it happened. All for One's quirk tried to grasp Izuku's power. And it slid off. Not like resistance. Like there was nothing to grab. All for One paused. For the first time, his amusement dimmed. Interesting, All for One murmured. He reached again, more forceful. Izuku felt the tug again. Stronger. Pain flared briefly in his chest. But again, nothing. All for One's hand stopped midair. Silence stretched. Then All for One laughed. Not warm. Not amused. Delighted. Of course, All for One whispered. It isn't a quirk. Izuku's throat tightened. All for One's voice sharpened with hunger. It's biology, All for One said. A divergence. A curse written into blood. Bakugo snarled. Stop talking like a creep. All for One ignored him. All for One tilted his head. That makes you annoying, he said to Izuku gently, like he was commenting on weather. Izuku's stomach twisted. Because if All for One couldn't steal vampirism, then All for One would want to control it. Use it. Turn it. All for One lifted his hand again. And the air around Izuku suddenly tightened. A pressure like chains. Quirks activating. Something that grabbed at Izuku's body, not stealing, restraining. Izuku's muscles locked briefly. His hunger surged, furious at being caged. Todoroki launched ice. All for One flicked his wrist. The ice shattered like glass. Kirishima charged, hardened. All for One's backhand sent him flying. Iida lunged, engines roaring. All for One didn't even turn fully, just shifted, and Iida hit the ground hard, skidding. Uraraka tried to float debris to blind him. A gust-like force slapped it away. Yaoyorozu froze, eyes wide with terror. Bakugo roared and blasted forward. All for One waved his hand. Bakugo's explosion sputtered, disrupted. Bakugo hit the ground, shocked. Izuku's mind raced. They couldn't fight this. Not even close. This wasn't a villain. This was a natural disaster wearing a voice. And All for One was still focused on Izuku. All Might chose you, All for One said softly. How poetic. Izuku's teeth clenched. Then a new pressure hit the street. A familiar one. A force that felt like sunlight in human form. All Might arrived. He landed like a thunderclap, concrete cracking, wind blasting through Kamino's narrow street. All for one. All Might shouted. All for one turned his masked face toward All Might. And smiled. Toshinori, All for one purred. You're late. All Might stepped forward, shoulders broad, eyes burning with rage and sorrow. You will not touch my students, All Might growled. All for one chuckled. Students, he repeated. Yes, that's what they are. Then his voice softened with cruel delight. And one of them, All for one added, tilting his head toward Izuku. Carries something deliciously old. All Might's eyes flicked to Izuku, sharp concern. Izuku swallowed hard. All Might didn't ask. He didn't have time. All Might just shouted. Run. The word cracked like a command. Todoroki grabbed Bakugo. Iida staggered up, grabbing Yaoyorozu. Kirishima stumbled, shielding Tsuyu. Uraraka pulled herself and others backward with floated momentum. Izuku moved last, because he couldn't look away. All Might stood between them and the devil. All Might's fists clenched. All Might, Izuku whispered, voice shaking. All Might didn't look back. Go, All Might snapped. Izuku's throat tightened. He wanted to stay. He wanted to help. He wanted. But Torino's lessons screamed in his head. Rescue, not victory. Survive. Choose. Izuku turned and ran. The symbol versus the demon. They reached a rooftop, breathing hard, shaken. Below them, Kamino shook. All Might and All for one collided like gods. Shockwaves ripped through streets. Windows shattered. The air vibrated. Izuku watched, chest tight. Hunger twisting with stress. Bakugo stared too, face pale under anger. Why is he here? Bakugo whispered. Nobody answered. Because the answer hurt. He's here because of you. Because Bakugo was the bait. Because All Might would always come. Because All for one knew that. All Might's punches thundered. All for one's counterattacks warped air. It wasn't a fight. It was two legends tearing a city apart. Izuku's hands trembled. His instincts whispered. Go back. Help. But how? He couldn't face All for one. He couldn't risk losing control in front of this scale. Then All for one's voice echoed up from the street, amplified by power. Tell me, boy. His masked face tilted toward the rooftop where Izuku hid. Even from far away, Izuku felt seen. All for one's voice was velvet and knives. Do you drink to survive? Izuku froze. Bakugo whipped his head toward Izuku. What did he say? Bakugo snapped. Izuku didn't answer. All for one laughed. How noble, All for one continued. A predator pretending to be a hero. All Might roared and punched. The shockwave made the rooftop tremble. Izuku's stomach twisted. All for one was trying to provoke him. Trying to shake the leash. Trying to see if Izuku would react. Izuku swallowed hard. Cold mind. Warm heart. Choose. He stared down at All Might. All Might was fighting like he was already dying. Like every punch was borrowed time. Izuku's throat tightened. Then All for one's hand moved in a sudden, brutal strike. All Might flew backward, crashing through part O flinched. Uraraka gasped. Kirishima whispered, no. Izuku's hunger surged with panic. His eyes burned. His claws tried to emerge. He forced them down. All Might rose, shaking, but standing. Blood dripped from his mouth. He looked smaller than usual. Weaker. But still, All Might. All for one stepped forward, voice almost gentle. Just give it up, All for one said. One for all. And the boy. Izuku's blood ran cold. All Might's voice thundered back. I will never. And the fight continued. Izuku watched until his nails cut crescents into his palms. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Todoroki. Todoroki's voice was low. We have to go, Todoroki said. Izuku stared, shaken. All Might, Izuku whispered. Todoroki's gaze hardened. All Might told us to run, Todoroki said. So we run. Bakugo snarled, eyes burning. This is because of me, Bakugo muttered. Nobody said yes. Nobody said no. But the silence was loud. Izuku swallowed hard. He looked down one last time. All Might was still fighting. Still standing. Still refusing to fall. OL burning itself out to keep others alive. Izuku's chest cracked with emotion. His hunger surged. Not for blood. For something. For warmth. For safety. For the impossible dream that heroes always win. He clenched his jaw. Choose. He turned away. And they ran. The escape. They moved fast, avoiding main streets. Sirens wailed everywhere now. Heroes swarmed Camino. Civilians screamed. The city was chaos. But the group had Bakugo. That was the mission. That was the win. Bakugo limped slightly but refused to admit it. Iida carried Yaoyorozu briefly when her legs shook. Uraraka floated debris to block sightlines behind them. Izuku stayed at the rear, scanning, senses flared, listening for pursuit. Every time the wind shifted, he smelled blood. It made his hunger twitch, restless. He forced it down again and again. Then a loud boom echoed behind them. A shockwave that made the streetlights flicker. They paused on a rooftop again, turning back. In the distance, a pillar of light. All Might's final stand. All Might's voice echoed faintly, carried on the wind. I am here. The words hit Izuku like a fist. Because they sounded like victory. But Izuku could smell what the crowd couldn't. Blood. Exhaustion. A candle at the end of its wick. Bakugo stared too, breathing hard. He looked shaken. For once, Bakugo didn't insult. He didn't scream. He just stared like he was watching a myth bleed. And then Bakugo whispered, voice raw. He's doing that for us. Izuku's throat tightened. Yes, Izuku whispered. Bakugo swallowed hard. Then his jaw clenched, anger returning like armor. Then we don't waste it, Bakugo snarled. Izuku nodded once. Because Bakugo was right. All Might's sacrifice, whatever it became, couldn't be wasted. Izuku turned away from Kamino's light. He led them forward, deeper into shadow. But as they ran, Izuku couldn't shake All for One's earlier words. Descendant of Dracul. All for One knew. Not guessed. Knew. Which meant the world wasn't just watching Izuku as a weird kid with a sun allergy. There were older eyes on him now. Eyes that understood what he was. Eyes that would want him, captured, studied, used. Izuku's hunger stirred, uneasy. Because the beast inside him wasn't afraid of normal villains. It was afraid of cages. And All for One was the kind of man who built cages out of people. Izuku clenched his fists. Cold mind. Warm heart. Choose. He didn't know what the next era would look like without All Might standing in full daylight. But he knew one thing for sure now. If the sun was setting, then the night would need a guardian. And whether Izuku liked it or not, the night had just learned his name. The world didn't return to normal after Camino. It pretended to. News anchors smiled. Officials spoke in careful sentences. The police said, situation contained. The Hero Commission said, investigation ongoing. But everyone in Japan knew what had actually happened. All Might had fought. All Might had bled. And then, All Might had changed. Even if the TV didn't say the full truth. People could feel it like a missing son. UA felt that absence more than anyone. Teachers watched the students more closely. Training got sharper. Jokes got fewer. Even lunch felt quieter. Like the cafeteria was holding its breath. And Izuku. Izuku carried two shadows now. One was inside him, hunger, lineage, the beast. The other was outside him, All for One's recognition. Descendant of Dracul. That single line made Izuku feel like he'd been marked. Like a predator had sniffed him in the dark and decided he was interesting. He didn't sleep well for days after. When he did sleep, his dreams weren't just nightmares. They were memories. Not his. A man in a long coat standing beside burning buildings. A voice whispering, don't let hunger become routine. Izuku woke up with his hands clenched tight enough to leave crescent marks. He didn't tell anyone. He drank his life blood. He went to training. He kept choosing. Because the next test was coming. And it wasn't a school exam. It was the government saying, we trust you with power. Or, we don't. The provisional license exam. The exam stadium was massive. A sea of students from other schools filled the waiting areas, hundreds of teen heroes in training, each wearing costumes like declarations. They weren't classmates. They weren't allies. They were competition. And their eyes were sharp. Some street ARED at Izuku's hood and goggles like he was suspicious. Some whispered, is that the UA kid? The green one? I heard he fought a Nomu. I heard he's weird. Sun allergy. Sure. Izuku kept his gaze forward. Cold mind. Warm heart. Choose. Uraraka walked beside him, trying to smile. You okay? She whispered. Izuku nodded once. I'm okay, he lied gently. Suyu hopped quietly, eyes scanning the crowd. Todoroki-kun is getting stared at too, she murmured. Todoroki didn't react. Bakugo looked like he wanted to punch the entire stadium. Aizawa's advice echoed in Izuku's mind. The public doesn't need you to be scary. They need you to be safe. That sounded simple, but Izuku knew the truth. Sometimes the only way to be safe was to be scary to the right people. The loudspeaker crackled. Begin. The first phase started immediately. A battle royale. Balls were the target. You needed to tag other students to score. But if you got tagged too many times, you failed. It was chaos. Explosions, ice, wind, sound waves, quirks everywhere. Izuku's senses flared. Too many smells. Too many heartbeats. Too many tiny cuts and bruises happening in real time. His hunger twitched, restless, irritated. He forced it down. Then he moved. He didn't rush forward like a brawler. He moved like a night creature. Low, fast, silent, using the crowd as cover. Using shadows cast by explosions as cover. He darted behind opponents, tagging quickly with controlled speed, misstep in short bursts. Not full blur, not terrifying, just efficient. He avoided drawn-out fights. Torino's words echoed. Patrol isn't fighting, it's choosing where to fight. Izuku chose not to fight at all. He chose to win quietly. He tagged one student, then vanished into the crowd. Another student turned to retaliate and found nothing but a flicker of red-black static fading in the air. Where? The student snapped. Izuku was already behind them. Tag. Gone. It felt unfair. It felt like cheating. But Izuku reminded himself, heroes don't win by being fair. Heroes win by being alive. Still, the longer the battle went, the more Izuku noticed something else. Some students weren't playing to score. They were playing to eliminate. And when one of them spotted Izuku, their eyes sharpened. A tall boy with messy hair and a predatory grin, Shiketsu Hi's Inasa Yoarashi. Wind pressure rolled off him like a storm cloud. Inasa didn't attack immediately. He watched. Then he stepped like a wall of air. Izuku stopped, instantly cautious. Inasa smiled, too bright. You, Inasa said. Izuku blinked. Me. Inasa's grin didn't reach his eyes. You move like the wind avoids you, Inasa said. Izuku's stomach tightened. Inasa leaned closer, voice lowering. You don't look like a hero, Inasa said bluntly. Izuku felt the words like a blade. Because they weren't just insults. They were the fear people felt but didn't always say. Izuku swallowed hard. Inasa's eyes narrowed. I can feel your aura, Inasa said. It's cold. Wrong. Izuku's hunger twitched in irritation. He forced it down. Cold mind. Warm heart. Choose. I'm here to pass, Izuku said calmly. Inasa laughed. That's not what I asked, Inasa said. I asked what you are. Izuku's throat went dry. Then Inasa's wind surged, violent and sudden. Izuku's hood snapped back, goggles rattling. Dust lifted. Students nearby stumbled. Inasa's voice boomed over the chaos. If you want to be a hero, Inasa shouted. Stand like one. Izuku's heart hammered. The wind pressure made it hard to breathe. His hunger stirred. His body wanted to react, predatory, defensive, sharp. But Izuku forced himself to stay calm. He stepped forward slowly into the wind, eyes steady. I'm standing, Izuku said quietly. Inasa's eyes narrowed. Then show me, Inasa growled. Izuku moved. Not to attack, to slip. Missed step, short burst, Izuku vanished from the wind's direct path. He appeared behind Inasa, not in his blind spot to strike, but to tag. Izuku tapped Inasa lightly on the shoulder. Tag. Then Izuku stepped back immediately. Hands open, none threatening. Inasa froze. He looked down at his shoulder, stunned. Then he spun. Izuku was already moving away. Inasa's wind exploded behind him in frustration. But he didn't catch Izuku. Because Izuku wasn't trying to prove dominance. He was trying to pass. And not feed his beast with conflict. Still, Inasa's words lingered. Aura. Cold. Wrong. That wasn't a random insult. That was someone sensing the thing Izuku kept hidden. Izuku tightened his hood, jaw clenched. He kept moving. He kept scoring. And when the first phase ended, Izuku passed. But his hands were shaking slightly. Not from fatigue. From the effort of staying human in a storm of quirks and blood scent. The second phase, rescue. Phase 2 was the real test. Not fighting. Rescue. They brought in victims, actors, dummies, simulated disasters. You had to save people. But there was a catch. You were scored on how you made the victims feel. If you saved them but terrified them, that counted against you. Izuku's stomach dropped. Because this wasn't just a hero exam. This was his weakness made into a scoring system. A loudspeaker announced, "Natural disaster simulation. Save as many victims as possible." Debris fell from above. Smoke rose. The ground shook with hidden mechanisms. People screamed. Izuku's senses flared. Fear everywhere. A few injured people, blood scent faint but present. His hunger twitched. And then the bigger problem. Victims saw Izuku. His hood. His goggles. His quiet movements. They didn't see hero. They saw something. One victim, a woman with fake injuries, looked up at him and recoiled. Who are you? She stammered. Izuku froze. His throat tightened. If he spoke wrong, he'd fail. If he moved wrong, he'd fail. If his eyes flashed red, he'd fail. Torino's words echoed. Heroes carry ugly possibilities. You just carry one that bites. Izuku forced his shoulders down. Relaxed posture. Open hands. Soft voice. I'm Midoriya, he said gently. I'm here to help you. The woman still stared nervously. I can't stand, she whispered. Izuku nodded slowly. That's okay, Izuku said. I'll carry you. Tell me if anything hurts. He carefully slid an arm under her shoulders. Lifting with controlled strength, not sudden, not rough. He moved at walking pace, not blur speed. Because fast looked scary, he carried her to a safe zone. Then he set her down gently. The woman blinked, surprised. You're not scary, she whispered. Izuku's chest tightened. He almost laughed from relief. Then another victim screamed. A child under debris. Izuku's heart snapped tight. He ran, but he forced himself not to sprint like a predator. He ran like a normal hero. He reached the debris. A heavy slab pinned the child's leg. The child was crying. Blood seeped lightly. Izuku's hunger twitched sharply. He clenched his jaw. Cold mind. Warm heart. Choose. He looked at the child's face, not the blood. It's okay, Izuku said softly. I've got you. He lifted the slab carefully with thrall strength, gentle and steady. The child gasped. Izuku slid the child out and wrapped the leg quickly with a bandage from his kit. His hands were steady. His voice stayed warm. The child stared at Izuku with tears, then whispered. Thank you. Izuku's chest tightened again. He didn't want applause. He wanted that simple trust. He carried the child to safety. He set them down. And then he noticed something else. A group of victims clustered together were shaking, not just from fear of the disaster. They were looking at him. Whispering. His eyes. His gear. He's weird. Izuku's stomach twisted. He realized, even if he acted gentle, his presence still felt cold to some people. Because the beast in him wasn't just physical. It was an aura. Predator instinct. People sensed it like animals sense storms. Torino called it aura. Inasa had called it wrong. Izuku had to control not just his actions, but his presence. He took a slow breath. Then he did something he hated doing. He used glamour. Not the predatory version. Not the hypnotic, confuse opponents version. A gentler, subtler trick. He softened his eyes. He imagined his old self, awkward, smiling, hopeful. He let that version rise to the surface like a mask. His gaze shifted, less crimson intensity, more soft green warmth. He walked toward the frightened victims slowly, hands open. I'm sorry, Izuku said gently. I know I look strange. But you're safe now. The victims blinked. Their shoulders loosened slightly. One woman exhaled shakily. You're a student hero, she whispered. Izuku nodded. Yes, Izuku said. And I'm here for you. The woman's fear eased. Not fully. But enough. And that, enough, mattered. Because the exam wasn't asking him to be liked. It was asking him to be trusted. Izuku continued rescuing. He used his speed when no victims could see, moving debris quickly, clearing paths. Then he switched to slow, human movements when victims were watching. He used glamour sparingly, like medicine. And it worked. He saved people without becoming a nightmare. But it cost him. Because wearing warmth as a mask was exhausting. It was easier to be cold. It was easier to be scary. It was harder, so much harder, to be gentle while hungry. By the end, Izuku was sweating and shaking slightly. His hunger was restless, not screaming, but irritated. He drank a life-blood pack quickly in a shadowed corner. Hidden. Then the results came. The loudspeaker crackled again. Exam complete. Students gathered, panting, dirty, bruised. Some looked proud. Some looked furious. Some looked like they'd failed. Inasa stood across the field, eyes narrowed at Izuku. Not hostile now. Curious. He walked over. Izuku stiffened instinctively. Inasa stopped a few feet away. You didn't scare them, Inasa said quietly. Izuku blinked. Inasa looked away briefly, then back. I thought you were wrong, Inasa admitted. Izuku swallowed. Inasa's voice was serious. But you chose to be gentle, Inasa said. Even when it was hard. Izuku's chest tightened. Inasa's eyes narrowed. I still don't understand your aura, Inasa said. It's heavy. Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't. Inasa nodded once, like he accepted that. But, firm, you saved them. That's what matters. Izuku exhaled slowly. Thank you, Izuku whispered. Inasa grunted. Don't make me regret it, Inasa said, then walked away. Izuku watched him go. Then he felt Uraraka bump his shoulder lightly. You did it, she whispered, smiling. Izuku's chest tightened. I think so, Izuku said softly. Suyu nodded calmly. You looked kind, she said simply. That hit Izuku harder than praise. Because kindness wasn't easy. Kindness was the hardest thing he practiced. Aizawa appeared later, reading the pass list. Bakugo passed, barely, but passed. Todoroki passed. Uraraka passed. Suyu passed. Iida passed. And then Aizawa read. Midoriya Izuku, pass. Izuku's knees nearly went weak. He exhaled slowly, hood hiding the relief on his face. He had a license now. Not full, but enough. Enough to act. Enough to fight legally. Enough to be judged even harder. And as he stood there, holding that fragile victory, Izuku realized something. The world wasn't just testing if he could fight. It was testing if he could be seen. If he could stand in public and still choose restraint. If he could be a symbol without sunlight. Izuku looked up at the sky. It was late afternoon. Bright. Painful. He adjusted his goggles. He didn't look away. He just stood. Because heroes didn't always get to choose their conditions. They chose their actions anyway. Scene 1. A license and a leash. The provisional license felt lighter than it should have. A small card. A small victory. But when Izuku held it in his hand, he didn't feel proud the way he thought he would. He felt watched. Not by cameras. By expectations. Because now, if something went wrong, if he slipped, if the beast broke free, he wouldn't just be a student. He'd be a licensed hero in training who chose to be in public anyway. The leash had official paperwork now. UA moved fast after the exam. More training, more evaluations, more pressure. It was like the school wanted to forge them before the world could break them. And then the internships came again. Real internships this time, longer, deeper, closer to the ugly parts of hero work. Izuku stared at the list of potential agencies. His mind already calculating risk. Sun exposure, bad. Crowds, dangerous. Long fights, hunger trigger. Blood, always present. He needed an agency that was disciplined. Clinical, quiet. Someone who could handle secrets without making it a headline. Someone who cared about results. All Might didn't suggest anyone aloud. But he gave Izuku a look, subtle, tired, meaningful. And Izuku understood the name behind it. Sir Night-Eye. All Might's former sidekick. A man who analyzed heroes like puzzles. A man who didn't trust easily. A man who could look at Izuku and see too much. Izuku swallowed and chose him anyway. Because if Izuku could convince someone like Sir Night-Eye, then maybe he could convince the world. Scene 2. Sir Night-Eye's office. Night-Eye's agency smelled like coffee, paper, and strictness. Everything was organized. Too organized. It felt like the kind of place where even dust knew where it was allowed to land. Izuku stood at the entrance, hood lowered, indoors. Goggles clipped to his collar, breathing steady. A secretary led him into an office that looked like a courtroom disguised as a hero workspace. Sir Night-Eye sat behind a desk, posture perfect, expression unreadable. Mirio Tagata stood near the side, smiling bright, like sunlight learned how to wear a human face. Midoriya Izuku, Night Eye said, voice calm and sharp. Sit. Izuku sat. Night Eye didn't waste time. You carry one for all, Night Eye said flatly. Izuku's stomach dropped. Mirio's smile froze for half a second. Izuku's heartbeat ticked louder. Night Eye leaned forward slightly. All Might is not subtle. Night Eye added, like that explained everything. Izuku swallowed hard. He started. Night Eye raised a hand. I am not here to debate, Night Eye said. I am here to evaluate. His eyes narrowed. And, he added quietly, I am here to understand why All Might chose you. Mirio's smile returned, gentle, supportive. Izuku forced calm. Cold mind. Warm heart. Because I want to save people. Izuku said carefully. Night Eye stared at him. Then Night Eye's gaze sharpened. And the other thing? Night Eye asked. Izuku froze. Mirio blinked. Other thing. Night Eye's voice was surgical. Your vitals are abnormal. Night Eye said. Your body temperature is low. Your pupils react oddly to light. Your scent is. Izuku's throat tightened. Night Eye paused, eyes narrowing. Wrong, Night Eye finished. The word hit like a slap. Izuku felt the beast stir, offended. He forced it down. Mirio looked between them, smile gone now, replaced with concern. Night Eye tapped a file on his desk. I've reviewed reports. Night Eye said. USJ. Sports Festival. Hosu. Kamino. Izuku's blood ran cold. Night Eye's eyes sharpened. You are extremely effective, Night Eye said. And you are extremely dangerous. Silence stretched. Izuku kept his posture still. I'm trying, Izuku said quietly. Night Eye watched him for a long moment. Then he spoke, softer but heavier. Trying is not enough, Night Eye said. In my agency, you will be controlled. Izuku's jaw clenched. I understand, Izuku said. Mirio stepped in quickly, brightening the air. Sir, I think Midoriya can handle it. Mirio said cheerfully. He's intense. But he's got a good heart. Night Eye's eyes flicked to Mirio. I didn't ask for optimism, Night Eye said dryly. Mirio laughed awkwardly. Right. Sorry. Izuku exhaled slowly. Night Eye stood. You start today, Night Eye said. Izuku blinked. Today. Night Eye grabbed his coat. You wanted to be a hero, Night Eye said. Welcome. Scene 3, the girl in the alley. They were on patrol when it happened. Not a cinematic moment. Not dramatic music. Just a normal street, late afternoon, the sun sitting too high in the sky like an insult. Izuku wore his upgraded, medical light sensitivity, gear, dark hood. UV goggles, layered fabric, support item lining. He stayed in the shade when possible. Mirio walked beside him, chatting like he wasn't bothered by anything. So, how are you holding up? Mirio asked. Night Eye can be, terrifying. Izuku offered. Mirio laughed. Yeah, that. Izuku almost smiled. Then his senses caught something. A smell, sharp and clean. Not blood. Fear. Small. Trembling. Close. Izuku stopped. Mirio noticed instantly. Izuku stared toward an alley. A small figure stood there. A child. White hair. Small body. Big red eyes that looked like they'd been crying forever. She stared at Izuku like she recognized him from a nightmare. Then she ran. Straight toward him. Izuku's chest tightened. She slammed into him, tiny hands gripping his coat like a lifeline. Please. The girl whispered, voice shaking. Please don't let him take me back. Izuku froze. His hunger didn't rise. Something else did. A protective instinct so sharp it hurt. Mirio's face changed instantly, smile gone. Eyes wide. Whoa. Hey. Mirio started gently. Izuku looked down at the child. She was trembling violently. And then Izuku smelled it. Not blood. Something stranger. A scent like time breaking. Like old bandages and new wounds at once. His instincts whispered, this is dangerous. Izuku's hand hovered near the child's shoulder, careful not to startle her. What's your name? Izuku asked softly. She flinched. Eri, she whispered. Izuku's chest tightened. Eri, Izuku repeated gently. I'm Midoriya. We're heroes. Eri's eyes flicked to his goggles, then to H's hood, fear spiking again like she thought he might be another monster. Izuku softened his voice more. I won't hurt you, Izuku promised. Eri clung tighter. Then footsteps echoed behind them. Slow, heavy, controlled. Izuku's lifted subtly into a protective stance. A man stepped out of the alley behind Eri. Black coat. Plague mask. Calm eyes. He didn't look angry. He looked empty. Like violence was just a tool he used politely. Overhaul. Izuku didn't know his name yet. But his senses screamed anyway. This man smelled like disinfectant trying to cover rot. Overhaul's voice was calm. There you are, he said to Eri like she was property. You wandered off. Eri flinched violently. Her grip on Izuku tightened so hard it hurt. Izuku's jaw clenched. Mirio's face was polite on the surface, but tense beneath. Sir, Mirio said smoothly, is she your daughter? Overhaul didn't hesitate. Yes, he lied. Izuku felt the lie like a sour taste. Overhaul stepped closer. Eri trembled harder. Izuku's hunger twitched, not craving. Rage. Protective rage. Overhaul's gaze flicked to Izuku's hood and goggles. He paused slightly, as if assessing something. Then he smiled, just a little. Not friendly. Interested. I apologize for troubling you. Overhaul said. I'll take her now. Izuku didn't move. Mirio hesitated, caught between hero protocol and instinct. And that hesitation cost them. Overhaul reached for Eri. Eri screamed. Izuku's body moved on instinct. He grabbed Overhaul's wrist. The moment skin contact happened, Izuku felt something horrifying. Like his body tried to fall apart. A cold sensation raced up his arm, disassembling matter. Izuku's eyes widened. Overhaul's quirk. Izuku yanked his hand back instantly, heart hammering. His skin tingled, but regeneration and vampiric resilience kept it from spreading. Overhaul's head tilted slightly. Interesting, Overhaul murmured. Then he looked at Izuku like Izuku was a problem he might want to keep. Mirio stepped forward sharply. Hey, Mirio said, voice tight. She doesn't want to go. Overhaul's voice stayed calm. She's sick, Overhaul said. She doesn't understand. Eri's voice broke. He hurts me, she whispered. Izuku's chest cracked. His hunger surged with anger. Choose. Izuku stepped forward. We're taking her, Izuku said quietly. Overhaul's eyes sharpened. For a second, the air felt like it might snap. Then Sir Night Eye's voice cut through from behind them. Mirio, Night Eye said sharply. Midoriya. Izuku froze. Night Eye approached, eyes hard. He took in the scene instantly. Overhaul nodded politely. Sir Night Eye. Overhaul said like they were acquaintances. No need to trouble yourself. My daughter wandered. Night Eye's eyes narrowed. He didn't look fooled. But he also didn't act. Not yet. Because heroes didn't attack without evidence. Because law mattered. Because the world loved catching heroes making mistakes. Night Eye's jaw tightened. Go home, Night Eye said quietly to Overhaul. Overhaul smiled faintly. Of course, Overhaul said. He reached down and took Eri's hand. Eri clung to Izuku again, crying silently. Izuku's body screamed to stop him. But Night Eye's gaze pinned Izuku like a nail. Not yet. Overhaul leaned close to Eri, voice soft and terrifying. Be good, he whispered. Then he looked up at Izuku through the mask. His eyes were calm, but there was a message there. I know you want to break rules. I dare you. Overhaul turned and walked away with Eri. Eri looked back once, eyes pleading. Izuku felt his chest tear. He took one step. Night Eye grabbed his shoulder. Don't, Night Eye said low. Izuku shook with restrained fury. She's being abused, Izuku whispered. Night Eye's voice was ice. I know, Night Eye said. And if you charge without proof, you lose her forever. Izuku's fists clenched. Mirio's face was pale, guilt rising. Night Eye exhaled sharply. That man, Night Eye said, is Kai Chisaki. Izuku swallowed. Overhaul, Night Eye continued. She Hasaikai. Mirio whispered, voice tight. He touched her like she was nothing. Izuku's hunger snarled. Night Eye's eyes narrowed. We are going to build a case, Night Eye said. Then we will rip that organization apart. Izuku's throat tightened. But by then, Izuku started. Night Eye's voice snapped. By then, we do it right, Night Eye said. Or we don't do it at all. Izuku stared at the alley where Eri disappeared. And he understood the cruelest lesson of hero work. Sometimes you see the victim. And you still have to let them go. Izuku swallowed hard. His hunger didn't want blood. It wanted justice. It wanted to tear the world open until the girl was safe. He forced it down. Cold mind. Warm heart. Choose. Even when choosing felt like failing. Scene 4. The case, the cage, the countdown. Weeks passed like clenched teeth. Night Eye worked like a machine, building evidence. Mirio trained like a weapon. Izuku learned Overhaul's patterns, memorized the Hasaikai structure, studied quirk mechanics. Izuku also learned something else. Overhaul's quirk wasn't just dangerous. It was anti-life. It disassembled bodies like puzzles and put them back wrong. And if Overhaul could do that to anyone, what would he do to someone like Izuku? Someone with an abnormal body. Someone with regeneration. Someone with old blood. Night Eye watched Izuku closely during all this. He tested Izuku's discipline. He pushed him in crowded areas. He watched how Izuku reacted to blood. He watched how Izuku reacted to fear. Izuku didn't crack, not because he was fearless. Because he was practicing the 1000-choice discipline Torino had drilled into him. And because he couldn't forget Eri's eyes. Her pleading. Her tiny hand gripping his coat. Izuku didn't want to be a symbol in the sun. He wanted to be the thing that showed up in the dark when no one else would. Night Eye finally gave the order. Raid day, Night Eye said. Mirio's smile was gone. Izuku's stomach turned. The day felt heavy before it even began. Scene 5, the Hasaikai raid. The entrance to the Hasaikai compound wasn't dramatic. It was hidden, quiet, like evil often was. Heroes gathered, pros with serious faces, police, support teams. Izuku stayed near Mirio. Mirio looked calm on the outside. But Izuku could smell the tension in him, like a coiled spring. Night Eye gave final instructions. Rescue first, Night Eye said. Capture second. Avoid unnecessary damage. Izuku nodded. His hood was up. His goggles were down. His breathing filter clicked into place. Not because of gas. Because he needed the ritual. The gear wasn't just protection. It was a reminder. You are not free to indulge. They moved in. The underground halls were cold and sterile. Overhaul's smell was everywhere. Disinfectant. Control. Blood hidden under chemicals. Izuku's hunger twitched, disgusted. They fought henchmen, quick, brutal. Izuku used shoot style with controlled bursts, bat-like aerial flips in tight corridors, striking legs, arms, disarming. Red. Black lightning flickered like a warning. Mirio moved like a miracle, phasing through walls, punching with perfect precision. Then they found her. Eri. She stood in a hallway, small body shaking, eyes wide. Overhaul was right beside her. Like a shadow. Eri's eyes snapped to Izuku. Hope flared. Then fear, because Overhaul was there. Overhaul's voice was calm. Hello again, he said. Mirio stepped forward, voice gentle. Eri, Mirio said, smiling softly, we're here for you. Eri trembled. Overhaul's eyes flicked to Izuku. He paused. Then he smiled faintly. You, Overhaul murmured. The one who didn't break the rules. Izuku's jaw tightened. Overhaul's voice remained polite. You could've, Overhaul said. Back in the alley. Izuku didn't answer. Overhaul leaned closer to Eri. They don't really want you, Overhaul whispered. They want what you can do. Eri flinched. Mirio's smile tightened. That's not true, Mirio said gently. Overhaul sighed, like disappointed. Such a noisy world, Overhaul murmured. Then HCHED the floor. The ground exploded upward, spikes, reshaped rock, instant terrain shift. Heroes stumbled. Chaos. Mirio lunged for Eri. Izuku moved too. But Overhaul was faster than the chaos allowed. He grabbed Eri. And then Mirio did something that made Izuku's chest tighten. Mirio smiled at Eri. It's okay, Mirio said. And he made a decision. He shoved Eri toward Izuku. Midoriya. Mirio shouted. Take her. Izuku caught Eri instinctively. Eri clung to him, trembling. Overhaul's eyes widened. Then Overhaul's hand struck Mirio. A touch. A disassembly attempt. Mirio phased just in time, but not fully. His body jerked. Pain flashed across his face. He stumbled. Still he smiled. Still he stood between Overhaul and Eri. Run. Mirio shouted. Izuku's mind went cold. He turned and sprinted, Eri in his arms. But Overhaul's voice followed like a blade. You can't run from me. Then the hallway split. Overhaul reshaped the corridor, walls rising like teeth. Izuku skidded to a stop. Trapped. Eri clung tighter. Sobbing. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Izuku swallowed hard. You don't have to apologize, Izuku said gently, voice tight. I've got you. Overhaul's footsteps echoed as he approached through the reshaped maze. Izuku's senses sharpened. He could smell the danger. He could feel sunlight wasn't here. Good. But he could feel something worse. The pressure of a man who could end you with a fingertip. Overhaul stepped into view. Eri whimpered. Overhaul's voice was calm. "Give her back," he said. Izuku lowered Eri behind him slightly, still holding her, shielding. "No," Izuku said quietly. Overhaul tilted his head. "You're brave," Overhaul said. "Or stupid." Izuku's jaw clenched. "Maybe both," Izuku whispered. Overhaul stepped forward. Izuku's heart hammered. He couldn't let Overhaul touch him again. That disassembly effect, if it hit full, even with regeneration, even with vampire resilience, it could be catastrophic. Izuku's hands trembled slightly. Eri's sobs shook against his chest. Then Eri whispered something that made Izuku's stomach drop. "If you fight, he'll hurt you, and it's my fault." Izuku froze. "No," Izuku said firmly. "It's never your fault." Overhaul's voice cut in, cold now. "It is," Overhaul said. "She exists to repay a debt." Izuku's hunger surged with rage. He forced it down. "Choose." He looked at Eri. "Can you hold on to me?" Izuku whispered. Eri nodded shakily, wrapping her arms around his neck. Izuku adjusted, and without thinking, he strapped her to his back using his utility straps, secure, tight, safe. Eri was small but clung like life itself. Overhaul watched, eyes narrowing. "What are you doing?" Overhaul asked. Izuku exhaled slowly. "I'm leaving," Izuku said. Overhaul's eyes sharpened. "You won't," Overhaul said. And then the fight began. Scene 6, Overhaul vs. the Undying. Izuku moved first, shoot style burst, low kick aimed at Overhaul's knee. Overhaul touched the floor. A spike erupted. Izuku flipped, bat-like aerial movement, landing on the wall, then springing off. Red-black lightning snapped. He struck again. Overhaul's hand flashed up. Izuku barely avoided contact. The air felt like death. Overhaul's quirk wasn't about punching. It was about ending. Izuku's mind raced. Don't get touched. Hit from angles. Use speed. Use shadows. Izuku misstepped behind Overhaul. He drove a kick into Overhaul's side. Overhaul skidded a step, annoyed. Then Overhaul touched the wall. The hallway twisted. A column erupted beneath Izuku. Izuku got launched upward, hit the ceiling hard, pain flared. His regeneration stitched it instantly, but the impact spiked emotion. Hunger surged. Eri screamed softly. Izuku clenched his jaw. Cold mind. Warm heart. He landed in a crouch. Overhaul stepped closer, voice calm. "You're resilient," Overhaul observed. "Like a cockroach." Izuku's eyes burned. Overhaul's hand flashed. This time, he grazed Izuku's sleeve. Disassembly sensation crawled up Izuku's arm like freezing fire. Izuku hissed, ripping his arm away, regeneration fighting it, vampiric biology resisting full unraveling. But it hurt. Overhaul's eyes widened slightly. "You're not normal," Overhaul murmured. Izuku's heart hammered. Overhaul stepped closer, voice quieter. "I could use you," Overhaul said. Izuku's stomach twisted. "No," Izuku whispered. Overhaul sighed. "Then your waist," Overhaul said. He lunged again. Izuku dodged, but Overhaul reshaped the ground, cornering him. A spike caught Izuku's leg. Pain flashed. Izuku tore free, muscle repairing. But blood seeped. Just a little. Enough. His hunger roared. Eri felt it. She trembled harder, panic rising. Eri sobbed. "I'm sorry." Izuku's voice shook. "Eri," Izuku said quickly, "listen to me." Overhaul advanced, calm as death. Izuku's eyes flicked to Eri's small horn. He remembered the smell from the alley. Time breaking. Rewind. Izuku didn't fully understand her quirk yet. But Night Eye had. And Night Eye had whispered one terrifying possibility. She rewinds living things. Izuku swallowed hard. If she rewound him, would it undo injuries? Would it undo disassembly? Would it? Overhaul touched Izuku's shoulder. For a split second, Izuku felt his body start to come apart. Not a cut. Not a bruise. A complete dismantling. His vision flashed white. His hunger screamed. Eri screamed too. And her quirk activated. A wave of strange energy surged from her horn into Izuku's back. Time snapped. Izuku's body surged backward, rewinding. The disassembly reversed. His shoulder reformed. His bones reset. His blood returned. His nerves reconnected. Izuku gasped. Overhaul's eyes widened. What? Overhaul started. Izuku realized it instantly. Ares' rewind was canceling damage. Not healing. Undoing. Izuku's mind clicked into a terrifying equation. Vampire regeneration plus rewind equals no limit. Because regeneration handled normal injuries fast, rewind erased the ones that would overwhelm. And one for all, stockpiled POW. Could finally be released without permanent destruction. Izuku's hands trembled. He felt the leash strain. Because power called to him. And Overhaul was still there, still a monster. Overhaul raised his hand again. Izuku's eyes hardened. Eri, Izuku whispered, voice tight, hold on. Eri clung tighter, sobbing. Izuku inhaled. Then he made the choice that would terrify the world later. He stopped fighting like a student. He fought like a storm. Scene 7, the infinite supply. Izuku activated one for all higher. Much higher. His body screamed. Bones threatened to crack. Muscles threatened to tear. But before the damage could lock in, Ares' rewind pulsed again. Time reversed the fractures. Regeneration filled any gaps. Izuku stayed intact. His eyes widened. He could feel it. A loop. Damage right pointing arrow rewind right pointing arrow intact. Strain right pointing arrow rewind right pointing arrow stable. Overhaul's disassembly attempts right pointing arrow rewind right pointing arrow undone. Izuku's mouth went dry. He whispered, almost disbelieving. I can use it. Overhaul lunged, furious now. Izuku moved. This time, it wasn't 5%. It wasn't 20%. It was 100%, but not the bright, heroic kind. It exploded out of him as red-black lightning and shadow. The hallway shook. Air cracked. Izuku blurred forward like a bat-like streak. Shoot style amplified beyond human limits. His kick hit Overhaul's guard. Overhaul flew through a wall. Concrete shattered. Overhaul coughed, stunned. He tried to touch the ground. Izuku was already there. Izuku punched the floor first. The shockwave shattered Overhaul's terrain manipulation before it formed. Overhaul's eyes widened. He wasn't fighting a boy anymore. He was fighting something that refused to stay broken. Overhaul snarled. He touched his own arm. His body twisted. He began merging with a henchman, bulking up, reshaping into a larger, monstrous form. I did. Overhaul was turning himself into a moving fortress of flesh and quirk. Eri gasped against Izuku's back, terrified. Izuku's hunger surged, not desire. Disgust. Eri, Izuku whispered, voice steady despite the chaos, don't look. Quote. Eri squeezed her eyes shut. Overhaul's fused form roared, charging. Izuku moved. He didn't trade blows. He dismantled the fight. He struck joints, not armor. He hit pressure points with impossible speed. He used mist step in micro bursts, appearing, striking, disappearing, like shadow teleportation. Overhaul tried to touch him again. Izuku phased, mist form flicker, contact slipping like smoke. Overhaul's hand passed through. Overhaul's eyes widened in frustration. Izuku's next kick hit Overhaul's face. The fused giant staggered. Izuku punched again, red blah. CK lightning detonating like a thunderclap in the underground corridor. Overhaul's body cracked against the wall. He tried to reform. Izuku didn't allow time, because time was the enemy. And Izuku had the one thing Overhaul didn't. An infinite supply of second chances. Overhaul roared, swinging. Izuku leapt, bat-like aerial spin, then drove a downward kick that cratered the floor beneath Overhaul. He shockwave rippled through the underground structure. Debris rained. Overhaul coughed, struggling. Izuku stood above him, lightning snapping, shadow clinging to his outline like a cape. For a heartbeat, he felt it. That muscular feeling, that sanguine overdrive temptation, the beast purring, you're winning, finish like a predator. Izuku's canines sharpened slightly. He tasted blood in the air. Eri trembled. Izuku clenched his jaw. Choose. Not feed. Not kill. Not become what Overhaul said heroes were, tools. Izuku lifted his fist. Red-black lightning spiraled around it like a coiling dragon. He spoke quietly, voice shaking with restrained fury. You don't get to own a child. Then he punched. The impact was not flashy. It was final. Overhaul's fused form shattered apart, separating, collapse. Overhaul slammed into the ground unconscious. Silence hit. Only Izuku's breathing remained, steady, controlled. Eri clung to him, shaking. Izuku turned slightly, voice soft. Eri, Izuku whispered. It's okay. Eri cried into his shoulder. But her horn still glowed faintly. The rewind loop didn't stop immediately. Izuku felt himself being pulled back in time over and over, tiny rewinds, little pulses. His body stayed stable because regeneration and OFA resilience were now working with it. But he could feel it. If Eri didn't stop, she might rewind him into nothing. Back past control. Back past training. Back past being him. Izuku swallowed hard. Eri, Izuku said gently, look at me. Eri peeked. Tears streamed down her face. I can't stop, she whispered. I don't know how. Izuku's chest tightened. He remembered her eyes in the alley. The fear. The helplessness. He forced his voice steady. You're doing great, Izuku whispered. Listen. Breathe with me. He breathed slowly. In. Out. Eri tried to match it. Her horns glowed dim slightly. Izuku continued, voice gentle. You're safe, Izuku whispered. I'm not leaving. Eri trembled. I hurt people, she cried. Izuku shook his head firmly. No, Izuku said. He hurt people. You survived. Eri's breath hitched. Izuku kept breathing slow. Eri's glow dimmed more. The rewind pulses slowed. Izuku felt his timeline settle. Then Sir Night-Eye and the others burst in, faces shocked. They saw Overhaul down. They saw Izuku standing, lightning fading, shadows curling. They saw Eri on his back. And for a second, every pro-her. In the room looked at Izuku like they were seeing a myth. Not a bright one. A dark one. Night-Eye's eyes narrowed. Mirio staggered in two, injured, but standing, eyes widening at Eri. Eri. Mirio breathed. Eri looked at Mirio. Then at Izuku. Her small hands tightened on Izuku's shoulders. Izuku lowered his head slightly. She's safe, Izuku whispered. Mirio's eyes filled. Night-Eye's jaw tightened. He didn't praise. But his voice was different, quiet, heavy, real. Well done, Night-Eye said. Izuku's knees nearly gave out. Not from injuries. From relief. Because the girl was alive. Because the beast hadn't fed. Because he'd used infinite power. And still chose restraint. Scene 8. The world sees the dark. They couldn't hide the fight. Not fully. Too many witnesses. Too much damage. Too many cameras. People saw footage later. Red-black lightning in an underground corridor, a blur of shadow and speed, a teen hero moving like something supernatural. And they saw Eri, small, terrified, clinging to him. The internet exploded. Some people said, he saved her. He's amazing. Others said, he looks like a demon. He's not like All Might. He's scary. He's wrong. Izuku sat in a hospital bed afterward, hood down, room dim. Recovery girl wasn't there, this was beyond school. But his lifeblood packs were on the table. He stared at them like they were a quiet reminder. You were never off duty. Not from hunger. Mirio visited, smiling weakly. You did it, Mirio said softly. Izuku swallowed. I almost lost control, Izuku admitted. Mirio shook his head. But you didn't, Mirio said. That's the point. Izuku looked away. I don't want people to fear her because of me, Izuku whispered. Mirio's smile softened. They'll fear what they don't understand, Mirio said. But she'll remember the truth. Izuku blinked. Mirio leaned in, voice gentle. She'll remember who carried her out, Mirio said. Izuku's chest tightened. Outside the window, daylight glared. Izuku didn't look at it long. Because he didn't belong in daylight the way All Might did. But he didn't hate it anymore either. Because he was learning something. You don't need to be the sun to save someone. Sometimes you just need to be the shadow that reaches them first. Izuku clenched his fist lightly. Red-black lightning flickered once, then faded. The beast inside him was quiet, not satisfied, not hungry. Just watchful. Because it had tasted what infinite felt like. And it would remember. Izuku whispered to himself, barely audible. I have to be careful. Because if he could loop power forever, then the leash wasn't just about hunger anymore. It was about ambition. And that was an even scarier monster. Scene 1. The silence after the storm. Overhaul went down. Eri was safe. Those were the two facts Izuku kept repeating in his head like prayer. But victory didn't feel like fireworks. It felt like quiet. A heavy quiet that comes after you almost become something you can't undo. Izuku sat in a dim hospital room, hood off, hands resting on his knees. The lights were kept low, for his sensitivity, the doctors said. That was the official story. The real story was that bright light made his skin itch and his hunger twist in unpleasant ways. Like the beast didn't trust anything it couldn't hide under. A television in the corner played the news on mute. Izuku didn't need sound. He could read the captions. He could read the faces. Hasaikai raid successful, overhaul captured. Mysterious student hero seen in underground battle. Provisional license student. Miracle or menace. Izuku's throat tightened. Mirio visited first. He walked in with bandages and his usual smile, less bright than before, but still trying. You look like you fought a freight train, Mirio said, lightly teasing. Izuku gave a weak smile. You look like you fought. 3, Izuku replied. Mirio laughed softly, then sat beside the bed. Silence settled. Mirio didn't force jokes. He didn't rush. He just sat. Then, gently. Eri asked for you, Mirio said. Izuku's chest tightened. She did. Izuku whispered. Mirio nodded. She doesn't say much, Mirio said. But she keeps looking at the door like she expects you to walk in. Road. Guilt pinched his ribs. I scared her. Izuku whispered. Mirio's smile softened. You also saved her, Mirio said. Izuku stared at his hands. I felt good, Izuku admitted quietly. Mirio blinked. Izuku's voice was rough. When I was fighting, Izuku continued, when I was unstoppable, it felt like the world finally made sense. Mirio's expression turned serious. Izuku swallowed. And that scares me, Izuku finished. Mirio didn't look away. He leaned forward slightly, voice low. That's normal, Mirio said. Power feels good. Izuku's throat tightened. But, Mirio added, what matters is what you do with that feeling. Izuku nodded slowly. Mirio stood, placing a hand lightly on Izuku's shoulder. You chose restraint, Mirio said. Even with infinite power. Izuku flinched. Infinite, Izuku echoed. Mirio's eyes narrowed. You and I both know that loop was dangerous, Mirio said. But you didn't use it to show off. You used it to save. Izuku exhaled shakily. Mirio's smile returned, small, genuine. That's hero stuff, Mirio said. Even if it looks spooky. Izuku almost laughed, then sighed. Mirio pointed at the muted TV. You shouldn't watch that too much, Mirio said. Izuku glanced at it anyway. Mirio followed his gaze. They'll say whatever they want, Mirio said. They always do. Izuku whispered. But what if they're right? Mirio's expression hardened. Rare. No, Mirio said firmly. They're not. Izuku blinked. Mirio's voice was steady. You're not a villain, Mirio said. You're not a monster. Izuku's throat tightened. Mirio added, softer. You're a kid who got dealt a weird hand, Mirio said. And you still chose to save someone. Izuku closed his eyes, breathing slow. Cold mind. Warm heart. Choose. Mirio squeezed his shoulder gently. Go see her, Mirio said. Izuku opened his eyes. Okay. He whispered. Scene 2. Eri and the Quiet Promise. Eri's room was smaller than Izuku expected. Soft lighting. Extra blankets. Toys placed carefully like people didn't know what else to offer a child who'd lived through horror. Eri sat on the bed, knees pulled up, white hair spilling like snow. When Izuku stepped into the doorway, she froze. Her eyes widened. Not fear. Not exactly. More like surprise mixed with uncertainty. Izuku stopped at a respectful distance. He lowered his hands, open palms. Hi, Izuku said softly. Eri stared. Then her hands tightened on the blanket. You came, she whispered. Izuku swallowed. I promised, Izuku said gently. Eri looked down at her horn, fingers trembling. I did it again, she whispered. Izuku's stomach tightened. Did what? Izuku asked. Eri's voice cracked. I rewound a nurse, she whispered. Just a little. She said it was okay, but I felt it. Izuku's chest tightened. Eri's eyes filled with tears. I'm dangerous, she whispered. Izuku stepped forward carefully, slow, not sudden. No, Izuku said firmly. You're not dangerous. Eri shook her head, tears falling. I hurt people, she whispered. Izuku crouched slightly, bringing himself lower. You have a power you don't understand yet, Izuku said. That doesn't make you bad. Eri sniffed, wiping her face. But Overhaul said, she started. Izuku's voice sharpened, still gentle. Overhaul lied, Izuku said. Overhaul used you. Eri flinched at the name. Izuku took a breath. Eri, he said softly, what happened wasn't your fault. Eri stared at him, trembling. Izuku continued, voice steady. You survived, Izuku said. That's all you had to do. Eri's lips trembled. But you got hurt, she whispered. Izuku swallowed. He could tell her the truth, how close he came to losing himself. How the loop felt. How the beast wanted to bite and drink and justify. But Eri didn't need that weight. She needed a promise. Izuku offered one. I'm okay, Izuku said softly. And if you're scared. He hesitated, then said the thing he meant with his whole chest. I'll stay. Eri's eyes widened. You won't go away, she whispered. Izuku shook his head gently. I won't, Izuku promised. Eri's shoulders shook, and she started crying, quiet, exhausted sobs. Izuku didn't rush to hug. He held his position, letting her choose. After a moment, Eri reached out, small hand trembling. Izuku slowly offered his hand. Eri grabbed it. Her grip was tiny but desperate. Izuku's chest tightened. He squeezed lightly. A simple human contact. No hunger. No fear. Just presence. Eri whispered, voice small. Your eyes were red. Izuku froze. Eri looked up, serious. When you fought, she said. You looked like a monster. Izuku's throat went dry. He forced himself to nod. Yes, Izuku admitted softly. Eri swallowed. But you didn't hurt me, she whispered. Izuku shook his head. Never, Izuku said. Eri stared at him for a long moment. Then she whispered. Are you scared of yourself? Izuku's chest cracked. He didn't want to lie. So he gave the gentlest truth. Sometimes, Izuku admitted. Eri nodded slowly, like she understood more than any child should. Then she whispered. Me too. Izuku squeezed her hand again. Then, Izuku said softly, we'll be scared together. Eri blinked. Izuku offered a small smile. And we'll get better, Izuku added. Eri's shoulders relaxed just a fraction. The horn on her head dimmed slightly, as if her body trusted the calm. Izuku exhaled quietly. This was hero work too. Not punching. Not lightning. Just staying. Scene 3, the world's verdict. Izuku left the hospital room later with his hood up, walking down a dim corridor. He could hear reporters outside the building. He could smell the crowd. Curiosity. Fear. Hunger for drama. Night Eye met him at the end of the hallway. He looked tired in a way that wasn't physical. It was the fatigue of being right. Night Eye held out a tablet. Izuku took it. On the screen were headlines. Not just from Japan. International. Someone had leaked footage from underground. Maybe a hero's body cam. Maybe a villain's recording. Maybe a frightened witness with a phone. Whatever it was, the world had seen it. Izuku watched the clip silently. It showed him moving like a blur. Red-black lightning snapping. Shadow clinging to him like smoke. Overhaul's fused form staggering. Then Izuku standing over him. Looking not like a bright hero. But like a demon that chose to strike down evil. The footage ended with Eri on his back, clinging like he was her only anchor. Izuku swallowed hard. Night Eye's voice was quiet. This is the consequence, Night Eye said. Izuku whispered, people are scared. Night Eye nodded once. People are also grateful, Night Eye said. But fear is louder. Izuku's fingers tightened on the tablet. He scrolled. Some comments were support. He saved a child. He did what heroes couldn't. That's a real hero. Others were venom. He's a monster. He's not human. He'll snap someday. Keep him away from children. Izuku's stomach twisted. The beast inside him stirred at the hostility, like it wanted to prove them right out of spite. Izuku forced it down. Night Eye watched him. You're thinking, Night Eye said. Izuku didn't deny it. I don't want them to fear Eri because of me, Izuku said quietly. Night Eye's eyes narrowed. Then don't give them a reason. Night Eye said. Izuku looked up. Night Eye continued, voice clinical. Control your image, Night Eye said. Control your actions. Control your narrative. Izuku swallowed. I'm not good at that, Izuku admitted. Night Eye's gaze sharpened. You will be, Night Eye said. If you intend to survive. Izuku's jaw clenched. Night Eye stepped closer, voice lowering. The symbol of peace was easy to love because he was bright. Simple. Warm. Izuku's chest tightened. Night Eye's eyes narrowed. You are not that, Night Eye said bluntly. Izuku flinched. But Night Eye wasn't insulting him. He was stating physics. Night Eye's voice softened, barely. So you must become something else, Night Eye said. Izuku whispered, something else, like what? Night Eye stared at him. A symbol, Night Eye said. That does not need sunlight. Izuku's throat tightened. Night Eye stepped back, leaving Izuku alone with the tablet and the truth. Izuku walked back to his room in silence. He sat on his bed, staring at the life-blood packs on the table. His medicine, his leash, his reminder. He looked at his gloved hands. Hands that could punch at 100%. Hands that could tear steel. Hands that, if he ever chose wrong, could become hands that hurt the innocent. Izuku swallowed hard. Then he remembered Eri's hand gripping his. We'll be scared together. Izuku exhaled slowly. He didn't need the world to love him. He didn't even need the world to understand him. He needed one thing, to make sure people survived long enough to have opinions. He needed to be the thing that stood in the places sunlight didn't reach. Izuku whispered to himself, voice steady. I'm not the symbol of peace. His throat tightened. I'm the symbol of sanctuary. The words felt strange in his mouth. But they fit. Sanctuary wasn't bright. Sanctuary was safety in the dark. Sanctuary was a door you could knock on when no one else would open. Sanctuary was a shadow that moved between a monster and a child. Izuku clenched his fists. Red-black lightning flickered faintly, then calmed. He wasn't cured. He wasn't fixed. But he was choosing. And choosing was enough. For now. Scene 4, Shigaraki's screen glow. In a dark room somewhere else. A screen played the same footage. The same blur of red-black lightning. The same shadow movement. The same moment of overhaul collapsing. The same child clinging to the demon-like student hero. Tamura Shigaraki sat close to the screen, scratching his neck until the skin reddened. He watched the clip 3 times. Then a 4th. Then paused on a frame where Izuku's eyes glowed faint red through his goggles. Shigaraki's lips curled. He's popular, Shigaraki muttered. Kurogiri stood nearby, calm as always. The public response is divided, Kurogiri said. Shigaraki laughed, dry, irritated. Divided, Shigaraki repeated. That's cute. He scratched his neck harder. People don't know what they want, Shigaraki said. They want a hero to smile while everything rots. He leaned forward, eyes bright with something like obsession. But this, Shigaraki whispered, pointing at the frozen frame. This is interesting. Kurogiri tilted his head. All for one spoke of him, Kurogiri said quietly. Shigaraki's grin widened. The Prince of Darkness, Shigaraki said mockingly. That's what they'll call him, right? He snorted. Dumb, Shigaraki said. But catchy. Then his expression hardened. Because Shigaraki didn't just hate heroes. He hated the idea of safety. He hated the idea that someone could stand against decay. Someone who could survive. Someone who could make the night feel safe. Shigaraki leaned back, voice low. If he's the Prince of Darkness, Shigaraki murmured. He scratched once more, then stopped abruptly, eyes fixed. Then I'll bring the dawn. Kurogiri's tone was cautious. The dawn? He asked. Shigaraki smiled, sharp and sickly. I'll burn his shadows away, Shigaraki whispered. I'll force him into the light. He leaned closer to the screen, voice almost excited. And when the whole world sees him in sunlight, weak, panicking, hungry. Shigaraki's smile widened. They'll eat him alive. The screen glowed on Shigaraki's face. Izuku's blurred silhouette reflected in Shigaraki's eyes. 2 monsters, in different directions. One trying to be human. One trying to destroy the concept of humanity itself. Shigaraki whispered, delighted. Let's see what you are, when you can't hide. Epilogue. Night Watch. Izuku left the hospital days later. The city looked the same. But he didn't. He walked under an umbrella despite the clear sky, hood up, goggles on. People stared. Some whispered. Some stepped aside. A few nodded respectfully. A few flinched. Izuku didn't react. He kept walking. Because he understood something now. Being feared wasn't always failure. Being feared by the innocent was heartbreaking. But being feared by monsters. That was useful. Izuku passed an alley and heard a shout, someone being threatened. A small crime. A small evil. Izuku stopped. He could have waited for a pro-hero. He could have called it in. But the license card in his pocket reminded him. He was allowed to act now. He walked into the alley. Two thugs turned, surprised. One raised a knife. Izuku's hunger twitched at the scent of adrenaline. He forced it down. He spoke calmly. "Put it down," Izuku said. The thug laughed. Then Izuku's eyes glowed faintly red behind his goggles. Not as a threat to feed. As a warning to stop. The thug hesitated. Fear flickered. Izuku stepped forward, silent. The thug backed away. They ran. The victim, a young man, stared at Izuku, shaking. Thank you," the man whispered. Izuku nodded once. "You're safe," Izuku said softly. Then Izuku stepped back out into the street. Back into daylight he didn't belong to. Back into a world that didn't know what to do with a hero who looked like a demon. Izuku didn't look up at the sun. He didn't need to. He looked at the shadows. Because that's where he worked now. That's where he lived. And as he walked away, the city's lights flickered on, one by one. Night came. And for the first time, the night felt like it had a guardian. Not a bright symbol. Not a smiling one. A watchful one. A sanctuary. Izuku Midoriya, descendant of something old and hungry, kept walking. And kept choosing. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please leave a like, share and subscribe. She had only told him he was quirkless. Only.